They got a map of Astralis. They won Mirage, actually, the map pick of Astralis, but lost Vertigo and Inferno pretty badly at that 16-7, 16-7. And talking about Vertigo and Inferno, let's see the Veto, because I'm curious about the Veto. And I was just talking how Eyeballers lost Inferno and Vertigo against Astralis, but Honoris, are they actually Astralis at this point? I think that's a little bit far-fetched. But Inferno is a very favored. The Honoris, they really like to play Inferno, and interestingly enough, even though they usually choose into Inferno, Eyeballers, for the whole best of 3, their win rate is better. But I don't think that means anything, by the way, of how Honoris were playing so far.
Well, I mean, we did see them pick Inferno yesterday against ENCE. They won at 16-10. Vertigo was picked against them, which is like the go-to pick for ENCE. And Honoris narrowly lost 16-13. In fact, I've seen Honoris pick Vertigo in a lot of the series that they play as well. And don't get fooled by their low win rate. It's actually a map that they back themselves on a lot. And it's a map that they've picked quite a lot recently, at least, in the matches they play. But like you say, Inferno and Vertigo, just as comfortable for Eyeballers as well. So it's actually not like either team gets an edge in the Veto. And then going to Overpass again, it's even. Sure, the stats favor Eyeballers, and I would say, you know, that's probably going to be the case on whatever map pool we had here, bar Nuke, which is their perma ban. So I think it was always going to be a bit more comfortable for Eyeballers coming into the Veto, but I'm going to back them to win here, Pop. I'm not going to get it too much onto the Honoris hype train after their results yesterday. Sure, they beat Heat and ENCE, which are fantastic results, but that was for a big qualifier. Now you don't have that same motivation of trying to qualify for a massive LAN if you just win 1 or 2 games. This is the grind out through the circuit, right? So it's a lot more of a marathon than it is a sprint. So I'm keen to see if they can keep up that same energy in this match here against Eyeballers today.
Well, Honoris, they're qualified for the Central Europe Studio LAN finals.
Yeah,
so
they are.
Maybe they're getting ready for that. Maybe they're just getting warmed up for the LAN tournament. But still, they still need to do great in this one, because you do qualify for the global finals if you win the Studio LAN final, right? But for you to win the Studio LAN final, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think that's an easy feat, as we are mainly seeing. It's hard to even win the online series. We've seen a lot of teams win on one region and not really do great on the other regions. So it is not that easy. But they are getting warmed up and they are getting ready for that LAN Studio final. But they still need to do good here. They are in the 1-0 bracket, so they're already on the right track. But they need 2 more wins to make it to the playoffs and get some more points. So maybe they can make the West Europe Series LAN finals as well. Why not? Now, we are getting into the match. Inferno on their way. Eyeballers against Honoris.
And look at how aggressive Eyeballers are off the bat. They're looking to try and impose themselves, assert their dominance. Raiko's ready for it. Where's the flashbang? Shine gets the kill. Normally there's a flash, but there isn't one. This time it's just 5 players with armor. Raiko will go for the re-peek, and at least he will chase down JW. 1 kill to even it back into the 4v4.
Oh, getting aggressive towards A. There's a player inside the apartments. That Pepzor just hears everyone and no one checks. Oh, the headshots pour through from Eyeballers, and Shine gets himself a triple kill before the round ends, or as the round ends, I should say. And that is a loud start of how Eyeballers are getting ready for this Inferno.
Yeah.
Now, it is the map pick of Honoris, but Eyeballers, they're not half bad on this one either. I mean, 19 maps played, 58% win rate. Just won against 500 3 days ago, but lost against Astralis, and also Forze and Heat and Illuminar. They were on a 4-map losing streak, but they broke that with a win against 500. And I guess they want to get another win, add another win to the tally, and it wouldn't be that far-fetched. As you were saying, Eyeballers, well, we were talking about how Honoris are looking really good. Eyeballers are looking good as well.
Ooh, wow. Flush actually really lucky to be alive there. The P250 up close, not going to be enough to get the kill. Full eco here from Honoris, and we're going to see that a lot in the half, by the way. The likes of Flusher pushing down Banana like that very aggressively, MP9 jumping around corners. He'll often be the one to just play there by himself as well. Allow his teammate, who's normally Shine, to rotate in towards A. JW racking up 4 kills with the MP9. That's going to go a long way in allowing him to afford his AWP. He can even pick it up here in the first gun round if he wants.
Yeah, it's down to 1 HP.
We see James doing it all the time, but it doesn't look like JW is going to opt for it. I think they're just going to hold on to all their guns that they used in the previous round and guarantee a buy in the next. But here's Honoris' opportunity, Pop. They got 5 AKs playing against 3 MP9s. This is where they're going to want to get themselves on the board.
Well, now with the MP9s here on Inferno, close banana and maybe in apartments, they might shine actually. Not trying to take a jab at shine, but I'm just saying that the duels can favor the SMGs when they're against the AKs, but up close. And now backing into the corner of GWs, there's no molly to flush him out, and there isn't any mollies on the side of Honoris. Oh, the peak GW.
Wow.
Didn't really react there, did he?
Probably hoping for a bit of trigger discipline, hoping he might not be entirely cleared. Now it's all on Pep, so he's got such a big job on his shoulders towards mid. Flusher maybe takes some pressure off of him, but it takes long for Pepsol to get the first kill. The dick on the second was very quick though, so does that maybe leave Sapik and Shine in with the shout? Taking quite long for the bomb to rotate in towards the sides, and it means that Shine has been able to close the gap. He does throw his gun back towards Banana, so he can recover the AK discreetly. Gap in the smoke as well, and that's actually going to lead to Sapik going down. Shine comes around the corner at the perfect time. He's actually dropped the bomb. Does make things somewhat interesting here.
You know, 1-on-2 with the bomb dropped. Honoris, they can get it back. Shine is waiting in boiler. He's gonna hear the steps on site. He needs to find Sammy to make it a 1-on-1 timing. Oh, did Sammy spot him? I don't think so. Lunatic. He did plant behind the bombs, behind the box. So, Shine, I think he was spotted in the end. How can he isolate those two duels? Oh, Lunatic nailing the headshot, and that will be the first round of Honoris. It was not a bad effort from Eyeballs with the MP9s, but Honoris and Lunatic, I think he got a quad kill there. That makes it way much easier for Honoris, and it is way much easier to get some skins, of course, on a Hellcase, our partner at CCT, and make sure you use the code CCT for a 10% top-up bonus. Now, once again, they do have MP9s here, Eyeballers. There's the FAMAS as well, but there's the AWP that we were talking about from JW, and we can see if he can pull through for his team. He's already peeking down mid, taking a quick peek into second mid as well, but misses the chance. I think that was actually, it was the tag through the wall. I think he's down. Taz is down to 90 HP, or a nade from short might be as well.
Yeah, I think it was the nade that came through from short because yeah, JW a bit aggrieved there probably that he doesn't hit that shot. And it's quite rough for Eyeballers after they win the pistol and they win the anti-eco, you know, as clean as they possibly could, lose the round afterwards, and it's not even like they're able to fully invest in the next. So it's actually advantage Honoris here, really, if you think about it. They've got 4 AKs into Galil, and they're playing into a pretty weak set of weaponry in comparison. Does look like they're going to be showing presence over towards that B bomb site and then pivoting back towards A. Flusher does shift himself in this direction, and you know, Sobel would have heard the drop off there of Pepsol, so that's actually some decent info for him.
Nade's coming in, Flusher peeking out of the smoke, and there's Sapik to help him out. Very good in the double kill as well. They do get the weapons. Flusher nailing the headshot onto Sammy. Raiko goes down, and Sobel gets the first one of the round and the only one of the round. Eyeballers, even though they lose one round, they just get the one right after. And now Honoris, they're going to be on an eco.
But that was better. Yeah, that was played to absolute perfection there by Flusher and Sapik. Sapik takes first contact at the top of long there towards Library, gets the attention of both of the players, and then Flusher just flies through that smoke like an F1 race car. And he just joins in the fight, tag teams the Sapik, and they both continue to frag after that as well. They account for 4 of the frags in the round. Good cleanup from Eyeballers. Honoris have to full eco, as you say. Now Eyeballers are pretty clear to get themselves a 4th round.
Yeah, it shouldn't be hard. I mean, without any armors, there's a couple of P250s, a Deagle and a Tech 9. Sure, those can deal some good damage, but highly unlikely as Eyeballers are starting this game really, really well. And we do this, I'm thinking, we do know how gamers are not really early risers, and those two teams, they seem to be really, really awake and really focused on the game here. Maybe that's that comes with age. No, I'm not gonna go there. They're all playing great. I'm not gonna go there. I'm getting close to their age myself, so
Exactly.
it's not really something I want to talk about. But well, the good thing is I don't go to sleep at 10 in the evening. I'm a little bit more rebellious. But look at GW, he's also rebellious with that op. Peeks into mid, gets himself a frag. Sapek, he has his teammate as well to help. That's Pepzor helping out. And oh, Raiko, he will take the Pepzor down. That's an M4 loss, but he will be the only one that goes down.
Eyeballs lost to a clean start to their opponent's map pick. Everybody's been able to get themselves going. Can't say the same for Honoris, Sammy, and Taz. Yet to find their footing. Obviously a bit more difficult on the T side. Let's see what Honoris can accomplish here. Now they've got the rifles back in play. Utility across the board. Remember, Taz versus Flusher and JW. A matchup that hasn't happened in years, guys. In literal years.
Yeah. I'm sure they're happy to see each other again in the server. Oh, Taz, that's playing to short. Sammy will take down Sapek, but Shine tries to cover, gets himself a double kill, and is still on 76 HP. Oh, Pepzor reacts wonderfully.
Wow.
Raiko had no idea that he can be there, right?
Yeah.
His teammates were just pushing on from Boiler, and he never expected it. Oh, look at this timing. Oh, but that's the bomb down. Flusha. He can be taken out by Sammy. Oh, but no, he reacts. Flusha. Thinking about the possibilities, and Eyeballers, they just shut down yet another push from Honoris. So far, it's looking really good for Eyeballers. They're reacting to everything that Honoris are putting on the table, and we do see the first tactical pulls out of the polls, and well, it is understandable. Nothing really seems to be working right now. Eyeballers, they are covering well, and we do see the difference in odds there. Still 5-1, but the odds are in favor of Eyeballers kind of heavily. Make sure to check those out at cct.gg/1xbet. But yeah, Honoris, they need to come up with a better plan.
Yeah, it feels like they haven't dug too deep in the playbook. I mean, we've seen, pretty basic approaches from them in the round so far. The one was just grouping up in Banana. Once they got found out there, they tried to go towards A. The second was a bit more of a, from spawn type of play, trying to get themselves into mid, wrapping around archers, but just read phenomenally well by Eyeballers, who had good responses to the situation. Shine shuts them down, and then Pepzor gets aggressive. So Eyeballers are playing some fluid Counter-Strike right now on the CT side. As for Honoris, well, obviously, max round loss bonus behind them. They're able to afford some pistols here. And no surprise to see they are going to be getting aggressive in towards Banana. Nades will deal a decent chunk of damage to a number of the individuals, which does kind of slow them down, but doesn't necessarily force them out of the initial plan completely.
Oh, aggression in Banana, and Taz takes down one, but look at Flusha. Controlling the spray of the AK, getting himself a triple kill. And Sammy, he's the last one standing, but he won't expect the third player here, surely. That will be the peak of Shine, an easy headshot. Honoris, they'll go down. It was an eco. I'm really curious to see what they can get done with the weapons here, because it is a map that Honoris are used to playing, so I'm sure they have some interesting strategies coming up here in round number 8 and onwards, because if there isn't, well, Eyeballers can get away with a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
And that doesn't really help the case of Honoris. I mean, yeah, sure, their city side is better in terms of win rate, but it's not all that different. It's just a 3% difference, and that 3% sums to 50. BW, aggressive peak in second mid, just surprising Sobol there. And I feel like Eyeballers are trying a lot more things than Honoris are trying.
Yeah, they're taking so much initiative on their CT side right now, never giving Honoris any room to breathe, Pop. Yesterday when Honoris played against ENCE, by the way, they got 8 rounds on their T side. So a stark contrast from what we've seen here at the start of this series. Look at how aggressive JW continues to be after finding that opening kill for his team. Pepzor's already pushed all the way down second middle. JW with the good angle here. Going to spot them on the cross as they do make their way in towards mid. But beautiful awareness there from Taz. Just to jiggle peek that angle. But look at what that does for Pepzor. He's been fantastically set up right now. Coming through the back lines. Has the backstab of the ages. Right now for Honoris, though, they're actually really lucky in terms of how they're evading him. Because it means that they still have a chance in the round. The 3 players in towards mid are not discovered at all, and Eyeballers, they've got 3 players over towards B. That's where they're expecting the execute to come through. Pepsor doesn't want to overplay his hand either. Now he needs to peek. That's when he's going to be starting to see some players. Does spot one, but not the bomb. Now he's seen the C4.
Oh, and he's seeing the player in Banana. Gets the first frag. Looking to take down Raiko as well. Very good double kill. Taz and Lunatic will try to go through CT spawn, taking down Sapek, but JW is still here with the op. Taz.
Oh no.
Oof. Bullet grazes him, but he's not going down just yet. Flush shot close by. Taz turns around, but JW lands the shot in the end. And what a good situation from Eyeballers. I mean, just by taking a lot of map control away from Honoris, and Honoris didn't even know. The
Exactly.
Pepsor was in DRAM for a really long time. If the play would have gone back to B, or the player in B would have peaked earlier, or would have went earlier towards A, maybe they could have found Pepsor. But just by how they were taking control, and they had a lot of control for a long time, Eyeballers, they were doing such a good job.
I mean, they're playing really clean Counter-Strike right now, our Eyeballers, making great decisions, moving a lot around the map. JW does feel like he's maybe not completely on point. Obviously getting kills, he's up to 7 and 2 right now, but maybe a few shots being missed that we normally wouldn't expect to be missed out of him, but hasn't cost Eyeballers up until this point. And look at this, they continue to make moves here, Pop. Pushing their way down Banana this time. They've got control there. Eyeballers, they're set up in middle, 4 players in mid, 1 in apartments. Maybe a bit of a burst in towards the A side here with the set of util that they have at their disposal. Let's see. Can they find a way through?
Pepsor digging through the wall.
Yeah, definitely.
Down to 6 HP. Lunatic. He passes by GW. 1 go down, but GW is on his trail. I mean, he's just chasing him at this point. Raiko can find Pepsor in time, drops down, but one blade that land the shot, and Sapek will finish the last 2 players off, Taz and Sammy. And is yet another round for Eyeballers. And I'm just thinking that Honoris, they might be unlucky that they played 2 matches yesterday, right? Against ENCE and Heat. They won both of them, but by just playing 2 matches yesterday, Eyeballers had the chance to just watch the game and see exactly how Honoris react to certain things, how they leave some things open. Because of course, when you're watching the match as an observer and not playing in the game, you're gonna see a lot more things that are not apparent at start, right? You're gonna see some areas that are being held, or some strategies that you can easily counter. And Eyeballers, they are so far just, well, I wanted to say flawless, but they did lose 1 round, right? But still, their reactions are just perfect to everything. And Honoris, they kind of need to change something on the fly, because I'm sure, I mean, you played 2 matches yesterday, and in an important tournament, it's not like you could have kept some of the strategies for some more important match, and you have to change in the match right here. You had to change something up.
I'd love to see Honoris just go back to the default style here and look to try and punish the aggression coming through from Eyeballers, or just try and change the pace. Raiko does get aggressive, wants to fight fire with fire. Will be able to claim control of Banana, but at what cost, Pop? Look at the damage done by the utility, and he doesn't even have that control anymore either. Flush is going to continue to persist. Deep smoke. But do they continue to force the issue is the question. Doesn't look like it. Finally, Honoris have been able to win the battle in towards Banana, but can they win the war of the round?
While taking this slower, they did get the aggression in Banana early on, but now they are just throwing some smokes. They're just putting pressure onto Eyeballers. And now we were talking how Eyeballers are wonderful at defending here on Inferno, but the best score is still an 8-7 in favor of Eyeballers. Honoris, if they can string 6 rounds together, the end result of the first half wouldn't be all that bad. Now, looking to play into the A site. Shine just now rotating over, and Sapek, he will peek into mid, but he's not going to see anyone. Oh, and the smokes come through. GW is still rotating towards B. Timing is just unlucky for Eyeballers, and this is a very big chance for Honoris to get control of the site and win a round. Sapek peeking out, gets himself a double kill, and maybe was too quick to speak. Sammy takes down Sapek. They're in a 3-on-4, and they still have Pepzor in pit, and they don't know about him.
I mean, they should have an idea that he could be there, though, right? They need to make the read that because they haven't got that kill, there's a very good chance someone's in that position. 4 versus 3, but this is the best position Honoris have been in since the round that they won to try and claim another one back. Eyeballers, they've got the kits to have one incendiary as well. They're going to throw that onto the side. That should displace Sammy, who stands in the flames, takes so much damage. Forward, taken down. Sobol loses his gunfight as well. Flusher can't put a foot wrong, and the retake is absolutely perfect for Eyeballers.
I love the fact that Pepzor has not peaked at all until, I think, after the first frag on site. He was just constantly hiding in pit, just not giving anything away. Just a very good retake, as you pointed out, from Eyeballers. And off the fact that Sapek got a couple of kills on site instantly, that just left his team in a better position. Because if he would have went down straight away, right, it was a 5-on-4 in favor of Honoris. They still had Pepzor in pit, but he might have been checked by one of the players, and that would have changed the whole dynamic of the round. But no, just by getting that double kill, Sapek, he just again left his team in a very good position to be in. 4-on-3 on the retake, not bad at all. Now again, Raiko being aggressive towards Banana, but loses the duel against Flasha, and there's no opener for Honoris. Oof, the double nade.
Yeah, and they lose that first pick. Like, how to add insult to injury, man. Let's see. How do Honoris adjust from here? What do they try to get done? What's the response? Oh, man, another nade coming through. Lunatic eventually will fall to the barrage of utility. And look at Eyeballers. They're so happy to just sit back and wait and force Honoris to make the next move. They aren't even offering up an inch right now, Pop.
Oh yeah, that's well, I feel like that's exactly what you have to do when you have the advantage, the player advantage, and also you're just defending the side. There's no reason to be aggressive. Just hold your crossfires, and if they do come towards you, just finish them off. Oh, player inside bit. That was Pepzor spotted. There's no molly to flush him out though. That's the problem. Smoke comes through for Moto, and JW will rotate into the side. Taz trying to find anything. Pepzor late peek, and he gets the frag. Sammy takes down JW. Now, the problem is, someone is still alive. Flasha is still alive with 12 HP inside pit. Sobol will jump down, but nothing he can do. Just the fact that Flasha just hid for a really long time there, even got them in an even better position. Eyeballers, they're playing this. They're respecting what Honoris are trying to do, because it's 10-1, right? They can just barrel down Banana trying to get the headshots at this point. But that's not something you would see from this Eyeballers lineup. They're just playing this really smart, really clean, as you were saying, and they're just not trying to give anything away, trying to get as many rounds, and they're getting close to that, well, 14 that they can get in this first half. Because I was talking about how they could Honoris at one point, the best result was still 87 for Eyeballers, but for Eyeballers the best result is a 14-1, and that doesn't help the case of Honoris.
No, not at all.
Not really.
That's that's, you know, I would go so far as to say completely impossible for Honoris to come back from. So let's see if they can get a few more rounds and that maybe begin their fight back with an eco round. When util damage still so damn good. Never mind, Pepzor doubles down everywhere Honoris goes. They just seemingly run into a brick wall. At least Taz will be able to get ahead of Shine here, punish him with the frag, but how much is that going to be changing the grand scheme of things here? Surely not too much. My goodness. Flusher is 15-2 right now, Pop. JW 9-3. Pepzor 12-3, Sapek 12-6. Everybody popping off right now. Taz popping off in the round though. Second kill for him. Does isolate Pepzor in the sights, and a smoke means that Sapek won't be able to do too much about it. Taz continues to play mind games here as well. He's got some time to play these mind games. In fact, Bomb's been recovered, and it could go back to try and join him. Oh, Flush is going to get caught with the reload, but somehow is still able to win the gunfight.
Well, that was looking promising. Taz, he did surprise a couple of players. It wasn't enough to take down Eyeballers. 11-1. Honoris, they will get another buy-in. But one is the right play here. I mean, at this point, Eyeballers, they're going for a double up setup. And I don't know if I actually agree with that at this point. Things are just going well with a single up setup and Shine just playing the weapon. But sure, it will be interesting to see how the dynamic changes for Eyeballers. Now, the thing is, Honor is they can really force an eco into Eyeballers in this first half because they just have a lot of money. They've been winning a lot of rounds in a row. And it should be very hard for Honoris to get anything done here. They need at least the last 3 here. 11-4 is not that bad, but it's something. Well, it is bad, but it's something to work with. And as I say, that Shine takes down Raiko, so it's already another entry for Eyeballers.
Raiko's just tossing and turning in his sleep. He thinks he's still in a nightmare. Unfortunately, this is reality, man. Himself and Sobel have struggled so much. Everybody has. I mean, if you add up all the frags here on the side of Honoris right now, as things stand, 4, 8, 12. They got 17 kills between all 5 of them. Flusher has 16 alone. Insane.
Yeah, it's looking very grim for Honoris. Looking to play into the safe side, look at the reaction. Everyone from Eyeballers is on the site. Well, apart from JW, but with the op, he still takes down Lunatic. Flusha will get rid of Taz, Sobol, and Sammy, the last 2 standing. Now, even if you try to get into the site, you will find a Sapek. You will expect the player to still be in pit as they have been staying in pit for a really long time here. Sammy takes down JW. Another one from Sammy. Okay, the upper trying to come alive here in the latest rounds.
Do they have time for this?
Not really.
Not
now,
anymore.
not anymore for sure now, because Sammy, he lost the bomb, but I don't think they had time. Even if they reached the side, they still would have had an enemy player there. And
my god.
Baiting the shot there and just waiting for a teammate to peek, just wonderful from Eyeballers.
Yeah, how good has their interplay teamwork been? Inter-teammate, just like 2 guys always working in tandem for these types of plays, the baits and switches, the util coordination, the double peaks. Just been phenomenal small little pieces of teamwork here between Eyeballers. Not like the 5-man T-side type of teamwork where everyone's working as a unit, but you just got 2 or 3 players who have been working, together. Obviously, as is normal on the CT side, but they haven't put a foot wrong. They've taken so much initiative, made so many moves, and just looked incredibly convincing. Now, something that we can't not consider here, Pop, is that Honoris are playing later today at I believe 8:30 p.m. CET. Let me just confirm that quickly. Honoris are playing against 9 in the IEM Brazilian qualifier at 8 p.m. CET. That's in 8 hours and 30 minutes. Now, I wonder how much stock they're putting in this Eyeballers game right now. How much energy are they going to be putting into this game? How many strats do they potentially want to reveal that 9 could be watching before they go into their match later? So I definitely think that's something to keep in mind here for Eyeballers. For their opponents.
Well, yeah, that could be the case. That is a good point, right? But that is also very risky because you are going. If you lose this, you're going to the 1-1 bracket. Sure, if you lose this, but you don't reveal all of your strats and you win later on today, you do qualify for a LAN. And they are already qualified for one of the CCT LANs, but you want to get yourself better chances, right? If you play in more studio LAN finals, you get more points towards the global finals, right? So you want to make their Honoris. I don't know if they've been a part of all of the online series, but I've seen them in a lot of the online series, and sometimes it's going well, sometimes it's not going all that well, but we'll see if they can get something done. With quick technical pause here, and we are getting ready back in the game, and 12-3, hard to come back from, but sure, I guess it is possible. But 14-1, I guess 14-1 it just seals the deal. I don't think I've seen. Was there a pro game that ended up as either 16-14 or overtime for 14-1? I know there was a 13-2. But 14-1, I don't know if there actually was one.
I'm sure there must be one if you dug deep enough on HLTV, sprawled through all the games. I'm sure you'll be able to find something, but just so unlikely. Sapik can be the first point of contact. Should go down here, should get traded. That's why he's just spraying away. Knows he's basically a dead man, and actually his life will earn another kill. Pepsor gets that frag with the HE grenade, and again it's going to be they're going to attempt to split their way through CT in towards B, but Shine is the man that stands between them and flushes a second line of defense there as well. A minute left on the clock. Stamey going to be able to get the first, but never the second. And now Flusher will be aware potentially there could be a peek coming through. He actually lands a shot on Taz. That was crazy. However, Taz is left in a winnable 1v2 here. Problem is that the players have already rotated in towards the C4, and I don't think that smoke's deep enough to block it.
Oh, Taz coming through the alley. Pepsor under 36. Taz will re-peek here. GW with a pistol, but he nails the headshot.
Bro.
Oh, that was close. Taz was close. If he landed the headshot on the GW, it would have been a good situation, but well, not anymore. 13-1. Last round of the first half. I was thinking about a 14-1 game. I wanted to clarify. A pro game, I wanted to say at a pretty high level, right? Because I do remember
like tier 2, tier 1 type of thing.
Yeah, because 13-2, I do remember a train played by QB Fire in E-League like 6 years ago, and they came back against, I think, MOUZ Sports it was, and they came back from 13-2, won in either overtime or 16-14. I think it was overtime actually. But they still need to get another one on the board. Honoris, they haven't been able to for a long time. What was it?
I mean, it was the first gun round they won. That was the third round of the map.
Yeah.
So Eyeballers have won 11 in a row. That's a bad miss shot there from JW. Finally, an opening kill comes through. You have Honoris that doesn't get traded out. This is a rare positive for them. But look at the read from Honoris. Everybody immediately pivoting in towards A. They need to get ahead of that Moto smoke, though. It is on Sapik. He will be able to make his way through just in time. And the spray from Flush is enough to get a kill. Does somewhat slow down the push. Pepsor with the AK, able to get another onto Lunatic. Savy's been brought down low. Repositioned from Pepsor's on point. He's got support there from Sapik as well. And although Honoris get the opening frag, that's the only frag they're going to get in the round.
Well, interesting start, to say the least. 14 rounds in the first half for Eyeballers. And yeah, you would expect the odds to be in favor of Eyeballers, of course. Make sure you check those out at cct.gg/1xbet. But yeah, Honoris pitched around is basically decides the game, more or less. Sobol gets one. Pepsor will trade. That is a good smoke to use. Taz nails a nice headshot onto Pepsor. There's a duel in mid, won by Raiko. Taz with another one. Still fighting on the side. Flusha. He will get the headshot onto Taz. Still trying to get one more, but there's two players picking him. And that will be the second round for Honoris.
Let's go. They win themselves the second pistol round here. Does that just delay their misery, or is that the start of a fight back? I know which option I think it is. But still, at least they're able to show a little bit of fight. And maybe if they can win a few rounds here, take a little bit of that momentum away from Eyeballers. Because if they lost the pistol, then they guarantee just pretty much lose the map straight afterwards. So.
I really like this from...
I just see someone in chat says, mid to B is not for you guys. That's actually so true. You think about how many times Honoris tried to wrap archers in towards the B side. Yeah. They just got shut down almost every time. They did get shut down every time. So... that's a good point there.
Yeah, it wasn't the best strategy. But I'm thinking Eyeballers, I really respect this. They are going for a full eco here, even though they could have forced it. They had their own 12 rounds advantage. You can force into one of these situations, right? No, they do still respect Honoris as on the defending team, not trying to give as many away as possible. Just no reason to take more risks as you are really close to that map point and map win. So they do eco here. They all go down, of course, and they will get the weapons. And now they do have something to fight back with, even though they could have had Deagles in the previous round and eco into this one, or even some pistols into this one. No, they're going to get the AKs right now. They're going to get the AKs out and try and fight Honoris, who are going to be in on MP9s, FAMAS. And, well, if you think about it, this was the round that Honoris won on their T side. It was the first buy round, as you pointed out.
Yeah, so let's see if Eyeballers can answer back, winning the exact same round. 3 MP9s is what Eyeballers had as well, so it's a pretty fair playing field, Pop. Look at the stack, though, here from Honoris. They've got 4 players towards the top of middle. Only Lunatic in Banana right now, and he's thrown his last piece of utility. So this is a very risky setup coming through from them. They've gone for the all-in play, because if Eyeballers even just sniff out towards B and find what little resistance is there, then the round is over. And Honoris, they can't really afford to lose rounds here, Pop. That goes without saying.
Not really. Can't really afford that. And, well, this is a very interesting setup here with 4 players. The smoke comes through. Will there be a flash for a quick peek? Maybe not. I think they're playing that a little bit more safer. Now, will they expect 3 players to be up close and in front of the smokes? Oh, GW, that's a free frag onto Sammy, because no flash came through and everyone was waiting for a flash. But now they're going back to B. And on B, it's only Lunatic with that MP9. Gets himself the first frag onto Flusha. The smoke for CT is late, so they can peek. But Sapik and Pepzor get themselves a quick frag apiece for each other. Shine looking into CT. Raiko, looking to peek out. Timing is good. Pepzor might be surprised because Raiko's already on the site.
Wow. Been able to completely bypass them. He's hoping to catch Sapik off guard. It's just taking so damn long. He will have that time, though. Taz coming through from Banana, wins a massive gunfight there on Pepper, and Raiko will catch Sapik from behind. Prolonged gunfight from Shine, takes a lot of damage, but he gets the kill now. He just has to stay alive. No, he's going to step out. That's insane, Shine. Why would you go for that option? Has he done enough, though? The kit will be recovered. No, he hasn't done enough. Shine, you needed to just go back to new box and play the timing there, man. Giving the gunfight up to Taz was exactly what he needed.
And I think that shows a little bit the confidence that they're feeling by being 10 rounds ahead now. But yeah, I mean, it was so easy to win that round. Just hide. Just, you know where the last player is. You don't need to peek. I mean, you're in a one-on-one. Sure, that might have surprised Taz, right? It could have been a surprise, but Taz was expecting it, as we've seen. He wasn't running with the knife in his hand to get to the site. So now it's going to be pistols for Eyeballers. They had a chance to get it to map point. Fumbled it, even though they read the situation right. And Raiko, alongside Lunatic, they're going to try and defend the B side against the pistols. The Molly as well to just stop the advance of Eyeballers. Lunatic going down after taking down GW. The smokes will come in. Raiko, he's in very big danger. Gets the first one. Kind of has a one-way to use there, but he will get an owner onto Sapik. Oh, Pepzor's trying to flank, but he's still on A, and Flusha, he has a lot of info that he's completely clear.
Yeah, he has got that info. Pepsor's going to be calling back for him to head in towards that A bomb site. Pepsor needs to get at least 1 kill and then rotate back in towards A. That's the only way that they win the round from here. And it does look like Taz is going to be the man to head back in that direction. He does sense a potential threat, though, just because of how aggressively Flusha rotated out of position. Oh, the timing couldn't have been worse for Pepsor, and they've spotted him out as well. This is awful, but still to be able to connect on the first, certainly not the second. Flusha not even going to be able to get out of the apartments in time, unfortunately. Taz doesn't see him, so there should be a bomb plant here for sure for Flusha. Just making sure that he clears out the entire site before he commits. As for Taz, he doesn't want to overplay his hand either. Knows that if he goes down, he gives up an AK. And Flusha's just been a beast throughout this map so far. Spots it out, thinks Taz at range, clears out the site, and now will turn this into a 1v3 post plant. Chances are very slim, though.
Yeah, will only take 9 and 37 HP. It should be Honoris taking this one easily. Even if he gets in behind them there. Still, you need to take down 3 players with 16 bullets from Tech 9. Maybe you can deny the defuse, though. Gonna see the first player. Oh, I think
no,
he was spotted. Yeah, he was spotted. The bomb is not even planted for him. Raiko takes down Flasha. That's the defuse from Honoris, and that is the round for Honoris as well. So Eyeballers, they will buy into this one. They will have a full buy. We do see Yop on GW as well. Let's see if this time with the second buy, they're gonna hide instead of fighting when they need to hide. And going back to that round where it would have easily been won by just hiding on the site and waiting for the bomb to tick away. 14-5, and Honoris slowly getting some rounds back, but they need to go through the weapons as well.
Pepsor in towards apartments, gets caught completely off guard by the aggressing Sobol. So Honoris actually starting to find their footing a little bit, play with a little bit of flair here as well. Giving Eyeballers a bit of a taste of their own medicine, if you will. And it looks like the T side in response is just going to keep things as simple as they possibly can. Just group up in Banana and go for an execute in towards the B-bomb site. They do still have Sapik on the opposite side of the map. He has a full belt of utility, so he could try and keep the CTs interested over towards A. Still 2 smokes over towards B here as well, by the way, so they can delay this hit for a long time if Eyeballers aren't keen to go through the smoke.
No, Sapik's putting a lot of pressure on that A site, but no one's over-rotating from B. Yeah, it's Sapik. Good timing to push through the smoke, but Taz takes him down. Well, the play towards B will start. Raiko throws the smoke, but now he's all alone because Lunatic was found by JW, and Raiko has to cover, but Flasha nails the headshot. 3-on-3 with bomb planted in the B site. JW already posted up with the op. Honoris, they want to go for this one. It seems like it.
They have to. They have to go for this. They don't have an option. 14-5 down. JW peering above the smoke right now. Has been spotted out. Still going to go for the repeat, though. That's aggressive. Eventually does decide to fall out. Util damage comes through both ways, but much more damage done to the Honoris players. Clean hops coming through from JW as well. Now the round is ticked out. Now there's no chance. Now they should just be committing to the save. They've left themselves too much work to do with too little time on the clock, and it's basically just a death sentence as they commit their way forward.
Sammy really far away with that op. He'll try at least to... Oh, I was thinking how he's going to try to keep Eyeballers next onto the site so they go down to the bomb, but that doesn't happen, Sammy. He goes back as well. And I was thinking how maybe, well, you can concede this one, just save and make sure you have money into the next round and try and play for the overtime. But they need to get around 10 rounds in a row. They do get another buy-in, but... well, it's not impossible to get 10 rounds in a row, as we've seen from Honoris, from Eyeballers, but it still is really hard, by the way, of Eyeballers, how Eyeballers are playing to just get 10 rounds in a row.
Let's see if they're going to be able to start any of that fight back, Pop, or if it is game over. Are able to find 2 kills to start off the round, but there's a good response coming through from Raiko to get it back into an even numbers game. Exactly what they needed. Big fight breaking out towards Banana. Looks like there could be some more fights coming through. No, JW. How's he missing all these shots, Pop, so consistently? I mean, he's hit some nutty shots so far, but it feels like he's missing the elementary ones. He's got the bomb on his back. No, JW. What's going on? Your teammates are clearing out the A bomb site. You're fumbling weapons, dropping the bomb, and surely with that, any chance of winning the round.
Well, Pepsor looking to... Ooh, was he spotted there by Sammy? Throws the molly. Have to extinguish it, but now they will use their own smoke to cover for Pepsor as he takes the bomb away.
Sobol goes through the teammates molly there to try and chase Pepsor down, who doesn't want anything to do with the fight. Just getting himself in towards the A bomb site. JW realizing now the opportunity that was presented that he had squandered by not pivoting towards A with the C4. Could still try go B here if they really wanted to be cheeky, but no. Bomb will kind of somewhat be planted for Sapik. And it's Pepsor and Sapik to try and finish off the map here for Eyeballers.
Pepsor is looking in the right direction. Sapik still peering into long. Oh, molly comes through. No one in pit. Or double peek there by Honoris. Perfectly done. Sapik now will throw the smoke, throws the flash as well, but can he really peek into this one? The second flash, the defuse coming through. Sobol manages to get a headshot onto Sapik, and Raiko will finish off that defuse. Now, the double peek from Honoris was just perfect on the side there on the retake.
Yes.
If they wouldn't have taken down fast that player on side, it would have been it would have gotten harder.
Yeah, definitely
now,
could have got a bit awkward.
oh yeah, and now with that, they need 9 more rounds in a row. Again, eyeballers, if they keep missing all those shots, it was a really big difference. We do remember how Raiko was in 2 and 12, something like that at some point, and now he's gotten up to 12 kills. They are slowly getting in the rhythm here, Honoris, and eyeballers, you don't really want to let them do that.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's even, it's not necessarily about being concerned about losing the map from here for eyeballers. It's just about you could have closed it out a lot sooner and in much more dominant fashion than what it's looking like it's going to be. Winning 16-1 feels a hell of a lot better than winning 16-9, 16-10 or something like that. So I do lose the opening pick here as well. Shine goes down, peak down, Banana coming through there from Raiko, who continues to find his resurgence. Great damage coming through there from Samey on the second as well. That Sapik brought down to 400, he's got $400, 12 points of health. You can't have 400 points of health, Pop.
Well, I mean, you can, but not in a competitive game. Now, Webzor looking for a chance into this A side, looking for a peek, looking for a frag. Taz waiting behind the box on site. Snowball inside pit. Webzor stops for a second, waiting for his teammates. If they get those 2 players cleanly, well, that's going to be a lot of problems for Onris. Taz nails the headshot into Pepzor. Has to get 2 more. Sobol still in pit. Oh, he can peek over the smoke. Oh, that is a big problem. Now, no, that's Sapik with the Yop with 12 HP. Sobol, no scope through the smoke. 13 seconds left. But Raiko, he can see him from long. 15-7. Get another round for Honoris here on the CT side. And Eyeball is still struggling to close out this map. I'm going to be going for, I would expect some pistols here. And an AK from Pepis, where he had a lot of money in the bank. Yeah, Tech 9s with AK. Maybe a fast play towards B. Could be interesting to see if Eyeballers go for a fast play. They could surprise Honoris.
They do like that option.
Yeah, but as they split up, I don't know, maybe it's an A fast hit.
Oh my god, it is going to be a fast hit, and it looks like it is going to be in towards middle, coming through. Shine going to be meeting Taz on the opposite side of the smoke. Sapik able to get the trade. They want to keep forcing the issue in towards Archer. Samey off the back of the flash wants to get the peak, but he's been somewhat blinded, but not blinded from the kill feed. Collateral coming through from him with the AWP, and with that one shot ringing out, it is going to be Honoris's round to claim.
No coming through, but I think Sapik was spotted as he got into Arch. Yeah, he's still holding though, and oh, couldn't even take down Lunatic. Got the dink, but not another bullet in the body of Lunatic. Raiko spotted by Flusha, and he should know. And there's another player close by, but Lunatic, he's not peeking. He's just waiting for Flusha to peek in front of Raiko, and that will be it. Yet another round for Honoris. It was an eco round for Eyeballers, of course. Nothing more to say about that, and we'll see how the buy round will look for the guys over on Eyeballers, because so far they are starting to struggle a lot here against Honoris, as they had a 14-1 scoreline at half point.
Yeah. 15-8, looking a hell of a lot better for Honoris than what 14-1 was, that is for sure, but there's still a massive mountain to be climbed. They've won 7 rounds so far on the CT side. They need to win another 7 in a row here to take this to OT. Does certainly seem like an unlikely prospect, but not completely impossible. Raiko gets another opening kill, spraying away with the AK, even going to be able to reset there. Shine was blind for so damn long. He even gets the third onto Sapik as well. This was the full gun round coming through for Eyeballers, but they've just been dismantled.
More players towards A. Eyeballers, they could clean out the site here. Sobol is all by himself. At Honoris, they found this. Oh, well, GWT's on Taz. I wanted to say they found this confidence. And they're taking rounds away from Eyeballers. Sobol, still inside pits. Puts out Pepzor, and that's going to be, well, that's going to be the round. GW is on 4 HP. Nothing much he can do. When do we start to believe, Hayes?
I mean, I normally start to believe at around like 15-11 in these types of situations. So I guess after the next gun round for me, because it's going to be 15-9, anti-eco should be 15-10, and then it's the next gun round. And if Honoris win that as well, they're up 15-11 with the economic game in their favor as well. So that's when I will start to actually think, okay, there's a chance we go to overtime from here. I'm still faithful. Highballers should close this out. And Pop, you were wondering if there's any teams that have come back from 14-1. Well, you might be in the driver's seat to witness it firsthand here.
Well, maybe. Still, I'll take your word for it. I'll start to believe in 2 rounds time. Right now, I still don't. But it's still a very respectable effort from Honoris. Whatever happens, right? It was a 14-1, a 13-round difference. Now we're down to only 6. So still a very good effort. But now they need to be careful against the pistols here. Pistols going towards that B site. Lunatic has the molly ready, and Raiko's ready with a flash. Smokes come through. They're still gonna push through, but Raiko gets himself a quick double, goes for more. That's the quad, and not the ace because Lunatic steals it away. But very good defense there by Raiko. The quad kill, that was very important in the kind of a long range duel against the Take 9. Sure, it's very, very important just to get the headshots there. 15-10, 5 rounds. It was 13. Now it's only 5 rounds between those 2 teams and Eyeballers. Compared to how flawlessly they were defending the sites, they're not taking the sites flawlessly at all. They're not taking the sites at all.
Yeah, this has definitely been a map dominated by the CT side so far. Raiko coming alive in an absolutely huge way, Pop. I actually want to try and figure out how many kills he had in the first half. It was either 2 or 3 kills in the first half, in the entirety of the first half. He's 22-17 right now. Second on the server. Fast-paced round coming through from Eyeballers in towards A. Saptic leads the charge. He will fall first. At least there's a trade. Pepso doubles down into Sobol. Samey, the responder, gets a kill. And then like a criminal makes his way through back through the smoke. JW not able to get the kill. That's the worst case scenario. Samey should be a dead man walking, but it's actually JW who's now living on borrowed time.
Wow. I mean, JW. Sammy, if they still take this one, because Sammy's still alive, that's going to be, well, heartbreaking for him. Flasha gets the Dragon Lunatic. Make it back to 2-2. Another headshot from Flasha, and now Sammy, he has to clutch up. 1v2, has the op. Time is running out. Trying to go for the wall bangs. Gets himself the AK, and old Flasha will get a headshot in the end, so that will be Eyeballers winning 16-10. But again, a very good effort from Honoris. A very good effort. They do lose the first round, the first map. They do lose the map pick, but coming back from 14-1 to 16-10 is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, it's going to make them feel so much better about themselves going into Vertigo as well. They'll have a lot more confidence and a lot more momentum than what they would have had otherwise. Eyeballers, I wouldn't say they're frustrated, but probably just a little bit aggrieved that they weren't able to finish off the map sooner. But still, they do win their opponents. Excuse me, they do win their opponent's map pick, Pop, and that's, you know, nothing to be upset with. So now they're going to Vertigo with the 1-0 lead.
And well, yeah, they are going to the second map. It will be Vertigo. Eyeballers, they do choose into this one, and the win rate is actually the lowest win rate for Honor, so it's not looking all that great. We'll see what we'll see what will happen right after the break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire. The courage to look for a challenge. To feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Well, an interesting start, to say the least. A 14-1 score at halftime in favor of eyeballs, which turned into a way closer map than we expected. 16-10 to end Inferno in favor of eyeballs, and we go towards Vertigo, the map picked by eyeballers.
I mean, listen, it is picked by eyeballers, but it's a map that Honoris also still enjoy playing. It's a map that they've picked regularly in series that they've played as well. They played it against ENCE yesterday, and it's one of ENCE's like home picks, and they lost 16-13. So they've proven recently that Vertigo is still a very comfortable map for them. So I wouldn't, jump to any conclusions and say just because this is eyeballers pick, they should be winning the series 2-0. We could definitely see a world in which these two teams actually trade maps with one another. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, eyeballers have got off to a phenomenal start in the first half of Inferno, slowed down a little bit in the second half, but yeah, leading the series 1-0, they've definitely got a good chance of making this 2-0, but I don't think it's a guarantee.
No, I don't think it's a guarantee either. I mean, technically, it's looking very good for eyeballers. The win rate is good. They both of the teams played a lot of maps of Vertigo and Honoris. They are on a 5-map losing streak actually here. It's not looking all that great, but again, we could see a surprise here from Honoris. We could see them just play a really good Vertigo and send the best of 3 towards Overpass. Where if it gets to Overpass, I think that's where it would get really interesting, as both teams have a fairly good Overpass. But I think the chance is a little bit higher for eyeballs to close it out here. It all comes down to Honoris. If the case is that they don't really want to show a lot of the strategies, so as they're getting ready for their game later on today against Nine to qualify for Iron Brazil, that is understandable that they may experience a lot of problems if they don't show all of the strategies that they have prepared here for the map.
And it did feel like they kind of held things back on the T side of Inferno very often, where they're just trying to split through middle in towards the B bomb side. You know, we saw just very similar approaches almost every single round out of them. So that does infer that they were just trying to keep things somewhat simple. But we're going to find out if that's still the case on Vertigo as well, and we are ready to get into the game. So let's throw this into the second map and see if Honoris can fight back to a decider, or whether Eyeballers win the 2-0.
And well, we'll see if Eyeballers can get a good start on the T side here. It is their map pick, and well, that is interesting. A tactical ball straight away. Nothing even happened, but I guess Honoris, they're trying to hype themselves up for this for the second map. Trying to of course tie up the best of 3 and send us over to Overpass as well. But now I guess if Honoris get a good start on this map as well, they could take on Eyeballers fairly well. I mean, Pissed Around, of course, would guarantee at least, or wouldn't guarantee necessarily, but at least we'll get them in a better spot to try and get second or even third as well. And we do see the odds, of course, being in favor of Eyeballers, but Honoris, I do think they're having a better odds there as well. Make sure you check those cct.gg's for fun bet. But what I'm trying to say is, as they got a lot more rounds on the CT side of Inferno, it was looking like they were back in the game, right? Because at a 14-1, you're not really in the game. But as you're getting more and more damage done, it's looking better for your team going into the next map at least.
And it wasn't just about points on the board, it was in terms of the individuals looking a hell of a lot better as well. Look at the setup here from Honoris. They've got 3 players towards ramp right now. They've been able to get 2 kills off the bat. There's still a 3rd player, Sammy, who hasn't been required. They've rotated a 4th in position as well. Sobol just keeps re-peeking. Lunatic eventually gets a frag as well. And Eyeballers have been left completely empty-handed. It's only Shine left remaining. And he has an impossible task on his hand here. What a setup coming through from Honoris. That was very confident out of them.
I know Shine trying to come in from CT to surprise the guys over on Honoris, but as he's taking a long time, they're gonna realize that something is up. And oh, there is gonna be double peak at this one. Actually, quad peaked, I should say, because everyone was trying to go for the frag there. And Honoris, they nailed a headshot, and that will be the Pissed Around going the way of Honoris. They do want a good start here to the map, so they get some confidence going, and of course try and take down Eyeballers on their own map pick with a flawless Pissed Around. Of course, that helps out a lot. Their economy can be rising, and as Eyeballers, they're going for a full eco, that can net them even more money in the bank. And they do have 2 FAMASs. We were talking about how there were 3 MP9s present on second round of Honoris and also Eyeballers in the previous round. And those MP9s, sure, on Inferno, there's a lot more close range duels, I feel like. Here, I think you can take them a little bit more long ranged. Well, we'll see if that will be the case. Lunatic, he just gets himself in a really good position, and with the MP9, he's just going to be looking for those great eco frags, but the clocks shoot back as well. They take down 2 players, and that's not half bad for a full eco.
No, not at all. And those kills cut somewhat offered up here by Honoris as well, just with their forward positions. Eyeballers will definitely take that. They won't be able to get anything more, that's for sure. But at least 2 kills coming through there will force Honoris to reinvest into a couple weapons coming into the first gun round. And then that's going to leave their economy vulnerable going into the 4th round. So here's an opportunity for Eyeballers. If they win this round, they've got a good shot in the next, because it will be somewhat of a force buy from Honoris. And then from there, they could even go up 3-2. So there's a huge amount of potential resting in this round right here for Eyeballers.
Well, let's see the AKs. Let's see the play here from Eyeballers, because they are split across the map waiting for aggression from Honoris. And Honoris, of course, they do enjoy being aggressive towards the A ramp, but Sapek takes down Sammy. Sobol comes in with a trade. straight away nails the headshot. So that gets them some info, and also the frag. They did get some needs down in ramp though, but not a lot of damage dealt just yet. Raiko, good timing, spotting Pepsor as he's jumping up. So he has the advantage in that duel. They also do get the player advantage in round number 3 here, towards 1 minute left on the clock for Eyeballers. And they're going to re-aggress. They constantly re-aggress here on Honoris, and that hasn't backfired just yet. Oh, will they find Sobol behind the sandbags? They are not checking for him. Sobol still hiding. Going to be pushed by 2 players, and Shine lands the headshot. 2-on-2. There's only a smoke left for Honoris to use.
Wow, Shine just completely overruns the player towards the sandbags, but then Flusher offers himself up on a silver platter. Shine gonna fake the plant that base the first shot, has an idea of where the second is positioned, has now seen Taz. Shine just seems like he wants to fight everything right now, doesn't want to go for the bomb plant, and with good reason as well, gets the kill onto Taz. And he will win the first round for his team. Huge amounts of impact there from Shine. First the trade on the sandbags player, and then clutching it out in the 1v1 as well.
Interesting aggression shown there by Eyeballers. Even though he was a 2-on-2, they could have went for the plant and just played off each other. But no, Flusher was... Well, he wasn't thinking that a player could be this close. The flash came through, but he was bringing a knife to gunfight. Now, we do see Honoris experiencing some problems there with their buy. Although Sobol gets up close with the AUG, and Sopik has no idea. Oh no, he's in the smoke. Ooh, Sammy takes down Sopik, but that was an awkward duel, and they all fall like flies here on the A site. Well, that was really awkward there in the smoke.
And Eyeballers just, as quickly as the round started, have been able to win it, Pop. Fighting fire with fire. And that's what you need to do when you're playing against a team on the CT side who are consistently contesting ramp the way that Honoris have been, right? You need to be able to force them off, force them back, force them to respect you. If you can't, then they're just going to bully you throughout the whole half. So Eyeballers are doing a great job of that here in the early stages of their T side.
As the bomb will explode, the Eyeballers, they will tie up Honoris here. Early on, really early on Vertigo. 2-2 Honoris. You are saving those 2 M4s, but they still won't be able to buy. Although, I'm sure they will save the M4s. I'm sure those M4s do have some nice skins. So if you want to get yourself some nice skins, make sure you check out Hellcase, our partner at CCT, and use the code CCT for a 10% top-up bonus. Now, Eyeballers, they are feeling... you should be feeling good into this round. The 2 M4s sure can deal some damage, but there's going to be 3 USPs that they can take down. And interestingly enough, they are choosing to use that AUG. Oh, but Taz is getting aggressive, trying to use that one-way to surprise guys over on Eyeballers. Need to deal some damage to Lunatic.
Is a peculiar one, though, using the AUG ahead of the AK on the T side. Can't say I've seen that too much. Obviously, you still have the one-shot headshot potential, but you have to be a lot closer with the AUG. So, not too sure there. I mean, maybe just some long-range gunfights, maybe just a bit of personal preference, Pop. Can never discount that. We are humans at the end of the day. We all have our likes and dislikes.
Oh, yeah.
Goes deeper than just the stats sometimes, doesn't it?
And well, especially against some USPs, you can use that AUG, no problem. Oh, let's see the peaks here. Sopik taking down 1, but Taz and Raiko, they answer with the M4s. Dealing a lot of damage. Still through the smoke there, Pepsor. I'm trying to get a bomb down. There's no need to use by the guy over on Honoris. Good spray through the smoke there. Everyone is kind of low, apart from Flasha, though. And Flasha is the one waiting in T-Ram. 30 seconds left for Eyeballs to get the bomb down and turn the time in their favor. As in Bryko, still trying to get some headshots, but GW is still being aggressive. Even though he's on 27 HP, he will surprise Ryko. And Taz, he's in a 1-on-3, being held by everyone. GW spots him. will abandon the duel there. Oh, but they can go for a triple peek. Taz, it hits into JW and they instantly go on the defense there. Flusha goes back. Pebzor will swing though with the AUG, and he will nail the headshot, getting himself the M4 now. That is weird because you could have went back to the side and gotten an AK off of one of your teammates.
Exactly what I'm thinking as well. Although in some weird world, we've actually seen T players opting to save an A1S ahead of an AK as well. But that, I'm not entirely sure what that's about. But still, actually a great round for Honoris, considering the fact it was an eco. They just took those 2 saved rifles into the round. They were able to find 3 kills. Sure, they lose the round, but it was almost looking like they were able to. They were going to be able to win it at one point. Anyway, look at Flusha, very aggressive, charging his way the whole way up the stairs right now. Taz tucked into the corner. Is going to be able to stay alive. Raiko all the way deep in the bomb site shuts down the rampaging Flusha.
Well, I mean, a couple of more flashes. Oh, to help a lot. Look at Sobol behind Sapek. That is yet another duel that Sobol gets himself in a really good position in. Pebzor taking down Sammy is a very big frag to get, because that was the offer of Honoris. And Eyeballers, they will join Pebzor in mid. Raiko's the only one holding the B side. If he goes down here, that's going to be a big problem.
The timing couldn't have been worse.
I would say it's not that bad, because he gets back onto the side, but does he expect the flank from mid? That's the problem. Because they're going to be too late.
Yeah, they've got no info as to what's going on right now. Eyeballers creep their whole way forward. Raiko located, discovered, and eliminated. And that's going to be the B-bomb side fully in control of Eyeballers. I don't think Honoris have any way back into this round here. Taz compromises his position. Lunatic's on a big flank right now, so I guess Taz is trying to take the bait away from him, and it will be enough for Lunatic to at least get a kill. They don't have the kit here, though, Pops. The retake's going to be really difficult.
Oh, Shine. Have been spotted there. At the edge of the map, Taz trying to get some peeks from heaven. Dinged as he goes down. 46 HP, but Lunatic, he will be double peaked. Eyeballers taking all the right decisions. On T side of Vertigo as well.
Yeah.
Taz, he will back away, and that's going to be the round. Yet another round in favor of Eyeballers. Oh, and Taz, I think he was... he went to save the op to drop it to Sammy. Okay. He saves the op. That is still not enough for another buy for his team. So, yeah, he can drop the op to Sammy. He can get himself an M4 if he really wants to.
I don't think so. I think saving around the orb's the best option. Sammy can afford armor at least, so he can get, Kevlar head armor. Probably be the hero in the round. But Eyeballers have won 4 in a row, Pop. And that was actually one of the most impressive rounds we've seen out of them so far, because they were chasing that round, right? Flusha goes down at the start of round 5v4. They then lose Sapek towards ramp 5v3. Sure, they get the instant trade, but they were chasing that round through the entirety. And it's actually Pebzor towards mid who creates that avenue of entry for them to get into the round. Now they're going to try to go towards the B stairs. Raiko was in a forward position, loses his life out. Taz, the second man on the defense, goes down as well. And the round is pretty much over already. Dead in the water for Honoris.
Well, they do get control of the site without anyone else being close, even remotely close to them. Taking control of ramp, though, Honoris, not like that helps out a lot. But they could go, they could try and find a weapon to save alongside the op. I mean, he's holding. Sapek is not peeking in just yet. Oh, and now the problem is Sammy can lose this op as well. Won't though. Sammy nails the shot. He will back away. And he should be okay with it. So I don't think they will peek into it anymore. Don't really want to lose a lot of players. Although GW, he's going towards that A site, and with the bomb explosion, he can use that sound cue to just push in. Lunatic takes down Shine. And they do get a couple of frags. I mean, not really all that bad, to be honest, from Honoris.
Yeah, get the 2 kills, save the AWP as well.
Yeah,
probably the most they could have hoped for considering the round.
Yeah, they do get some economical damage down as Eyeballers are trying to build up their economy. So, sure, not that bad from Honoris, but they need to get those frags really early on with the weapons as well, so that they get themselves in a better position to try and win another round here on the CT side.
Yeah, this game's starting to gain some momentum now for Eyeballers, 5 rounds in a row. Now they pivot their attention back towards ramp once again. This is exactly what I was referring to a few rounds ago, Pop, when I spoke about how you need to force the CTs to respect you towards ramp. Look at what's happened now. Honoris are taking a bit more of a passive option, and look at the control that's given. Sapik has pushed his way the whole way up ramp, or at least towards the scaffolding, and he's got support there behind him as well.
Oh, flash peek coming through. Lunatic will take down Sapik. And Sobol has a good angle here. GW, 1 HP, but Lunatic will peek into from Ivy into ramp, and he gets the frag onto Flusha. 5-on-3 right now from Honoris. And GW, he's basically gone. Sobol.
Yeah, sneeze on him and he's dead, and Sobol should have the perfect angle here on the cross.
I was thinking how GW might spot Sobol out. Oh, Lunatic using the same angle. Pepsor takes on one from GW, even though he's on 1 HP. But now they're in the 3-on-2 with GW. If a smoke comes towards him, he's dead.
Yeah. Any damage done will be enough to get the kill on JW. If he can get the bomb plant, though, that would be phenomenal. Shine not actually spotting above the smoke itself. And Taz will take down the planter, and he finishes that kill onto Shine as well. Man, if Shine spots him going aerial, gets the kill, then who knows what happens in the round. But finally, Honoris are able to get back to winning ways, courtesy of actually all 5 kills coming through from Taz and Lunatic, the 2 leaders in the team. Lead from the front in the fragging department as well.
Now, as Eyeballers were trying to get some better economy, they did have some, so they can buy into this one as well. Honoris we have an op onto Sammy, and Eyeballers do not really have an answer for that op. So that may prompt a change of play from Eyeballers, maybe trying to focus more on mid and B. And as I say that, look at Sapik, he's already really close to the site, throwing the flash as well. They do know there's a player behind sandbags, but the mollies have been used already. Oh, looking mid, Taz. Is he gonna swing? They're not looking in his direction. Gets himself the double kill before going down. That is very important. That's a bomb down from Sammy. The offer doing the work. And Shine, sure, he can shoot at Ivy all he wants, but the bomb is down in mid, and that fact doesn't change. They need to go and retrieve it or get the frags, but most of the players, of course, are going to be holding the bomb away from Eyeballers.
Taz has been getting so much impact in these rounds, especially the rounds that they're winning, by the way. Perfect timing on the peak from Lunatic as well. We'll be able to polish off the round. But seriously, Taz is just in the right place at the right time and time again here on Vertigo. Big multi-kills coming through from him. And it's going to be enough for Honoris to win their 4th round. In the process, they've done a lot of damage to that T-side economy. Might be enough to actually send them into a 4-spy. I mean, they've got that 2,400 round loss bonus behind them. So if they save here, they can full buy in the next. And I guess they're just going to look to even out their economy so they can keep some pressure onto Honoris coming into the 10th round.
Only for mid, Bebzor this time found by Taz.
Wow, he continues, man.
Yeah, he's just getting a lot of frags. He's just helping out his team a whole lot, right? Just by getting those frags and just by stopping Eyeballers' advance. Now, they do still have 2 AKs here, Eyeballers, but Sobol, he will be surprised by Sapik. The Glock doing a lot of damage. Still staying alive somehow here. Waiting for his teammates to come through. Shine in mid, takes down Taz. GW with 1, but he will fall to Sobol and Shine. He's the 1-on-2. Imagine if that would have been a headshot onto Sobol. That would have been so crisp, and also it would have been a 1-on-1 against an upper. But no, Sobol gets the frag in the end, and that gets Honoris the 5th round, and also tying up against Eyeballers here on Vertigo.
Just want to point out that both teams actually favor the second half. Honoris favor the T side, Eyeballers favor the CT side. Not by a huge amount, but still certainly preferences. And so I'm expecting the second half to be more competitive, but it also means that whoever's able to get the edge here in the first half finds themselves in a very favorable position to close out the map in the second. So let's see which team will be able to get their noses ahead. Goals leveled up here. No money in the bank accounts of the eyeballers players. Honoris on the flip side, they've been able to accrue some extra cash, so they're sitting a bit more comfortably right now than their opponents.
Lunatic, we've seen him just speak in from Ivy, trying to take some duels, and usually it's been going well, but this time he will not find anyone just yet. Oh, Sobol, good timing. JW was looking for a potential boost, but he was exposing himself a lot. Ryko behind the site, nails a hit on the Flusha, goes for some more. Pebzor will answer with the Galil. There's another player waiting behind the smoke, behind the boxes, and they do have the op of Sammy here as well. Eyeballs, if they can get through those two players cleanly, well, that gets them in a good situation. But Sammy, he repeats and he gets the frag onto Shine. Taz there to help, but Sammy doesn't need any help now. It is Sammy in the end with the triple kill. Taz, he can really do anything at all. The op just took away all of the frags, and that would be Honoris in the lead.
Yeah, regaining themselves the lead here. Great response after Eyeballers going a bit of a tear, winning 5 rounds in a row. Seemed like they had a decent amount of momentum behind them, but that's now been quashed. And Honoris have a chance to build that lead to 2 rounds here as well, Pop. So, let's see if there will be any change up here with the pistols coming through from Eyeballers. A little bit of utility. Kevlar sprinkled in there on a few individuals as well. Numbers towards ramp. Does feel like since that first half, though, we've seen a completely different look from Honoris. That first half on Inferno. The second half was much better. And the fight we've seen here on Vertigo, they also look a hell of a lot more like their normal self. Sobol behind the sandbags will die to the HE grenades to come through. But look at how much damage has been done. Surely there's no chance in the round. This is going to be an absolute firing range here for Honoris. Flusha, though, he rattles off a couple of deagle shots and gets 2 quick kills, but it's not going to be enough.
He was getting ready for the third as well, but well, good damage. Good damage to say the least, although Honoris, they're building up a very good economy, and Eyeballers should be hard for them to force Honoris into an eco. No, Eyeballers, they're going to buy up once again. But I can only feel like GW had the op for maybe a couple of rounds at most. Maybe not even that. I don't know if the plan from Eyeballers is just to play with the full AKs, but GW surely can contest the op of Sammy in certain situations. They are getting aggressive in mid. He's holding down the angle. Taz is holding for Shine. And oh, they're gonna converge in mid. The op nails the shot through the wall, but Taz will take down Shine not before the op goes down. So the op for now is not in play anymore, as Eyeballers are grouping up towards the A site. GW has to take down Sobol. Lunatic still holding down his own towards Ivy. Nade is good, but it is still 3-on-2 in favor of the Poles.
Yeah, but that kill coming through from Lunatic is a massive frag, because if he goes down there to Sapik, then the round becomes that much more awkward. At least Honoris do still have the man advantage here. Bomb plant comes through for Eyeballers. Certainly a doable post plant. Not going to be easy, though. It's JW and Flusha, the 2 veterans, the 2 legends of the scene, to try and win another round back here for Eyeballers. And if they lose this, then their campaign is really snowballed out of control. Forward positions in the post plants as well, not ideal. I mean, JW is tucked in behind the pillar. He will step out, gets a kill, but that compromises his position. Flusha gets a frag back, fakes as though he rotates towards ramp, but not going to be catching Ryko off guard. Also wants to force the fight, and Ryko will happily oblige.
Good flick there to take down Flusha. He was faking like he was running away towards ramp. He tried to be the surprise, but no Ryko. He expected 8-5, and Honoris, they win this first half. And at this time, Eyeballers, they do have the op. So let's see if that changes the dynamic. Let's see if GW can get the entry for his team, and with that, trying to take control of the sites. I'll be curious if they want to play towards B. You haven't seen a lot of B plays lately. I think he spotted the food of Sammy for a second there.
Yeah, gonna keep him interested, but Sammy also knows his angles, knows the boundary is. Off the back of a flash, will look to peek down and clear out ramp. Eyeballers, they've lost 6 rounds in a row now, Pop. They need to at least win 1 back here before they go into their CT side.
Yeah, I mean, a 10-5 is not that bad, but with at least one more.
Angle.
Yeah, it can help GW to find the op onto Sammy, take him down. Lunatic, he's down from Ivy into ramp, and they should expect it, right? Lunatic has been playing this angle for a long amount of rounds, and Shine, he takes down Lunatic, make that a 4-on-3, keeping the 1-player advantage in favor of Eyeballers. But will they be able to take control of the side? Honoris, it seems like they're being pretty defensive about this one.
Yeah, they haven't actually just immediately committed to flooding the bomb site, right? With the players haven't rotated through it. And in fact, it looks like the bomb's going to be heading back in towards the B site here for Eyeballers. Pepsor's just trying to keep them interested over towards A. Going to throw another smoke to extinguish the fire. That's a really good one because that'll definitely keep Honoris interested and make them think that Eyeballers are finishing off towards A. So Pepsor's done a great job to fake it out, and his team have successfully made it into the vacant B bomb site. So now there's a big advantage for Eyeballers in the round. Ryko not at all considering Flush's position. He'll be able to get a kill, make his way back through the smoke. Back through the smoke he goes for a second time. He is just making so many moves right now as Flusher, and nobody can stop him, not even Sobol.
And they do get one more. Now the final score of the first half, or the variance of the final score, to improve. They could very well make it to 8-7, considering how I was talking how Honoris, they have a lot of money in the bank, or they had a lot of money in the bank, I should say, because Staz right now is playing with only a Deagle. So it could very well be the chance for Eyeballers to get to 7. We'll see if they can make that happen. As I say that once again, Lunatic being aggressive in ramp, and he's been aggressive in different directions over rounds, and he will surprise Shine, but only one. That is a sacrificial position. You can't really get away from that. You need to get as many frags as you can. Sammy with the op takes down Sapik. So that makes it a 4-on-3 in favor of Honoris, and they're still trying to defend the site as Eyeballers are trying to come through.
Yeah, they're throwing a lot of utility at Honoris right now. There's a huge wave of attack coming through from Eyeballers, and if Honoris can sustain this wave, they'll actually be in a pretty good position to retake. Sobol does a lot of damage to Pepsor as he gets off the site. Oh, and the kills has come through so quickly for Honoris as well. It's only JW left remaining. Mission impossible with the AWP able to find the first 2 frags, but they know exactly where he is, and Ryko will polish it off as the poll does lock in a 9th round for Honoris.
Well, not a bad result here. 9-6, of course. Eyeballers, they're going to be looking on that CT side. Honoris changing up on the T side right after the break. To 6, and as they swap sides, Honoris find themselves in a 3-round lead. The odds not really being in their favor, but they're getting better and better. So make sure to check those out at cct.gg/1xbet. Now, Eyeballers on the defensive side with the US speeds, trying to stop Honoris this push towards that B site, and they're being really fast. The smoke comes in, might be a little bit too late, but the flash is good. Shine and GW, they are defending the site. Flusha did fall. This is a 4-on-2 with already Pepsor in the back of Honoris, really close to them.
Yeah, closing the door right now as he does come around the corner, spots it out. He's able to at least get the first. Not clean at all, brings out the knife. Eventually, Lunatic will finish off the frag with just 1 point of health to his name. 2 players left remaining. Is there a chance here for Lunatic? Surely not, right? I mean, look at how aggressive Eyeballers have actually gone here, pushing their way through T-spawn, but Lunatic, he tucks himself into the corner. This is actually his most the best way for him to win the round is just both players pushing into his crosshair. He could just line them up, tap them both away. He's got so much time to work with. Shine clearing out the corner spots. Lunatic. Oh my god. Great awareness there from Shine.
I mean, if they wouldn't have checked that corner, if it could have went really south for eyeballers. But in the end, they do surprise Honoris a little bit. 9-7. And now Honoris, they didn't get to plant the bomb, so I do expect them just to eco this one out and buy into the next round, and that's exactly what is happening right now. Full Glocks for Honoris. Maybe fast play towards the site to try and get some couple of kills would not be bad. The bomb plant would be just extra money, so that would be good as well. But they are taking this pretty slow here, waiting to see if eyeballers decide to get aggressive so they can get maybe a kill or two.
Yeah, I'm hoping to just inflict a bit of damage, but massive pistol round won by eyeballers. Pretty much a must-win pistol round for them. And as I said in the first half, both teams are actually going to be more comfortable in the second half because Honoris prefer the T side and eyeballers prefer the CT side. So essentially, we should have a more competitive, more entertaining affair here in the second half, which is, you know, a little bit surprising because that first half was actually very entertaining and I'd say somewhat competitive. Definitely Honoris the more dominant of the two teams as JW and Sapik dominate towards ramp. Sapik was very slow to start, right? Almost anonymous in that first half. 5 kills to his name. Now that's after the 2 he gets in that previous round. He's certainly going to have to come to the party if eyeballers are going to stand a chance of winning the series 2-0.
Well, yeah, I can only feel like they need to keep on going, and I mean, of course, Honoris, they need to start to get something done because if they give Eyeball the chance, where Eyeballers, they're gonna take it and run away with it. Now, good headshot from Taz. Sapik answers with a quick headshot. Will throw the flash, and he will actually re-peek. This is very ballsy from Sapik. Has 3 players behind the smokes. And as the smokes will fade, he's just gonna hide behind the metal beam. Snowball. I don't think he can see Sapik there. Oh, he can. Takes down Sapik. And now Shiny is hiding behind the sandbags. There's still a molly, a couple of mollies actually that they can use. Smoke comes through. And they won't use it just yet. They're slowly backing away actually. Faking out A and going towards B. That might fool eyeballers as they're still waiting on A. They have no idea where they're going.
Yeah, and actually, Pepso and Shine are starting to clear out ramp right now as they make their way forward, which is sending Flusher back towards the B bomb site, but it's all about the timing here. Lunatic's actually just given Pepso a lot of time to come through with the flank right now as he makes his way up the B stairs. Won't be able to obstruct the bomb plant, but he's desperately looking for a kill. Samey spots him out, though. Massive frag, and that alleviates a huge amount of pressure here onto Honoris.
Only checking the angles here. Flusher and Shine. MP9 and M4. Both of those 2 weapons inferior to the AK. Sammy takes down Shine. And Flusher now in the MP9. Nothing more he can do, to be honest. Does have the defuse kit, but he's just gonna slowly back away at one point. Oh no, not even. Sammy's gonna aggress, and he sees him behind a little pole, trying to get the frag there. Flusher not nailing the spray of the MP9, and he will go down to the bomb explosion. Double digits for Honoris, and that frag on the flank was just so important for Honoris.
Not only that one, but the kill into Sapik as well. And Pop, I'm not sure what Sapik is thinking there, to be completely honest with you. You've just got that kill to get it into a 4v3. And to make such a big gamble play, to just tuck yourself in behind the pillar like that, you're really, it's a pretty low skill play to make. No offense at all, but it's just, you're relying on your opponents not to clear you, not to check for you. Because if they just look in your direction, they spot you out and they get the kill every single day of the week. So it's a really big call to go for that play in the 4v3. I don't think it was the right one. They are going to even out their economy coming to the next round. JW's gone for a hero rifle on the CT side. Taz creeps forward and he's going to get the kill. Sapik was blind. He couldn't do anything about it. At least he gets an AK back, though.
And there's 3 players here from Eyeballers on this A site. Oh, the boost might be too late. Oh, Sammy spotted there. Yeah, the molly in hand, but Lunatic.
Oh, no.
Perfect timing to find the 2 players just coming off of the boost there. Nade coming through from Flusha. Has a second nade as well. But it might just be too late to throw those 2 nades because the bomb has been already planted. He was still spamming there, man. Really nailed the shot. 11-8 and Honoris trying to get away from Eyeballers. Good damage. And Eyeballers will buy up here. JW, he will only be on a CZ. So we'll see if that CZ can be the surprise here for Eyeballers. I still feel like the 5-7 is way stronger than the CZ.
Yeah,
but
I was going to make the same point. Feels like he's living with a bit of nostalgia there, perhaps.
maybe he was an expert. We do remember the Fnatic days when he was playing with the op and the CZ, and he was basically a pocket AK. That CZ. Now Pebzor with the M4 takes down Ryko, so that starts things off well for the guys over on Eyeballers. And trying to look, well, they're trying to get some rounds back here from Honoris.
They have to, and if they lose this round, I feel the worst for them, Pop. Gonna be a run boost to get Lunatic across. Looks like they want to try and take contact in towards the B bomb site. They're grouping up with their 4 remaining players.
Spam through the wooden plank there. Won't find anyone just yet. Honor is still taking their time. Lunatic, who usually was pushing in towards Ivy, or I should say from Ivy, on the CT side. Being aggressive on the lane ramp. This time he is being the one waiting for a flank from B, interestingly enough.
Yeah, Honoris is kind of poked and prodded after losing that opening pick, hoping to see if they can find some sort of kill back in response, but Eyeball is not offering up anything and actually regaining control once it's been lost, so Honoris just finding it more and more difficult as the round goes on. 25 seconds on the clock. They're going to head in towards the safe bomb site, but I don't know how to get anything done here with such little time left. Zapik gets caught completely off guard, looking in the wrong direction. JW in a forward position towards Crane, though, might actually just catch him completely off guard. He's dropped the bomb carrier. He's been spotted out, though, so should go down. He's just trying to stay alive for as long as he can. He's gotten around the top. Wow, phenomenal movement and decision-making coming through from JW. He will still fall, but just staying alive for as long as he did was enough for his team to win the round.
And well, the CZ works. Not necessarily because it's a strong pistol, but timing was just perfect there from JWN. Now CZ is strong in the hands of good players, right? So that's exactly what we see the CZ used in a very good way. And Honoris, they need to be really careful about this one. They do have a couple of Mac 10s. But now the thing is, Eyeballers, they're looking to get them into an eco. One is down the drain for Honoris. So if they lose this one, it could be a good chance, a very big chance for Eyeballers to just tie things up here with Honoris and Pebzor. And looking to take the duels in mid. We do see they're getting ready for the mollies, and Pebzor is being forced back. The flash as well. The smoke is good, and they're pushing through their own molly, which sure isn't expected, but it doesn't really leave them in a good position.
Means that B bomb site is vulnerable. Pepso hasn't been able to do anything about them crossing. In fact, he wants to fall back to safety. That smoke is making it so awkward for the CT side right now. Pepso stepping out. He can't overextend the mark because he'll fall off of the 51-story building. Inflicts a bit of damage, but it's going to be Shine to go down. Taz aggressing. He's got the bomb on his back. Samey gets another kill, so at least that maintains the man advantage. They're trying to come through mid right now. Pepso does get a frag back, but himself and JW are incredibly low right now. So this 2 versus 2 certainly favors the T side.
Coming in from heaven, the flash will come through from Ryko. The spot ahead, but he hears the bullets coming towards him. Lunatic with the Mac 10 on site. Ryko behind the orange boxes. Peeks out Pebzor, but Lunatic and Ryko will just take them both down. And as they were really close to ecoing eyeballers, they fumbled around. So they are actually the ones that are going to eco.
Yeah,
Shines on
devastating round.
1400. It could actually be a force buy out of eyeballers. I think it would be actually well, it is too risky, but I guess they're thinking about it, judging by how they called the tactical pause.
I mean, it's gonna have to be a double save. So either they go for the full force here, or they invest around to like $1,000 type of thing. But Honoris are in prime position now to close this map up and take us to a decider, which would be Overpass. So they are going to be really happy with the fight they've displayed here on Vertigo so far. And that previous round was almost make and break for eyeballers, but Honoris, they're just looking well drilled right now, well oiled. The whole team is contributing. Everybody's chipping in. Lunatic leading from the front right now, 21 kills to his name. I must say, I've been fairly critical of his individual game in the matches that I've cast so far, so it's only fair that I give him credit where it's due as well. He's been great here on Vertigo. And not only has he not been letting his team down, he's actually been one of the stars. So great work coming through from him. In some good form right now.
Already.
And it is a force, by the way, as you expected.
Yeah, it is a force buy, and there's already some early damage being dealt there. This is very risky from eyeballers. As Honoris, they're getting closer and closer to the Magic 15, of course, and to the map win as well. Eyeballers. They do decide to put everything on the line here and attack towards A. The problem is the play is not going towards them, so Daz will be very happy to find some pistols with the Mac 10, but he's the only one who's waiting here. Gets a frag onto Sopik. He's still alive.
Oh my god.
Tries to get the Glock out, but he was too late. Shine takes him down with the P250. And are they actually going for a retake on this?
I'd be surprised. I'd be so surprised. I think just save your 4 guns you forced up with, accept the 13-9, and give yourself something to fight with in the next round. Taz just does such a good job there over towards A, and eyeballers are probably licking their lips when they hear him in position. They think, cool guys, we've stacked on the right side of the map. We have a bit of a chance to make something happen on the defense, but Taz stays alive for so long, gets the kill. In the meantime, his team has walked into the completely open B bomb site and won the round already. So even when he dies, it doesn't matter. He's already done his job and then some. 13-9. Honoris don't want to expend too much energy on this match. Obviously, their game is a lot later today against 9, but that's a huge match for them. That's the winner bracket final of the IEM Brazil closed qualifier. And if they win that, they qualify for IEM Brazil. If they lose that, they go to the lower bracket final, where the winner of that lower bracket final will also qualify. So essentially, Honoris have got 2 chances to qualify for IEM Brazil.
Well, they are showing a little bit more here on Vertigo, and we'll see if that will be enough to finish off eyeballers. Of course, they do see some of those pistols in the armors, and trying to be aggressive or taking an interesting approach here. Sobol takes down Pebzor, so they still lose the opener to the round. As throwing the molly down, just trying to deny a peek from the players on eyeballers. They are grouped up here. JW with the MP9 can deal a lot of damage, but he's down to 39 HP. That's the problem. The pre-fire is perfect. Shine peeks out with the Mac 10, but he's good for only 1. The 5-7 from Ivy. Sopik tries to get a headshot. Will not be allowed by Lunatic. And Flusha, he might be on the flank, but they will expect him at this point, right? Gets himself an AK. Good headshot into Lunatic.
Trying to fake as though he's rotating out though, but maybe wants to hang around and see if he can find another kill. Winning the round, surely an impossibility without the kit. 41 points of health, and they know exactly where he's going to be coming from. So don't fancy Flusher's chances here. Molly will be on point to force the player out from behind the sandbags. Raiko's waiting for his teammate to come through and peek with him. Flusher jumping around, actually has them both out in the open, gets the kill onto Raiko. Now he's trying to chase down the last player, but Sobol gets around the corner just in time. Flusher taps the defuse to try and bait him out into the open. Sobol eventually has to peek, he'll get the kill, and Honoris do win the round. It costs him a lot though, Pop. 4 players in the process, but they get up to a 14th.
Now they do get another buy-in here, eyeballers. They do get the buy-in. The problem is, it could very well be their last. They're getting the M4s, they're getting the MP9. No op for eyeballers, and look at that. Oh, eyeballers, they're trying to take the duels against the T side of Honoris, but it's not going in their direction. They're just losing players left and right. Flasha trying to defend by himself. He's being pushed. Flash was good, and Shine helps out with that frag as well. Shine is up to a triple kill already.
Yeah,
looking for the ace, but Sammy takes down Flasha, and GW is on the flank with that M4.
Shining bright right now, pretty much the only lone star on the squad, but it is going to be JW coming through with that massive backstab. Bit of trigger discipline, gets the first, spots out the second. It's Taz, and he will fall to JW as well. So finally a reprieve for eyeballers as they claw around back, but they're still so far behind the game. At least they get those 4 kills in the previous round, right? You think about the amounts of economic damage dealt by Flusher. It means that Honoris don't have any money coming into the next round. Sobel will drop some pistols for sure, but it's a pretty much a free 14-11 scoreline for eyeballers. Did get very close in that round. Shouldn't have been... It looked too comfortable the way that they won it, considering the way that it stood at one point.
Well, eyeballers, they've been... Oh, nice no-scope from GW, although risky, playing against the pistols, of course. I was thinking how they got a very good amount of rounds here. Honoris, they were on a 3-round streak. Now, if eyeballers manage to stop them, there's still a way for them to get things done here on Vertigo. Suppic goes down, but GW will trade. 14-11.
Pop?
I'm always scared of Vertigo, so we'll see what happens. Well, at least I'm not with Freddy. We might be me and him casting together might be what gets the game closer to the 30th round mark. But I hope you'll be my lucky charm here, Ace, because
yeah,
Vertigo usually prolonging. But we'll see. We'll see. Eyeballers, they still have a lot of work to do to get there. They need 3 more rounds at least to tie up Honoris, and that does mean map point. That's a nice shot from Sammy. That's the upper of eyeballers going down 5-on-4 in favor of Honoris.
Yeah, they couldn't have had a better start to the round than that. Just winning out the AWP fight 1-on-1 right there. And look at how much ground Honoris have been able to gain as a result. There's an incendiary for free that Lunatic's going to lap up. And Honoris have just got so much going for them right now. And it actually looks like they're going to try and finish this one off towards the A-bomb site. Although eyeballers have a great read as well. They've put all 4 players towards this part of the map right now. Flusher dumping some utility up close to the crane, gets back around the corner. Shine is on point with the AK. He's trying to find space to work with just because they're crowding the bomb site right now. Lunatic on the angle, going to be able to get another. Eventually he'll be traded, but there's just numbers there for Honoris as well. And they win the round comfortably as the fights get offered up onto the silver plat. So 15-11, 4 map points here for Honoris to take us to Overpass. Or will it be overtime?
Well, not the best situation, right? It would have been great if they, or like the situation would have been better if they managed to defend the previous round where they had weapons, they had everything they wanted, and they could have gotten Honoris into an eco. But they do lose that one, and now it's going to be even harder to force out at overtime. Flush it, they take down Raiko though. Aggressive push from Ivy. 2 players taking damage from the nade, and Taz is just going to reposition. Flash coming through. Suppic gets himself in the corner. Shannon will try the surprise, but Sammy's there to answer as well. Sammy with 2. The upper doing the heavy lifting against the MP9s, and that makes it a 3-on-3.
I mean, Honoris is actually able to deal with that wave of aggression thrown at them. Eyeballers continue to roll the dice, to continue to gamble here. This time they've set themselves up with 2 players in towards middle, nobody on that A bomb site. And while they aren't able to continue win these rounds too often, they do continue to make good reads and have good ideas of what's going to be thrown at them. They just can't complement those good reads with the kills when it comes time to actually set the defense up.
Oh, Bebsor is an AK that would headshot, and that will be 16-11 in favor of Honoris. Close it out here on the second map, the map pick of Eyeballers, and send the game to Overpass.
Yeah, and pretty close, pretty 50-50, you know, back and forth. We saw glimpses of that on the second half on Inferno as well. I wonder if Overpass is going to be the full 50-50 affair that we expected, considering both teams do play the map. But we're going to throw this to a break. When we come back, it will be that deciding map to see which team goes 2-0 and which team will go into the 1-1 bracket of the Swiss stage.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
And well, a completely different second map from the first one. Because first one, 14-1 from Eyeballers. They managed to close it out, but not with a little bit of issues. And now on Vertigo, wasn't favorable for them. 16-11 to end it up, and we go on to Overpass. They send us over onto Overpass, and from what I know, that helps out Nexus, which do play in the next game because they are currently playing in another best of 3, and that helps them out a whole lot, as they would have to play in the next one in about an hour. That would be the starting point, but we'll see what happens on Overpass if that helps them out even more. Now, Overpass, good map for both teams, but I do feel like Eyeballers kind of have a little bit of an edge on this one. Not only thinking about how Fnatic will always the ones that found the boosts here on Overpass, but just the map as win rate and as well, half time win rates we're looking.
Yeah, it feels like they've got better recent results on the map. I mean, Honoris have played a lot of Vertigo in general. It's a map that they've been very happy to play. They played it 17 times in the past 3 months, so they're definitely comfortable on the map. We're going to get to watch the knife round here as well, which I think is important on a map like Overpass. So, I don't know, man. It's difficult to call who's going to win this from here. I think that Honoris are actually... I would have them as my favorites, Pop. Not necessarily based on the map, but more just the momentum, the form we've seen out of them. Think about from the second half of Inferno throughout the whole of Vertigo, they were definitely the better team. So, I think that they can just carry on that momentum from here. What do you think?
Are you allowed to switch sides, you were saying, or not?
I mean, you got to call it out like that, don't you? You got to do the dirty in front of everyone. Just remind them, you know.
I gotta take on Eyeballs just to be just so we each have one.
Fair enough. Honoris did win the knife round, so that's good for them.
I just feel like this map is just. I feel like it's better suited for eyeballers. I know when Honoris latest results, they won against Los Kogutos, but they lost against Heat, Masonic, Gen 1. Those are only the latest ones, but they had a 4-map win streak. Most of them, the wins are close in terms of score, but the losses, they're a bigger difference. And we do see the odds still a little bit in favor of eyeballers. I guess we'll see what happens in this one. Make sure to check this out at cct.gg/1xbet. We'll see what the pistol round has to bring for us. Shine with the util for eyeballers, and towards B, it is only Flusha with his Glock trying to surprise the guys on Honoris.
Yeah, just at least making sure there's no early aggression that comes through from the CT side to clear out that side of the map, because they've got 4 of the players making their way through Fountain right now, and it's only Sammy who's towards toilets. He has spotted 1, but no immediate rotation. In fact, against the normal runner play, Sammy's going to make his way across towards long here, undetected. But there are players pushing through behind him. He's going to be on a swivel right now, hoping that the timing favors him. Peptor comes around the corner. Doesn't actually spot Sammy out, but now they have crossed paths, and Sammy is forced into a fight. Should lose his life, and does.
Would have been really good if he would have taken 1 with him. But it was just unlucky, right? 3 players pushing you from long bathrooms, and a 4th was coming in close as well. Lunatic has gotten himself in a really good position. Raiko's close in short. They're going to jump up, and they're trying to surprise with Lunatic and Raiko. They are on point. That's the bomb down in short, and this is a big problem for the guys over on eyeballers.
I don't know how you recover the situation. I don't think you can. Not with the amount of time left on the clock. They're going to try and go for a boost, but even that doesn't work out. And Lunatic just even rattles off a few warning shots, says, come through the smoke if you dare. Eventually, JW will. He falls victim to Reich with a silenced killer. It's only Sapik left. He needs to die here. He doesn't want to stay alive, because that would just be the worst case scenario for him going into the next round. And actually, he's getting the kills with the fights that come through from him. And he's going to have to save here as well. Does Taz force the issue? He certainly should, but he's not going to go all the way. So Sapik stays alive means he gets no round loss bonus. And Honoris win the pistol. To be honest with you, Pop, I mean, I think it was a really good early start to the pistol round there from eyeballers. They got into a great position, but then the 2 players towards A were just posted up in the corners, 1 towards long, 1 towards bathrooms. And I think being a little bit more proactive there might have been a good idea, to just place the players on water to try and draw rotations, because the main players, the core 3, walk out of water and they lose their lives out, and then those 2 players posted up on A, they can't do anything.
I can only feel like eyeballers overthink that play, because they got the frag early on that A site, and they were thinking that all the players will just rotate, as the player in toilet spotted 3 players, right? So that calls for a rotation. It wasn't really the case. Sammy, now he takes down JW. Sapik will answer with the Eagles. Sobol trying to surprise here as well, and no one's gonna check. Sobol doesn't get the frag onto Shine.
Yeah.
They said as a 3-on-3 with MOUZ lost. Not the best situation to be in. If you are Honoris, of course. Eyeballers are going to be very happy with what they got so far and looking to get even more. The smokes are coming through, and they are going to try and plant the bomb on that A side, but Taz is already fast on the flank.
Yeah. He's in a phenomenal position right now. Raiko going to take first contact on the bomb site, and that's just going to be making life even easier for Taz. Completely blinded up is the player towards the truck. Still gets the kill and will be able to finish off the round as well. Honoris go clear 2-0, although it gets a little bit interesting there in the 3 versus 3. Honoris still had complete control.
Now, eyeballers, they will be playing the pistols, since they do have to save up to have some weapons into the next one. And the M4s and the FAMASs of Honoris shouldn't really be in trouble in taking out those Glocks, those Eagles. The P250s as well. There are some pistols put up. Maybe landing some headshots wouldn't be all that bad for eyeballers, just taking off some weapons from Honoris' hands. And Raiko takes down Shine. Lunatic will go down to Flusha, and that's already a good headshot found by Flusha there.
I do just want to go back to the point that I made in the pregame, which is that feels like, you know, before this map, that is, Honoris, they've actually won the past 3 halves, if you think about it, because they won the second half on Inferno 9-2. Obviously, they lost the first one 14-1, so, you know, 9-2 didn't really mean all that much. But then, since then, they won 9-6 in the first half, which was on their CT side of Vertigo, and then 7-5 in the second as well. So, ever since that disastrous first half on Inferno, where they just got destroyed 14-1, and they just didn't really pitch up, they've actually been the more convincing of the two teams, and even by some distance, in my opinion. So, it's looking like it might be translating here into Overpass as well. Oh, Sobol, sleepy. But what do you think about that?
Well, so they did. Well, technically, as you said, they did win those halves, but I can only feel like eyeballers. They're not really basing their plays or their play style off of most of emotions, if I can say so. I feel like the experience of Flush and GW can help out a lot with just keeping the team in check, right? Of course, they are being joined by young players, so those young players might be influenced by the scores and what happens. But I think GW and Flasher will just be very calm and just lead them into good situations. Now, they need to lead them into good situations here as well, as they are buying up here, and this will be the first buy of eyeballers here on Overpass.
Yeah, first gun round underway, no sniper on the server, and I actually really love the rounds on Overpass in particular, where you don't have any AWPs in play, because it just gives the rifles so much more liberty. A lot more room to maneuver, a lot more opportunity for plays to be made. So these rounds can actually get pretty entertaining. Right now, there's been a lot of space afforded by Honoris to the T side. They've got 3 guys in towards lowers. This is not your standard setup, Pop. And they're going to start to get a little bit worried because of all the util being thrown here by eyeballers. So they know that, you know, long could be compromised. They could be walking in towards bathrooms, and there's no one over towards A. So this setup actually could be leaving Honoris without a huge amount of info, despite the forward positions.
Oh, they push through Monster. Taking some duels there, Taz. Not landing the headshot at first, but Shine will fall in the end. Snowball in short, just hiding behind the sandbags there. Backing away here, Eyeball, is interestingly enough, and guess why? Because they have players on A. They have a lot of info on A, and look at Flasha finding Sammy. It's going to be double peaked. Why isn't Pepsor just running to A?
That's a good question. I don't know if they're worried about time, but now Sapik down and towards low has been taken down as well. He has been waiting for JW. I suppose that was the call for JW to commit to the flank through heaven in towards this B. Bomb site, he gets the kill onto the barrels player. Where is Taz is the question. He's actually towards the CT side of Graffiti, which is where JW is pushing right now. Taz, does he hear the footsteps? He's turned. Taz goes towards heaven. He's spotted by Pepsor. JW and Pepsor can actually make this work right now. Might even look to try and boost in towards heaven. No, they're just trying to play from water right now. Going to be very difficult in the post plant, but backs up against each other, taking the fights. It's going to be Raiko, though, is the difference maker.
We'll get the fourth one. Not all that clean. But they do get it under their belt, and Eyeballers, they will be able to buy up once again. Of course, they do get bombed down, and with the loss bonus, now will net them another full buy. I'm really curious to see if the op will be pulled out by Sammy. Yeah, it will. So I do feel like the op has a lot of chances to do something great here on Overpass, because I'm thinking that in the long range duels, of course, the op will prevail. In Monster, in a long, sometimes in mid as well. Not really that long of a duel, but of course it can deal a lot of damage. Now Taz, good spam towards connector. Hits both of the players, Pepsor and Shine. They're both on 30 HP, less than 30 HP actually. Oh, Taz, can he surprise the two players boosting up? He will hear them, though.
Eyeballers do still have options available, though, with JW along with Flusher making their way towards the top side of the map, but more util damage continues to come through to complement the spray, and that's going to be enough to get the opening kill. Samy's in a good position with the AWP, going to get peeked on by Sapek, but unfortunately not able to connect on the shots, at least able to keep himself alive, though.
Eyeballers not really finding the right chance to get into the sights. One team behind the pillar, just trying to get a frag, trying to get a duel, but Pepzor will get that chance. Taz nails a headshot. That was the second low HP player. GW with a frag onto Raiko. Sapek finds Taz. Now this is looking better. 3-on-2.
So much better. Snowball will step out. He was the undetected player. He was the man who had to at least get one kill. Peeked by two players, doesn't land the shots on either of them, and that's going to be the round won by Eyeballers. So just a flurry of frags after they were actually chasing the round, and they almost make it look easy there. The kill onto Raiko was the really instrumental frag. I think JW gets that kill because he was the man who was kind of getting baited in by Taz towards Graffiti. They didn't know Raiko would have been in towards Wards. They might not have actually expected the second player there either, as Sammy goes down at distance to JW. But like I said, that kill on Raiko, for me, that was the real kill there to unlock the round for Eyeballers and give them the advantage. So good frags coming through from them, and they do get themselves on the board as a result.
It was looking very good for Honoris. Couldn't get it through though, but the defense was looking good. They had the numbers advantage, but the frags just came on point for Eyeballers, and they do concede the first round here. Honoris already going for a tactical pause. Well, Eyeballers now, they'll be looking to try and get even more rounds on the board, of course. They're going to be trying to force Honoris into an eco because their money is slowly going down the drain. It's actually already down the drain. So if they do win this one, Eyeballers, if they're careful about this one, they can force Honoris into an eco and try and rack up some more rounds, try and link two or more together. Now, all of that comes with a big if. Right, if they manage to take them down, because so far the defense of Honoris is not looking all that shabby. They did lose the previous round, but it was the duels just going straight in favor of Eyeballers, and of course with the tactical pause they're going to adjust to that.
Still was a pretty convincing way for Eyeballers to fight their way into their first round, just brawling their way forward. Individuals showing that they're up to the task, even when they don't really have the tactical edge in the round. They're still able to frag their way through it. But speaking of fragging their way through, that's exactly what Raiko has done. Up to 10 kills already here in the first 6 rounds, and he might not be done here either. Going to have an opportunity to continue to take fights. Players coming in his direction. Eyeballers decide to just stack up 3 individuals to try and hunt him down and get the kill. Raiko timing doesn't favor him at all, so he'll go down without any further impact, and that opens up the round here for the T side.
Molly coming through, but the play is not going towards the B side. 35 seconds left. And lining up the smoke. Oh, Sapek needs to be really careful of the op here. Very interesting positions from Honoris. Sammy will get aggressive in mid, nails the shot. Sobel takes down Sapek. No scope doesn't land though. So another FaMOUZ has to get a frag here. Shine. Very important frag as JW gets close to the side. Oh no, he has the smoke in hand. Timing is so unlucky. Shine. Last one standing. Surprises Lunatic to be that close, but time was running so low. JW. So unlucky for him. And that will be Honoris getting away with that round, even though the defense was looking strong, but they got the frags when they needed to at first. But yeah, in the end, it wasn't exactly on the doctor's order. Now, Eyeballers, they will ask for a tactical pause as well. That wasn't really a round that you wanted to lose, especially how You came back into it after the enemy Opera got aggressive.
Yeah. Was a good play there from Sammy. Actually, himself and Sobol in the setup had no choice but to aggress. And they both got a kill, despite the fact that they went down afterwards. They'd done enough work. So Eyeballers win a round, lose the round straight afterwards. That does break their economy. They're going to have a hero AK in play here on Sapik, and then a few upgraded pistols around him to support it. Of course, they got the max round loss bonus, so they can afford to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets. As for Honoris, a chance to continue to build on their lead.
Yeah, and I guess the tactical pose was just to think about what is the best approach here for Eyeballers. They do get a couple of pistols in, a couple of Tech 9s, I should say, and there's also Mac 10 there for Shine, the AK of Sapik. Has to be the main powerhouse there for Eyeballers. The main frag potential of that AK of Sapik. Flush ever presence towards this B side, towards this monster tunnel, making sure that no one is starting to aggress from Honoris just to get too much info. And they're keeping good map control, Eyeballers, for now, but there's no one present in long. They do have control of connector, and they're looking to play into that B site, lining up for the flash there, GW, to help out his teammates get control of short. Only 2 players on this B site, and if they can go in before Taz rotates in, oh, the flashes are good, but now Taz is the only one to go down. Sapek peeking on top of the site. Look at Lunatic and Raiko defending the site here with the M4s. Pebzor takes down Lunatic. Raiko's still here with low HP, but Soul's already close in short, and that's the bomb down.
Exactly, because they stayed alive for so damn long underneath heaven. That's what bought time for these rotations to come through. That's why both Sammy and Sobel are there to just immediately get the trades and win the round for their team, even though it was looking so good for Eyeballers at one point. Because the first kill that they get is actually on the first responder. It's on the first rotator. They took Taz down in heaven, which meant that the 2 players underneath heaven in water, they were isolated, and there was no support arriving anytime soon. They just got a flurry of frags between them, man. I think they got 3 kills. They took a lot of damage, but they stayed alive. And then, as I said, the cavalry arrived. 6-1 Honoris continue to fight on their CT side, but they have lost lives. They've lost players in the process. So if they do lose this round, they'll be economically reset, and Eyeballers can start to claw their way back.
Oh, peeking from Birthday, it is Sobol. Peeking down GW already. Eyeballers, will they expect Sobol to still be here behind the smoke? They won't even have to find him because Sammy, he's the one just covering for his teammate. Oh, Pebzor. Not the best spray, but he takes down Sobol in the end. Already a 4-on-2, and Pebzor was on 1 HP. Man, at a 4-on-1 as Sammy takes him down. Lasha, the last one standing, pushing through the smoke into bathrooms. But he's in a very tough spot. Block some vision from Honoris, but will he expect 2 players in long? You might know that Sammy's there, but shouldn't know about Taz. Oh, he's been spotted. They're just gonna double peek him, and Sammy is gonna get that frag as well. Quad kill for Sammy. It will be the 7th round for Honoris. They're not stopping here on the CT side now.
Yeah.
The CT side, of course, it is favored here on Overpass, but is it that favorite? Honoris not giving anything away.
That round was a perfect setup coming through from them, though. I love how aggressive they get. It's really getting into the faces of Eyeballers. Not giving them any room to move, not giving them any room to breathe. And they just get a flurry of frags, and every time it seems like Eyeballers are on case to get a trade, then another player pops up for Honoris. So a lot of success with those forward positions. It's going to be pistols once again here for Eyeballers, and Raiko just can't stop fragging. 12th kill for him. Of course, it is an eco to get for Eyeballers, so not expecting a huge amount out of them. I mean, they have looked somewhat convincing in a few of these rounds that they haven't had a lot to work with, and maybe this will be another one. Sapik gets a great kill there with the Desert Eagle at range. Taz on the A-bomb site by himself does have support from Sammy. He's towards long, so I guess he can get in the defense immediately if he needs to. Eyeballers still continue to commit to their way forward here. Smoke's raining in, and all four players is grouping up, looking to charge their way through right now. Taz not too keen on the first lot. Raiko's lost his life out, but Samey will get into the fight at the perfect time.
Nice headshot there by Taz. Just to take out the player next to headshot. That will make it 8 for Honoris. Yeah, so far, Eyeballers. It's been looking like the first half of Inferno that Eyeballers got a 14-1 on.
Yeah. And
Honoris,
they're putting attack pause here as well, man.
Oh, yeah. They're not giving anything away, and they just want to make sure that they can get round after round here. Honoris. I mean, not looking bad at all for the Bulls. They're doing really good here on Overpass. And Eyeballs can really string 2 rounds together, which is a big problem if they can break through this defense. Now, going back to the point that I made on Inferno as well, the best result for Eyeballs here would be an 8-7 in favor of Honoris. Still in favor of Honoris, but at least that gives them a better fighting chance on the CT side. If not, if they don't get, well, that's not necessarily the only one that they can get. I mean, if they get around 5-6 rounds, maybe that would be a good result. But if Honoris get more than 11, I feel like that gets a little bit dire for Eyeballers, even as they will get towards that DT side.
Yeah. The irony is that Honoris actually have a higher win rate on their T side than they do on their CT side for Overpass. So, you know, if they actually do take a 9-6, 10-5 scoreline into their T side, they'll definitely back themselves to win the map from there. Anyway, let's see how many they will be able to rack up. This is a vital gun round for Eyeballers to try and fight their way back. AK versus M4 going to go the way of Raiko. Pepsor will fall. At least JW's on case to trade on the points once again. And if he missed a shot there, he would have gone down as well. So really big kill coming out of the sniper.
Lunatic. Good dink on the flusher. Not enough to take him out, though. I mean,
Oh my god.
Even though he wasn't looking in the right direction, Sapek couldn't land a headshot. Well, that is just heartbreaking to see. I mean, especially in the situation that they're in. Just miss an opportunity like that. It is kind of bad. Sobol will swing out, and Shine will take that chance to take him down. Sammy with the off. He's by the truck, but Flusha takes him to the smoke. Well, I think that should be it. Honoris, they are pushing through short. They both come through mid. It's going to be hard for them. Even if they go for this one, it's going to be way too hard to get control of the round back. And no, they're just pushing connector. They're going to save, and it will be the second round of Eyeballers.
Looking at their money as well, it's actually imperative that both of these players keep their guns in play so that they can drop the weapons across to Samey and Raiko. An AWP can even be dropped by Lunatic. So they'll have a full buy in the next round, but Eyeballers finally get themselves back to winning ways. Excuse me. Ah, okay. Sneezing fit over, we're good. But Eyeballers, yeah, like I said, getting themselves into the round here, Pop, you know, despite the fact that they lost that opening fight in towards lowers, still able to make the round look pretty easy, I suppose. You know, also think about how Sapik went down towards long there. That was also very awkward. You know, 2 fights not going their way at all, but still their most convincing round yet.
Yeah, I mean, now if they can string together the rounds, it wouldn't look that bad.
Well, if they win this one, this is the opportunity, right? 8-3 win this, then anti-eco in the next 8-4. Looks a whole lot better.
Yeah, for sure. As they of course they have been struggling to find success on this T side. Just forcing Honoris into an eco here wouldn't be bad at all. Good nade though. Pepsor down to 44. A lot of early damage being dealt by Honoris constantly. And that's what helps them in their winning ways, right? I mean, as long as they get the enemy players low HP early on, it gives them an even better chance. And Sammy, I don't know if he can be surprised by the player in connector, because he was looking in that direction, but he just chooses a more defensive angle. And it seems like the play towards B will start, but there's the smoke to block them. And Sammy takes down Pebzor, so that's the player in connector gone. Sapek trying to find something in bathrooms, but there's no one there. Honoris, they're playing this a little bit more safe towards A, and a little bit more aggressive towards B.
Yeah, Sapek should actually be close enough to hear the rotation from Sammy in towards the A bomb site. So he's going to be able to relay some vital information through to his team while waiting outside of Monster Tunnel. If he could get a kill, that would be even better. But no, Sammy takes him down. And now he's going to start to pivot back down in towards that B bomb site. In good timing as well. Raiko will fall. Only one kill between him and Lunatic. Sure, still a man advantage in player for Honoris, but Eyeballers will get the plant. And with that, a decent shot at the round.
Sammy won't be able to spot GW just yet. He's hiding behind the pillar. Oh, the boost. The boost for info, I think. Shine peeks out, swings onto Taz. 27 HP for Shine. Sobol goes by. Good flash. Shine gets one more. Sobol will trade, but GW goes towards short. Sobol has to commit to the defuse at some point. He will hear GW, but it's too late. Oh, no, he won't actually.
Wow. No kit there for Sobol. He could have afforded one at the start of the round. Proves to be somewhat costly. I mean, it's not a guarantee that he wins the round if he has the kit there, but definitely has a much better chance, Alpha. And Eyeballers will make it work in the 2 versus 3 post plan. Shine just doing so much work around the site. Barely had any room to move. He was low on health as well, but he played that situation to absolute perfection. Flusher would have watched that one in the death cam and been incredibly proud of how he saw Shine approach that.
And now, as you were saying, getting this the previous round forces Honoris into an eco, and Eyeballers could get some more done here. Still, the M4 onto Sobol. Still something that can deal a good amount of damage. And he's gonna hear all the jumps here. Swings into long, takes down Sapek, but GW is there to trade.
But there's the flash. Why is he peeking? The flash has just come through now, and there's nobody peeking Playground. So what's gone on there? Why wouldn't he wait for the flash? That would have blinded up both Sapek and JW. Now the gun's unrecoverable as it stands. JW is watching in its direction. Lunatic, he's going to pick it up. JW will go down, but still, I mean, B bomb site completely open. That's a peculiar one for Honoris. I'm not sure why they wouldn't wait for the flash there.
Yeah, especially in that situation where you only have one weapon. It's just simple to just wait and have an even better situation. But now they do get 2 players down. They do retrieve that M4 and also the weapons that they took off of the 2 players. So it is not that bad. Just saving an AK and an op alongside an M4. They're gonna be able to buy into the next one, but Eyeballs will make it to 4, which is not that bad considering how it was looking at the start. It was 8-1, and 11-4 is always that scoreline that can be turned around really quickly, quicker than maybe some players expected. So with the bomb explosion, they will get worded the 4th round, and of course they'll be looking to get some more, right? And there's no reason just to stop on 4 and just wait until the half ends, but we'll see if they can get through those saved weapons and also the weapons that they're going to buy. And Honoris, they go for the 3rd tactical pulse already, just to make sure that they know exactly what they have to do, what the plan is to stop Eyeballers from getting all the way up to 7.
Yeah, they have lost somewhat of their momentum. Going to be looking to try and get it back here coming into the next round. It's not like what do they even look to change up, if anything? Maybe not as aggressive at the start of the round, not necessarily contesting water, contesting lowers. Don't want to give too many early fights away. I mean, they have been pushing in towards, party and long quite often as well. So we'll see if they take a bit more of a passive approach coming into the next round. As for Eyeballers, they've looked a lot more convincing in these past few rounds. So let's see if they can keep it up. They don't have much money though, Pop. I mean, probably enough to buy in the next $1,400 if they lose a round. So they'd struggle on a few of their players. So yeah, this is going to be a telling round actually as to how these last 3 rounds play out.
As expected, of course, Flusha want to put pressure onto Monster. Peps are in connector. I think he heard Raiko. He should have some info that someone is close by. And he shouldn't exactly know where. As he stepped towards short, basically. He's going to clear the angles, of course. Just making sure that no one is in the corner there. And the flash should be good. Raiko dodges it. Bebzor goes for the peek, and he expected to play there. Good headshot to find the first frag of the round inside the connector. Sammy in mid can be overwhelmed, and he's starting to realize that, still holding the angle, but at some point he's going to retreat to the side because Sobol has control or some info on long, sure, but he can be peeked from bathrooms. Sammy, good reaction to take down Pepzor as he's coming out of connector. That makes it a 4-on-4. And with 35 seconds left, Eyeballers, they need to choose where they want to go.
Yeah, and they do still have the option of going back towards the B side, but they have to make that commitment now, and it doesn't look like that's going to be their choice. They're just going to group up as 4 players and head in towards A. Honoris do have a pretty good read on the situation as well. Taz is shifting himself up. No, decides against it at the last moment. He'll realize he has to get back there. There are still 2 players towards truck right now. 14 seconds on the clock. Sobol gets the first frag. Sammy steps up, gets one as well. It's only Flusher left alive. Good kill out of him, but Taz is in position and will deny Flusher on the cross.
And Honoris
coming through there from Honoris, I must say. I mean, it was looking a bit touch and go at one point, but they have a good response.
Yeah, they do break the streak that Eyeballs were trying to mount up. And with that, Eyeballers running low on money now. They do have 4 AKs and a Deagle for Sapek, but if they don't win this one, that's basically 11-4. Something that should be close to that. I mean, they're not going to be having the best buy if they lose this one, so they need to be really careful. They don't have an op to contest Sammy. China already took damage from the nade. And while this time Sammy is towards the B side, they are concentrated on the B side. Maybe they misread the economy of Eyeballers, thinking that it's going to be a fast play towards B. Global is actually rotating into B as well. Everyone is on B. A is completely clear right now.
This is a very bold call coming through right now from Honoris with no info. That's why they have pushed 2 players through Monster, though, by the way. And they have been able to get through Monster successfully, and they haven't seen anybody. Flusher is heading back in that direction, and Raiko not going to continue to push the whole way through T-Spawn, although, as I say, that does look like he's just going to reposition. Okay. Flusher just trying to have some presence on the opposite side of the map, but Honoris at least have been able to shift 3 players up towards A just before the execute does come through.
GW and Flusher, they do get themselves a frag apiece, but Sobol will stop GW, and now they're going to rotate back. Oh, but Lunatic will hear all of this, and he can also surprise Flusher.
Oh, huge kill there from Sapik. They go back up towards A now. Lunatic's still going to be relaying the info, so at least Sobol can get on the scene in time. The smoke is going to work out for him as well. Sapik's made a lot of noise, holding the edge of the smoke right now. Does Sobol compromise himself? No, Sapik jumps up. That means he will go down. There's still 2 players on the A bomb site to be dealt with. Flusher's here as well, very low on health. He's avoiding the USP shot, steps up and gets the kill on the retreating Lunatic.
A chaotic round, but in the end, Eyeballers, they make it work somehow. And a very good win as their economy was going down the drain, and they would have been forced into a awkward force by now. Honoris are in that situation. 3 MP9s, a scout, and an M4. That's all they have to defend. Round number 15 against the Eyeballers. Oh, it should be pretty hard, to be honest, to defend against the AKs and the op, right, with only the MP9s, especially on this map. I feel like a lot more open angles, open areas of the map where the MP9s can really shine all that much, especially on that A side. Towards B, sure, the MP9s can do the most of the damage. That's why all of the MP9s are towards B.
Yeah. I do also just want to point out how much impact Flusher had in that previous round. Doubling back towards the B bomb site, he gets that kill onto Raiko, and then he also keeps Lunatic focused on B for so damn long. He wasn't able to rotate up towards A. So he just had so much impact in that previous round that Eyeballers won. It wasn't pretty, but they made it work, and that's probably the way you could describe their half so far. It hasn't been a pretty one. Hasn't been any easy, glorious rounds where they just run around one-tapping everybody. These rounds have been grimy and grindy, but they don't care how they get them, and a 6 will certainly be welcomed, and you know what should actually come through for them.
Oh, I see that Sammy takes down Sapek. Oh, let's see this B hit.
Into MP9 land they go. Taz drops the incendiary, not going to be soon enough though. They do get ahead of it, but then they just get into his SMG and the MP9s thrive.
Oh yeah, Taz getting the double kill, even though he was half flash, was very important. Now GW with the op, 20 seconds left, is gonna be triple picked, or they were about to triple pick him, and that would be double digits for Honoris in the first half. Can they finish it on the T side, or will Eyeballers start a comeback? We're gonna find out in the second half. ENCE 5, double digits. Eyeballers now on the CT side, on the favorite side here on Overpass. Odds still looking good in favor of Eyeballers, but Honoris are close by. Make sure you check those out at cct.gs/1xbet. For Eyeballers, their CT side is technically stronger, and actually for Honoris, their T side is percentage-wise stronger. Now, we do see a quick trade, and the duels are very awkward with all the flashes, but Honoris, they do come out on top. 3-on-2. GW already fast behind Taz.
No.
Ooh, Taz was looking behind. And now flushes in a 1-on-3. All alone. Has a defuse kit though. So he needs to nail the headshots. Oh, but timing could be everything. He's checking the angles. Taz. Dink and bullet to the chest to take him out. And it will be Honoris winning the pistol round. And that is very important considering the situation that they're in.
What an insane pistol round coming through there from Taz in particular. I'm not sure if he actually heard JW or if he just had some sort of an inclination, but that was a remarkable kill to get the kill on the flank, because Flusher was even trying to bait for JW. That's why he was just spamming a few shots of trying to take the attention away from JW, but doesn't work out in the end. Eyeballers were even stacked up on that B bomb site. They had a number of players there. I think they had 3 or 4 players at the start of the round, and Honoris just brawl their way forward. Going to be a full anti-eco for them in the next. USBs across the board. A chance for the Polish squad to go up 12-5.
Oh, fast playthrough long. They're going to hear this. Oh, and they're going to peek into this. The Mac 10s going to have a field day, but there's only 2 more players left in Lunatic. He's stacked down.
Oh, no.
Oh, full eco win from Eyeballers. They win with USBs. Oh, that was the worst direction Honoris could have went into, and that's exactly where they go. The USBs prevail, peaking at the same time. And Honoris, they're not going to be happy about that one.
That's insane. They didn't invest a single dollar, if I'm not mistaken. There was no utility, there was no flashes, no upgraded pistols. Am I mistaken, Pop? I feel like there was nothing spent in that round there for Eyeballers. And they win it with the 5 USPs. That's insane. I love the setup towards long as well, because you know that in the hard eco, the T side are going to try and exploit the long range fights. So they're going to go towards long. So they just set themselves up there preemptively.
Well, now they're trying with the pistols, but... Well, they did take down 2 already. Oh, wait. Eco winning against Eco 2 times in a row? Oh, well, let's see if Ryko can get anything done with this M4. Flusha. Trying to get a little bit more aggressive, checking the angles. Sammy's close by. He's slow. He has the scout. Taken out by Flusha. Tries to go for some more, but Sobol will trade. He gets 1 more, though. Sapek, very important to get both of those kills in long, but he expects only 1. And now Shine with a Mac 10 against the world. 1-on-2. Oh, he can get an M4, but that will be heard. So he's just going to pull through from mid. With a Mac 10, Taz peeks, and quick headshots. And yeah,
Wow.
in that previous round, it was a full eco. They haven't bought
Yeah, it
anything
was.
at all.
Yeah, not a single dollar was invested. Insane. You barely ever see those rounds won. And then we see the force buy one for Honoris in response. They get the 2 quick kills off the bat. I love the response there from Taz as he chases down JW towards long. The info came through from the party player that he had been dinked, and Taz finishes off that kill. So that was really good work to get the frag. And Honoris have won a force buy of their own to just immediately put that huge blunder behind them. I mean, that could have had some lingering implications, losing a round like that to the USPs, but they go straight back to winning ways, 12-6. Now they're taking forced by Sapphik, spots it out, will come through from the smoke, at least able to get a kill. That opens up the round. Eyeball is looking to get another force buy of their own here.
Ooh, Pebzor winning that duel doesn't help the case of Honoris at all. What's happening with those ecos? Now they turned into force buys, but it's a 5-on-3 in favor of Eyeballers, and Sapphik, yeah, he might be low. He might be on 6 HP, but he trades weapons with Pebzor. And he also has armors. Oh, well, there's a lot of armors on the side of Eyeballers, of course. Some of them missing the head armor, so Sammy can get some headshots in there. But at the same time, they do have 3 weapons, and there's only 3 players alive from Eyeball. It's going to be hard for them to get control of the sites here. The molly will be extinguished by the smoke. Sobol takes down Flasha. A second molly thrown into water. But can they even push into this site? There's 3 players here already. And none of them is the Deagle. The Deagle is on A.
Yeah, this should be impossible. I mean, Pepso and Sapphik are low, so maybe they can make something happen. 2 flashes of smoke making their way forward. Time is against them as well. Flash for them to now lead the charge. Sobol makes his way onto the site itself, but loses his life out. Now it's Shine and Sapphik left remaining to just continue to battle their way forward. There's a player in heaven as well. This is so difficult right now. There we go. It's just Taz left, and he will go down 12-7. The Force Wars continue. Eyeballers are able to win a Force round back and make sure that they definitely keep themselves in the conversation here on Overpass.
Now, Honoris, are they going to force up again? Wouldn't be that unexpected. Lunatic being on 1450, but it seems like they're going to eco. Yeah, 2 P250s. That's basically it. Now, we've seen Eyeballers win a full eco round, but on the T side, to win with only Glocks and a couple of P250s is going to be even harder. Because you can't really surprise all of the enemy players with basically a quick 5-on-5 action. So they are slowly going to push into the smoke and slowly push through that into mid. They have to go through the MP9 of Pebzor and the M4 of JW. Now Sobol tries to surprise, but Pebzor expects it. And they're going back to connector again. But they were spotted by JW. They're going to know.
Yeah, they're going to have to go through the smoke. No blocked off. Change the approach to Monster now. But Eyeballers know exactly what's going on. This is a formality. Honoris is just having some fun with this one. Maybe Lunatic using it as a bit of a tack timeout or something. Keep in mind that, the longer they stay alive, the more utility they bleed in the round as well. Eyeballers just continues to throw a flash here in the smoke there. We'll have to rebuy that utility going into the next round. So at least there's a bit of economic damage in that way.
Well, running through long here. They might surprise JW if they get close. Oh, but JW will peek, and he will commit to the peek. Gets himself a quick double and will fall back. He's down to 16. Don't really want to lose the M4 against the Glocks and the P250s. Still in play those P250s, and they do get a frag onto Flasha, but that will be the only one that they get. 12-8. And Honoris are going to be looking for a buy here.
Yeah, this is the 6th round of the half, Pop. So this is the first full gun round of the second half, and it's coming in the 6th round. So that's quite something. It just shows you, the eco rounds, the force rounds. We just had back and forth. Finally, it's rifles against rifles, bar Lunatic, who has to settle for the SMG.
Oh, quick aggression in mid. Pebzor, he was flashed by Taz. takes the chance and takes ahead of Pebzor. Already getting the advantage in favor of Honoris. Double peeking the short, has some support by the form of Raiko. And going for the shoulder peek, but spotted, and oh, he goes down to 40 actually. Even though he has a full set of util, he is kind of low HP. Good damage by the nade. And Honoris, they're actually going to back away, interestingly enough.
I think that's actually just because of the good util usage coming through there from Shine. He's forced them back. And they do have the options to Honoris as well with Lunatic in towards bathroom. So they could rotate back up. They could just pause here and go for the double pump. Because they've slowed things down and haven't continued to commit towards B. Look at what that's done to the setup here for Eyeballers.
Oh. They're split across the map, but as they're making noise towards that A side, that's going to prompt the rotation. 30 seconds left. Mollies will come through. Flusha takes down Lunatic. Topic behind the pillar. Shine is with him. Oh, timing is very bad there on the jump from Sopik. And Shine has to cover by himself. Although JW is close by, Raiko takes him as well. Flusha, good spray down on 2 players, and he's in a one-on-one.
Wow.
Almost nailing the headshot, but Sammy, he takes it home. And that's 13 Honoris, inching closer and closer to that map and series point. Of course, this is the 1-0 bracket. The winner goes to the 2-0. The loser goes down to the 1-1. So no one's through to the playoffs yet. No one's eliminated yet. But you do want to make it to the 2-0 bracket. That's the best place you can be in, because you have 3 chances to qualify for the playoffs. We do see a tactical pause out of Eyeballers as well, trying to think what is the right approach to the defense here, just so we can stop Honoris from getting more rounds on the board.
That round was beautiful from Honoris, though, because they initially were trying to go in towards the B side, but then Shine actually stopped them from the plan, so he forced them back. But Honoris don't rotate all the way towards A. They realize they can actually use this as a situation to fake as though they're leaving B, hit the A bomb site, and then actually go back to B. So they just take everybody, they rotate everybody back outside the monster tunnel. Lunatic in bathrooms, throws a util, fakes that A hit, even commits his life to it as well. And he makes sure there's only 2 players on the B bomb site when his team actually do commit for that second hit for the second wave. And they got the kills and locked it down nicely. I mean, 1v1 was incredibly close in the post plant, but Sammy hits the shot. And it's going to be Eyeballers who force back in response, but this force buy has everything riding on it right now. And look at Honoris, they're rushing in towards the B bomb site. This is the perfect call.
Oh, Honoris, the jump up from Lunatic. A little bit daring, and Raiko was getting aggressive. They need to be Sammy's all of a sudden a 1-on-3. The play was really good, but they got overly aggressive behind the smokes, and they were punished for that. Sammy, in a 1-on-2, Pebzor only has the scout in heaven. Flusha has the MP9. Oh,
and they're going to be
Sammy.
getting aggressive. They're looking for him on the angle right now. Spots out 1, but that's just going to bait him into Flusha. Yes, it does. That's really unfortunate for Sammy. He thought that he had the opportunity to pounce. And Eyeballers, I mean, they weren't well set up at all to deal with that fast B play, but somehow they make it look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, again, the aggression backfired. If they would have just held control of the site with the bomb planted, I feel like that would have been 14 for Honoris. But just by trying to get some more frags, trying to get some more aggression in, that just backfires. Now the flashes come through, but look at Shine. He gets through, even though he was fully flashed. Raiko will trade. That is too late. He's already lost 2 players, but he gets himself a double kill, so that makes it a 3-on-3.
Oh, man. This game is the gift that just continues to give. Sammy brought down incredibly low at range. Flusha's just a demon with the MP9. He gets out of dodge as well. In the meantime, Honoris haven't even been able to plant the bomb. Sobel now locked up by the smoke grenade. Means Sammy's by himself on such low health. How is Flusha still alive?
Oh, Pebzor takes down Sammy. And now Sobel, the last one standing, but Pebzor will take care of him as well. 13-10. Eyeballers, they do make it to double digits. And they're only 3 rounds away. Honoris, they're going to be on an eco, so that gives a good chance to Eyeballers to get even one more on the board. And with a 2-round difference, that almost makes it a full buy away, right? Because Honoris, they're on 2,000 now. They're going to be buying into the next one.
Yeah.
But if they lose the next one, then this is going to be a problem, because Eyeballers, they will get really close before Honoris managed to make it to the full loss bonus. Of course, this everything that I said happened if they lose the next round. This one, I would put it past them to win. I mean, with only Glocks, a single P250 should be just a done round for Honoris.
You got to think about, you know, there was a world where Honoris could have just run away with the second half and won the series 2-1. You know, if they won against the full eco, or even if they had won against the force buy after they won the force of their own. I know it's a lot of ifs and buts, but still, you know, there was a world in which they're already done with this game, and now they're going to have to grind their way through. Eyeballers in a very good position here to actually stand a chance to win the series now. Flawless anti-eco coming through from them. They build up extra cash across the board, which is exactly what you need when you're making the comeback. And this is the gun round you were referring to, Pop. This is the round that if Eyeballers win, it's pretty much 13-13. And being on the CT side with the money behind them, you back Eyeballers to win the map from there.
Now, this is a very important moment. This could be the moment that gets Eyeballers to tie up the match against Honoris. Or the moment Honoris, they break well, the streak of Eyeballers. I think that could have never happened, or could have happened later, as Honoris on that fast B play, they had all the chances to win. Ryko taking down Pep Store. Lunatic surprised by JW being that close, and that's actually going to be Sapik peeking in from long. Aggression and a lot of players towards mid. Gets Eyeballers in a very good position, 4-on-2. Good inspiration there to go for display, and the bomb is dropped at the moment. I think Shine, oh yeah, Shine spotted it.
Oh wow, that's really big. And I love this play coming through from Eyeballers just because it's such an important round, and the fact that they're keen to get so aggressive, make such a risky play, and make it work is very impressive. As you say, inspiring coming through from them. Only Ryko left, and they know exactly where he is now. Going to try to chase down JW, but that just baits him into Flusher. 13-12, it's going to be an eco for the T side as well. And then Eyeballers are on course to level up the score.
Yeah, Honoris here, they're going to go for the pistols. Some, I guess, the Eagles, P250, stick 9s, whatever the case. Eyeballers, they're run round away from tying up the game. And Honoris, if Eyeballers manage to get in the lead here, Honoris, they're going to feel really bad about thinking about that round. That could have been won so easily.
Eyeballers putting up a great fight right now. They got 4 AKs on the CT side, Pop. 4. That's huge on a map like Overpass, where there's so many long-range fights. You know, if you're playing in towards lowers as well, if you have an AK, it's a fair fight, not the M4 going head-to-head. Honoris have been able to close the gap in towards the A-bomb side show. JW will tenderize them with the HE grenade. Needs to stand tall now on the defense. He's got some support coming through from long, and himself and Peps are going to stand tall. Good repositioning coming through from JW as well. Unfortunately, the snowball runs out of ammo, runs out of health, and it will be a 13-13 scoreline here on the decider.
And yeah, again, I just gotta feel bad for Honoris. Them just being so close and getting that 14 and just continuing that momentum. And you can see how one round changes out most of the outcome of a game. We'll see if it impacts it negatively, as Honoris, they do use their last tactical pause here, try and get a plan through against Eyeballers. 13-13. This has gotten way closer than Honoris have expected it, probably, and they need some good strategies here to defeat Eyeballers, to try and take some rounds away from them, because if not, they are on full loss on us, so any bomb plan will net them a bye.
That's not the problem now, though.
No, that's not really the problem. The problem is they're all tied up at 13, and the series point is really close.
Not just about making sure they can afford weapons, it's about winning rounds now. Honoris were in a very comfortable position at one point on their T side. They're normally pretty decent at their T side of Overpass, but both teams now just 3 rounds away from winning the map. It's going to be a big execute in towards the B bomb site. There's at least 4 players here for Eyeballers right now. The AWP has been taking down Sammy in the backlines. It means that Taz has to now pick up the slack, and it's going to be Shine straight through the smoke. And Shine Bright, he will 2 kills. It's only Taz left remaining. Great defense out of Eyeballers.
And that is the round that gets the lead to Eyeballers. 14-13. Honoris didn't get to plant a bomb. A buy here is very risky. A half buy would be way better, and we do see a Mac 10 onto Lunatic. Yeah, CZ, Tech 9s.
Wow, this is so rough that they have to play for overtime, Pop.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The pistols sometimes do shine, so let's see.
I mean, that's true. I'm just thinking the fact that they were up, what, 13-9?
Oh, yeah.
And it's now slipped to 14-13, where they have pistols in play. Very light on utility as well. No, Sapik actually gets caught up by the player coming through the short tunnel. That puts Peps on a very awkward position. I think Flusher's boosting right now, so this is not looking fantastic for Eyeballers, but because Raiko gets caught completely off guard, it makes things a whole lot more doable.
Pepzor, he was looking into the site. Sammy, he's the one who can make it into the site. Wait, Flusha can't see him yet. He's behind the pillar and also behind the wood on the site. Pepzor, I think they know he's here, which is a big problem because he's alone in short. Will he expect the connector play? Oh, timing is perfect. He sees one. Does he expect the second one? He does.
Doesn't matter.
The double kill there, and Shine taking down Sammy. That will be 15, and that's 2 map and series point for Eyeballers.
6 rounds in a row here for the Swedish squad. 4 back from behind. They were far behind in the first half at 8-1, I think it was, in favor of Honoris. The half then ended 10-5. The Polish squad, you know, they won the first 2 rounds as well, went up 12-6. Then we saw those eco rounds being traded back and forth. Either way, now they have to get the job done. AKs across the board, all the utility they could ask for. It's going to have to be through 2 gun rounds as well, Pop. Not like if they win here, they're playing against a 4 spy in the next.
Well, let's see the play here from Honoris. Let's see what they can get done, because the game is just 1 round away from slipping from their hands. Honoris, they do have a game later on today, as we were talking before. They are 1 match away from qualifying to IEM Brazil. Well, that won't help here. As Eyeballers, they're about to take them to the 1-1 bracket. 1 win, 1 loss.
Honoris have noticed that. Sorry, Pop, to interrupt you there. Just Honoris have noticed that every time they execute in towards the speed bomb site, there's 4 players there. So this time they've taken top control. They've shown presence fountain, they've shown presence long, and it's just made sure that Eyeballers aren't able to just gamble stack 4 players comfortably on that B bomb site. This time there's going to be 3 players there, so it is a little bit more vulnerable. But Pepzor going to be coming through with the backstab. Just been checked by Taz. Unfortunately, the timing couldn't be worse there for the Polish veteran. How much damage can Pepzor do coming through from the backlines is the question. 1 onto Raiko, and that's all he'll settle for. But now the cat's amongst the pigeons.
Oh, GW finds Taz. This is bad for Honor as they lose Lunatic as well. 4-on-2 in favor of Eyeballers. Two players really close to Monster, and they both peak, and that is the round and the game. Eyeballers, they turn things around here, and they managed to win 16-13 and 2-1 to take Honoris down to the 1-1 bracket. Eyeballers themselves, they'll go up to the 2-0 bracket. They'll have 3 chances to close out the group stage and to go to the playoffs. And just a wonderful effort by Eyeballers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think about how they dominated the first half of the first map. They went up 14-1. Felt like we might have a lot quicker series on our hands than what we did in the end. Goes to double digits on all 3 maps. And we need, yeah, like I said, we need all 3 maps. So a hard-fought victory in the end for Eyeballers. I mean, Honor is probably a bit aggrieved with themselves. They would have felt like they could have won that one as well. But it is going to be Eyeballers who go into that 2-1 slot. The 2-0 slot.
Yeah, and exactly, that's where you want to be, right? That's exactly where you want to be, because you just need one more win to qualify for the playoffs. And if you get it with a 3-0, it's even better. If you get it with 3-2, it's basically the same thing. Maybe just I guess seeding is affected by that, but apart from that, that's all it is. And now, with that being said, that is the first best of 3 of the day concluded.
Yeah.
The next best of 3, it will be Nexus taking on iNation, and we'll go to the break, but I don't know exactly what's going to happen there, because Nexus is playing in another best of 3 at the same time, and we'll see what happens there. We'll come back with some news about that game. At the same time, make sure you check out cctour.gg, where you can find the schedule, the regional rankings, the CCT bingo brought to you by Prosper, and CCT stats brought to you by cover.gg. And also, we do have the second stream up, and I think I'm just gonna quickly check. I'm not exactly sure who is playing there at the moment. It is the Plains, Plains, the South Europe. It is NTK taking on Selim Drogove.
Okay, I'm glad you had to say those names and not me, Pop.
I think I do know. I think there's Selim Drogov. I think they're a Bulgarian team, a full Bulgarian team. Not looking that bad, to be honest. Only the name may be a little bit weird, but I do know they're looking good. That's Hypheria taking you guys through those matches over there. Make sure to check those out as well. We'll go to the break. When we come back, it's going to be news or the game of Nexus taking on iNation.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for the second best of 3 of the days. So it is still iPop, and with me, of course, it is the wonderful Haze. And we're getting ready for Nexus to take on iNation. They did finish their best of 3. It wasn't a favorable result, but they did finish it in time. So they're here to play against iNation. And I can only feel like, I can't really remember, but usually they were used to playing against those Serbian teams. And I'm pretty sure they've played against the players of iNation. At least BDN, because he's been on the team. He's been in Nexus for about 5.5 years or something like that. So I'm sure he played against those guys before in iNation.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys have definitely crossed paths, you know, coming from neighboring countries, the same region type of thing. They would be very familiar with one another, and always means there's a little bit more on the line than just the match itself, right? You got some pride on the line here as well for both of these teams. So I'm super excited about this. I mean, iNation were one of the organizations that I saw when I started casting Counter-Strike. Started watching Counter-Strike. So we're talking about when they had the likes of like Nico in the team. I think Yanko was in the roster. It's like 2014 type of stuff. So it's super cool to actually see them in action all these years later, featuring a strong squad. They ranked 58th in the world right now, and they're looking to do some damage.
Oh yeah, and they're playing against Nexus, who so far they have a little bit of a gap in in their map pool. Let's look at the rosters as well, so we can know what we're talking about. But Nexus, they had Overpass as their permaban for a really, really long time. And now Dust still was also a map very good for them. Now that Anubis is in, they have a weakness. They have two permabans. Overpass, usually they just dodge it. They straight up dodge it. And Anubis, well, they did play it in the best of three just before this one, and it was a close game. But they were playing against, I would say, not that good of a team as iNation is. And the only best of three that they have where they played the map, it was against Illuminar, and they lost 16-3. So not really looking all that good. But now for Nexus, of course, BTN, Raga, Smek, Moto, and Adam S. BTN and Raga, they've been in the team for quite some time. I mean, BTN has been in the team for 5.5 years. Raga has been since the previous iterations where they had Cello, they had Seminse, they also had Swifter. Now Swifter, he came through with Smek and Modo. They were playing for a team called One Tap, who is not around anymore. And it seemed like he wasn't the right fit. So Swifter, he went on to play on Esports Club Brugge, if I'm not mistaken. And Adam S took his place. And Adam S, he's been a Nexus before one time, and now he's back and he's here to deliver. They're all here to deliver. I can honestly say that this might be a very, very good iteration of the Nexus team.
Okay, I mean, obviously Pop's got some great info on them coming from Romania himself, so I certainly take your word for it, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in action. The names I recognize most, BTN and Raga, and then I know Adam S as well. Either way, let's switch across to their opponents. Let's have a look at iNation now. They made some roster changes a few months ago, and they've really taken effect. They've settled in, they've figured out their identity, they've built their foundation. There's quite a lot of history in and amongst the players of previous orgs and teams as well. So it seems like they've actually got a really good thing going. Depression, the one name I know really well. I mean, he played in the Fnatic Rising team for a brief period, 0 to 100 a bunch of times. And now in the iNation squad, Vladen, one of the strongest players in the team. The thing about the squad, though, is that they don't have any weak links. Like Dragon is playing phenomenally well. And Choiv, who I believe is the IGL, if I'm not mistaken, he's still sporting a pretty decent rating considering. So yeah, this team is in really good form right now, and I'm actually keen to cast them because I haven't got to cast them yet, so this is going to be nice.
Yeah, and also with the I got the chance right now to see what the I stands for. It's Infected Nation Esports. Although I thought it was just, you know how everyone was putting I in front of things when iPhones came out, and that was basically I thought that was the idea, but no, I guess iNation, deeper meaning behind that. And well, really curious to see the Veto, because if they use that against Nexus, and yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, Overpass banned by Nexus, iNation picks Anubis, and Anubis is not a bad map for them. Now Vertigo is an interesting first pick. Mirage banned by iNation. And from what I've seen, so Nexus played against Illuminar yesterday, and today they play against iNation. Both of those teams, they have Mirage as their permaban, or am I? No, Illuminar don't. But iNation has Mirage as their permaban, which is technically the best map of Nexus. Now, with Inferno as the decider, that is also interesting because Inferno is a very good map for Nexus, but it is also a very good map for iNation, and even better if you're counting the win percentage, right? iNation 93% win rate, Nexus only 69, but they both have 13-14 maps played. Vertigo is interesting, 50% for both of the teams, but Anubis, what I want to say is if Nexus don't win Vertigo, this is a 2-0 for iNation.
Yeah, Vertigo is definitely a win condition here for Nexus for sure. I mean, they've played the map a few times. They've played it, what, 6 times in the past 3 months? They've won it 3 times. Wins against Masonic, Honoris, and FTW. Recently lost 16-2 against Falcons and then 16-11 against Into the Breach. But it still makes sense that they picked Vertigo here in the series against iNation. iNation's response is Anubis, and you mentioned we haven't seen much out of Nexus on Anubis. They got destroyed by Illuminar yesterday, and they did just play in the European Pro League against Prodigies, and they lost the map there 16-14. So yeah, it doesn't really bode super well for Nexus's cause. Shows that they, maybe can put up a fight, but iNation certainly will be comfortable. And then the decider. The thing is that win percentage is somewhat inflated for iNation. If you just look at the teams that they've been beating, the most notable names are like Alternate Attics, and this is in December, by the way. BLUEJAYS, that's in November. So it's not like they've been beating any like super high rated teams on the map. They beat FTW, the Portuguese team, recently, and they lost to Zero Tenacity. So the point is that although they have a 93% win rate on the map, I wouldn't look at them as unbeatable.
Oh yeah, and well, I only hope that I'm wrong about the Anubis and that Nexus pull out of this insane Anubis, but it's been only 2 days and they lost 16-3, and it was looking clear that they didn't really know what to do as a team. Not individually. Individually, they knew what to do, but they couldn't really play as a team, right? So that doesn't get you by when you're playing against Illuminar. Now, against iNation, maybe you could surprise them with some of these, individual plays. Of course, talking about Anubis, once again, water control, I feel like is really important. We've seen mid control as well as taking control of mid as the CT, and also taking as the T side, just getting close to double doors and also the entryway towards the sites. But we're not going to start on Anubis. We're going to start on Vertigo, and we've seen a Vertigo already. As I was telling Hayes, I'm very scared of Vertigo every time I see it. So we'll see how that goes. But both teams on 50% win rate, it is also a scary thought. But at the same time, we just got to talk about how iNation, they're in a 5-match win streak. Nexus, they lost against Into the Breach, won against Illuminar, won against GTZ, but lost against Falcons. They're kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily hit or miss, but the wins are divided. Wins and losses are pretty divided here, and they don't really lose hard. They lost against Illuminar 2 weeks ago, 2-0, and against Ikla a week ago. But between those 2 matches, there's been 6 best of 3s that they won. So I feel like both of the teams are looking strong, and I would expect a really close match between those 2 teams.
Yeah, for me, the win over Illuminar is by far the most impressive victory that Nexus have had recently. That's a really big win. Illuminar have been looking very convincing lately, making deep runs in the CCT events. So they beat Evil Geniuses, obviously, and they've just had some good results in general, have Illuminar. They went on that big win streak. They beat 4s, they beat 9 eyeballers. So it was actually, a very impressive win for Nexus, to be honest with you. So I'm keen to see if they can continue that form, and if it's not just 2 hit and miss from them. Obviously, Nexus has been around for a very long time. It's the headline org of Romania. You'll know a lot more about them than I do, but I've seen a lot of them as well. And I guess the one glaring piece that's missing now is Zello, right? Like, he was part of the fabric of the org, part of the identity as well. Now he's moved on to Sprout, and this is like his big chance at the tier 1.5 space. It's his opportunity now to try and make his mark on that scene. But it's going to be interesting to see how Nexus go about rebuilding without him.
And yeah, we as you were talking about Zelo, he's playing in Sprout. They played yesterday in the same IM Brazil qualifier that we were talking. Honoris is still going on strong into, and they played against 9, which actually is the team that Honoris are playing against. And he had a really, really amazing match, amazing best of 3. I'm just trying not to sneeze here. But yeah, I know we having the same kind of problem with the sneezes. We're getting ready, but that's what I was saying. He had a really insane game, at least on Ancient against 9. Couldn't close it out, and they are actually out of that tournament. But yeah, here they do have Modo. Modo's a really, really gifted opper. He is basically kind of the 3rd opper in Romania, as you have Cello as the best, and Regali close behind.
Would you choose Cello over Regali?
In terms of at this point, the thing is, if you look at how they both play and how they both do in their respective teams, Copenhagen Flames, I think they give Regali more space as Cello, from what I've seen so far in Sprout, he's playing really passive, and he's not a passive opper. He's usually
Not at all. Not at
no,
all.
he's usually the aggressive opper, and for now, he's not really in his element. But hopefully, they can change around with that. I know they changed the IGL as well, so we'll see if that can help. But yeah, so far I would still choose Cello over Regali, but Regali is close behind. He's not he's not far behind Cello. Moto might be a little bit behind them, but he's still working, and under the guidance of BTN, I know he's gonna do good as well.
For me, I just feel like Regali is more reliable than Zelo now in 2023 kind of thing. Like, I feel like if we were talking about it 2 years ago, then I'd definitely agree with you. Either way, it is going to be the pistol round underway. First map is upon us, and it's going to be Kindo who gets the first frag. There's still going to be aggression coming through from the CT side, though. Smek wants to continue to force the issue. That's going to cost him his life.
Oh, well, the smoke has been missed. But will that help Nexus in any way? Good nade into CT. Adam S down to 63. Raga gonna push through the smoke, but some of those players were turned around. Kindo will take down Raga. Still peeking, still fighting. Adam S losing the duel, and Choiv with the nade, finishing BTN off the IGL duel. Finished off by only a single nade, and that will be iNation winning the first round here, the pistol round, the Nexus. And we'll be going, I would expect them to go for an eco. They are on the 2400 loss bonus, so we'll see what can be done here for Nexus. I guess USPs. We've seen USP wins, right? We've seen a USP win in the previous map as well.
Yeah.
Overpass. It was a surprise. We could see one here as well, but I do doubt it. As iNation, they're not really going towards the USPs.
Yeah, thankfully they are going to be avoiding the threat inadvertently. So this iNation team's an exciting prospect, Pop. You know, you think about the Serbian players banding together. You've got Depression, who's from Croatia as well. He's played in a lot of teams, only 19 years old, but that's why he's been picked up by so many different teams. Hasn't really worked out for him per se long-term in any of the teams, but his talent is undeniable. That's why he's such a sought-after prospect. I think Kindo is also a well-recognized player in terms of, you know, he's been earmarked as one of those individuals who's a really talented player to have on the team, a really solid rifler, right? So no surprise to see that he gets added into the mix here as well. Thinking about the 4 glory days, Dragon played in that team along with Kindo as well. So there was some history between them in that regard.
Oh, no doubt. iNation, they have a lot of experience and a lot of history behind those players, and I really like. It's kind of a life hack here how the countries in that region, they all speak like, it's, if I'm not mistaken, I hope I'm not mistaken, but it's kind of a different language, but they can understand each other. So Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, I think as well. Hopefully I'm not saying stupid things, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And it's kind of a hack there where they can play with each other and it doesn't matter because they don't need to speak English, which sometimes can be a hindrance between players that are not used to international teams, of course.
Yeah.
But as we say that, the round ends, iNation win it, of course, and Nexus, they did some good damage, took down some players with the USPs. Now they're gonna buy, and let's see how their full buy will go.
Interestingly enough, speaking about communication, Depression has actually played in international rosters. He's played in Serbian teams as well. So big mix coming through from him in the early stages of his career. Got a lot of aggression here towards Ramp. BTN steps out. Moto had already got that kill to trade out his teammates to make it the 2-for-1. Dragon patiently waits in towards middle. Adam S rotates straight into his crosshair. Map's been cut down the middle. Raga is still in play though and can't stop them from getting into the B bomb side for free. In the meantime, Moto closes the gap towards ramps. They're trying to close the walls on the bomb carrier right now, but he's going to go up the ladder. This is the perfect option, Pop.
Moto, a lot of info, but the problem is push comes in through mid. Raga has to cover by himself. Gonna be in for a surprise here as 3 players come in from heaven. Oh, timing could be perfect, but will Raga expect it? Oh, he turns around, but Dragon wins the duel. That will be his double kill, and Moto is slowly creeping up towards the A side. The plan is not going to go onto the A side, and Moto, at this point, is just going to go for the save. Gets himself an AK, and that will be the round in favor of iNation. And going back to the same idea, this is a must-win map for the guys on Nexus. Because that Anubis is not looking great. 16-3 against Illuminar. 16-14 against Prodigy. Just the Prodigies just earlier on today, basically 20 minutes ago. So
yeah,
they desperately need this one if they want to make it to the third, because I do not expect at all to see a 2-0. I would be very impressed if Anubis was pracked a whole lot by Nexus in just 2 days, and they just bring out the most insane strategies I've ever seen. But
yeah, not likely for sure. So I agree. Vertigo, a must-win prospect. What is rough for Nexus is that they were able to win against Illuminar, and then they go and they lose to Prodigies 2-0, you know, straight afterwards. So that's like just blowing so hot and cold. There's no consistency there to build on. Beating a really high-rated team, a very well-respected team in Illuminar, and losing to Prodigies 2-0, you know, doesn't really leave people much to get excited about. So keen to see what Nexus can do here against iNation. Hasn't been the strongest start out of them. Still very early days on their mapping, but they're going to have to try and get the job done with an eco. My God, Moto brought that saved rifle into this next round, but he's already taken so much damage.
And that weapon can be passed on to Smek or BTN. But Smek is the one holding down the side with Moto. Adam S. Taken out by utility. Raga has the Deagle ready. Smoke from Choiv, and they do have complete control of their B site. Can they get any damage done at this point? Because this round should be done. I mean, the AK should be saved by Smek. We do see him and on the top of ramp towards A. Well, the pistols could go for some exit frags, right? But also, the armor would be pretty important to save. Choiv takes down Raga. And that should be, as long as they don't find BTN, that should be the end of the action here in round number 4. iNation not really having an issue so far. And really, this flawless round is very important for iNation. They can get ahead with a lot of money in the bank. And Nexus, they'll be looking to have an answer to what iNation are doing, but it's going to be hard. Let's see if the op onto Moto will change some of these situations.
Yeah, definitely going to be a nice addition to their weapons coming into the next round here. Keen to see how he puts it to use. Did look quite aggressive when he had the AK in the previous. Let's see if he's going to head towards ramp here once again. No AWP to contest on the T side. iNation up to a very clean start here on their opponent's mapping, just going through the motions. Oh, great pick there from Moto just before the smoke blooms. Kindo going to be the man to fall victim, was just going through his protocols, dumping the util, but he gets dumpstered out of the round.
Big boost. Try and surprise the B side defense. That's Adam S waiting behind the boxes. Oh, look at BTN. Not usually the flanker.
And Raga
is the IGL. Raga should find, or I think he found a bomb. Maybe the molly comes through, and that just baits Choiv into jumping in front of BTN, because there was a molly blocking that small connector area. Dragon ding down to 27. There's the nade to take him out. Adam S gets away with a frag, tries to find one more, but Vladen will be the one to actually send Adam S towards the ground floor as we see him drop, and he was already gone. Still looking to get some damage done, but 40 seconds left. The round should be won by Nexus here. I mean, they're in a 4-on-1, 17 HP on the last player. No way something happens here.
No, absolutely
I'm just joking. I was thinking like, a clueless like the emote, but no, it should be Vladen just saving the weapon here. And now the economy of iNation comes into play, because Vladen can just save and they can just buy into the next one. No problem.
Yeah, and as for Nexus, they get themselves on the board, and actually they show some flair in that previous round as well. Able to get that first pick there from Moto with the AWP. That's going to be making Kindo think twice about how he's going to be approaching that utility. MOUZ had the good spawn, capitalized on it, and then there's quite a lot of aggression that comes through from the CT side. I mean, BTN was able to push his way the whole way through the back lines. Raga actually went down the ladder as well, so there were 2 players flanking around behind iNation, and that caught them completely off guard. So Nexus get themselves on the board, and iNation with enough to reinvest, going to be leaving themselves with some change in their pockets, but probably not enough to buy in the next round again if they lose here.
We'll see iNation spread out all over the map, just trying to put pressure on Nexus. And I think a really important point would be for Depression to find MOUZ is if he peeks into a ramp. Because we did see that MOUZ and Smek are usually the 2 players that are defending that A side. BTN comes to help as well. And MOUZ this time, he might be in mid. But of course, if he gets a peek, he's just going to reposition and lay down the fire with that op in a different position. But as iNation are keeping them guessing, for now, no one finding anything. iNation playing the slow game. Quick boost that can actually surprise MOUZ here. Dragon. Oh, he will peek him. Wonderful angle there by Dragon. Vladen finds 2, and that's B and mid completely open.
Vladen gets those kills over towards the B side, and I'm pretty sure that was completely by himself. I actually didn't spot in the kill feed if there was a flash assist or something like that, but he was almost playing a bit of a lurk role there with an A1S, and he's able to get both of those kills. Is that right? Or did he pick up the A1S afterwards? Either way, it doesn't matter. That's an insane double kill entry coming through from him.
I think it was both. But yeah, no, that angle that Dragon got, it was really impressive Vladen to find. Yeah, Vladen's he just popped off. He's 5-0 already. I mean, I was impressed by 5-0, but his teammates are 5-2 and 3, so not really an issue. iNation doing really good here at the start of the match. I mean, it is 5-1, and they got the early lead. But what I was saying is Dragon, he was boosted up, and because of the box, MOUZ was holding a kind of an off angle, so Dragon could see him first. And that was the single position that MOUZ didn't account for. So that was one chance that MOUZ didn't really get to do anything with. Got a quick peek into ramp this time, MOUZ, but he's been tagged down to 50. So they already got good control over the enemy opper, which I feel like is really important facing a team like Nexus, where MOUZ, he can surely get some good peeks in, but if you can control the enemy opper and force him not to peek and try and be a little bit more passive, then you have a lot more space on the map here. And iNation, they're doing that wonderfully.
Yeah, they're trying to make MOUZ's life as difficult as they possibly can. They want to try and nullify him. Haven't been able to find any opening picks here so far in the round, which generally have been pretty easy to come by here for iNation. So now they're just going to have to group up and go for a bit of an execute without having done too much damage to the defense. The question is, where do they go from here? They've got Vladen posted up on the stairs over towards the B site. I think he's just trying to pull rotations and keep focus on that side of the map. In the meantime, MOUZ and Smek, they're working hand in hand right now towards ramp, and they've actually got the angles. They've got the angles under control right now. MOUZ with the AWP spots, one on the cross, now forced back by the flash, is not going to continue to take the fight. Instead, calls for rotations to come through, and they set up their next line of defense.
Oh, Smek. Close to Ivy. Has some support from BTN as well. Vladen swings. It's the first frag. Nails the second. Good headshot there by Vladen. That is all hurtful, but Braga tries to take it back. Gets a frag. Will be pushed here by multiple players, and he will go down to Choip. Spamming away at the match.
Oh
not
my
finding
God.
Choip, and actually he's the one being found by Dragon through the smoke. That leaves MOUZ with the op on 10 HP to run away, try and save the big green for the next round.
That was really close, though, because if he gets the shots through the smoke, he drops the bomb carrier, and then that would have actually been enough to win the round. There wasn't any time left remaining. MOUZ should be able to keep his AWP in play. Oh my God, himself and Kindo literally on opposite sides of the angle. Kindo will fall, but his life does not go in vain. iNation win their 6th. That's their most impressive round that they've won so far, Pop. What a great couple of entry kills coming through there from Vladen as well.
I'm gonna quickly say that for both of those teams, the T side is stronger, and this is a big difference for Nexus. On CT, their round win percentage is 36.7, which is very bad. But on T side, it is 63.3.
Okay.
So I'll say, let's just wait until the second half. No, I'm just saying that both of those teams are really good on T side, and it can be seen on iNation. But Nexus, I think they need more than one.
Yeah, iNation, you're right. 41% win rates on their CT side doesn't leave too much to get excited about. So they're going to look to try and do as much damage as they can here in the first half. There are a few potential pitfalls here in this round. Desert Eagles in player 5-7 and MP9 as well. Great crosshair placement from Raga. Depression steps straight in and Raga just decapitates him.
Looking for some more with the Eagle. He pops down the smoke, Vladen, the peak, shoulder peak, but BTN will take down, actually, Vladen. Didn't react in time. Adam has dealt some damage there with the MP9. And BTN, I guess he's happy. He upgraded to an SMG. But that means he loses a teammate now. Trying to get a little bit more aggressive. BTN, timing is very unlucky. And what is that from Kaido?
What an insane spray transfer there to get that second kill.
Oh, and that opens up the B side, but Modo's weak on the rotation. Smek is here as well, has the 5-7. There's a molly in heaven, so they might not expect the player to come through after the molly is gone. Dragon, not the best spray, but he keeps on going, and he gets the double kill as well. I mean, spray transfers could be the asset of iNation, but wow, that was at least from Indo, that was very, very well placed, and especially in the situation that they found themselves in. 7-1, iNation so far, making it look very one-sided.
What's impressive about Kindo's spray transfer is he's got the vertical transfer, which is always the most difficult. Going horizontal is a lot easier, but to go vertical or up and down the y-axis is the most impressive anyway. Modo with his AWP looks again to try and find the opening kill. He might become the prey in the round though. Needs to be careful. Player behind sandbag spots it out, has to use his smoke. No, he's actually going to be able to get out of dodge only just though. Nexus are feeling the heat, they're feeling the pressure on the A-bomb site right now, but they have still been able to keep all 5 players alive. So that is a success in itself.
BTN going for the spam, not a lot of damage. Oh, but through the smoke, that is way better. No one's paying attention here. BTN swings out after Modo goes down. BTN will retrieve the AWP. That is interesting, to say the least. And let's see what BTN can do with that AWP. Although Depression has the AWP for iNation, and if he starts to slowly peek into the site, he might be able to find Smek. BTN covering towards Ivy. Bomb is just now making its way towards the site, but Kindo nails the headshot onto the standing AWPer. Adam S. Oh, quick flank. Gets the bomb down. 45 seconds left. Smek will find Kindo. And Depression. He's in a 1-on-3. Well, check behind. Adam S is not thinking just yet, but Depression will find Raga. And makes it a 1-on-2. He's still paying attention to the flank. Still waiting for Adam S to peek. Gets himself an M4. Looking in a good direction. Oh, Smek. Not peeking out. He's going to peek out just now, but he will miss his chance. 34 HP. Depression sticks the bomb plan, but Adam S is already here. He will trade, and he will get the round for Nexus. And they do get one more on the board. iNation, they had a player disconnect. I don't know exactly if he disconnected after he died.
Yeah, he was dead for sure. Yeah. But that was a great attempt from Depression. I mean, that felt like a pretty much unwinnable 1 versus 3. But he actually just approaches the fights perfectly and gets 2 kills. And, there was no way for him to take the fight with Adam S after he plants the bomb. So the fact that he gets 2 kills and a bomb plant is actually fantastic. Nexus were looking almost guaranteed to win that round after they got that 2-for-1 trade. Then looked a little bit uncomfortable, right? There wasn't great communication or coordination on that A-bomb side from Nexus, but it doesn't cost them the round in the end. 7-2, they get back to winning ways, but there needs to be more where that came from.
Where do we see the technical pause was just lifted, so we're gonna get back into the game. Even though Nexus, they did win the round here, it will not be the happiest buy. 2 FAMAS is in play for Smek and Raga. Thankfully, the AWP was still saved, so Modo can still afford a big green that he can find Depression with. Now, the economy of iNation is not all that bad, even though they lost the round, and they do still afford a buy, and it is still looking good. Although some good damage to start things off onto Vlad, and I think Moto was spotted behind the sandbag, so that gives away a lot of info for iNation. Molly comes through, nade as well, smoke will be used. Kindo down to 18. They're dealing some good damage here, Nexus, but they can't finish the frags off just yet. They're gonna get a lot of info here.
No.
Smack. I think the duel against Depression there at the edge of the smoke is not really the best idea, because
No.
it's a big advantage for the Opper.
Yeah, just forcing the issue. It almost looked like a bit of frustration maybe there from Smek trying to, finish off a frag, but ends up actually being the one to give away his life. BTN still going to be maintaining a fairly forward position along here with Moto, so they've got a decent amount of info to go off of. Adam S on the B bomb site, and Drago, who's kind of just swiveling back and forth between mid and the B site right now. And actually, not ideal that he's focusing over towards B, because that's creating a lot of space in mid, and that's exactly where iNation are shifting a large portion of their players right now. Dragon starts to edges his way forward. Perfect timing on the peak there as Dragon starts to fight on the B site. He goes down. Adam S not trying to play around the smoke, but he will fall victim to Dragon as well.
Just the entries that Dragon has been getting in different rounds, it's just looking really, really good from him. 11-3. And, well, Nexus, they do get one, but they can't link the second as well. Moto will find Choiv, but now they will know where Moto is. Oh, Kindo, my Lucy's up. I'm dealing some good damage here, Nexus. iNation, they might be a little bit overzealous. It might be better off just saving those weapons that they still have. Need being thrown, and Moto will just stop the advance with that molly. That will be the 8th round of iNation.
I'm surprised they aren't going for these kills, Pop. I'm very surprised they aren't just charging them down and throwing everything that they had at those remaining Nexus players to try and stop them from saving the guns. They can buy up now. They can drop 2 rifles and afford a pretty, won't be a full buy, unfortunately, for Smek. He's going to have to settle for an upgraded pistol. Okay, he'll get a FAMAS at least. But the problem is Nexus have won a round and then lost the round immediately afterwards again. So just not building any momentum here on their map pick.
Maybe they didn't exactly know the economy of Nexus, or at the same time, their economy was not all that great. So they wanted to make sure they save some more weapons. Oh, Moto, can you see Depression at all? I think we can see, or for us, it seems that they can see each other. I'm pretty sure that sometimes it's not exactly accurate. Adam S, he takes down Choiv. Draga with the molly forces Vlad another position, and he awarded the frag, but he goes down.
No.
BTN. That is not the cleanest race. Smek will take down Dragon. Now this is a 2-on-2. Oppers on the same side, or on both sides, but Depression with only a nade takes down Smek, and that leaves Moto, the Opper, in a clutch situation. He's being held by Depression right here. Oh, actually, no. Depression is holding a tight angle towards CT. So Moto, he could get down from heaven. That's exactly what happened. Kindo next to Generator. Slowly peeking. Oh, he's been heard. Yeah, now they know Moto's right up next to Kindo. And Depression is holding his side. Missing the no-scope there, Moto. And Kindo will just take the round in favor of iNation. 9-2, and now Nexus, while technically they can still buy, I don't think it's the best idea. I would rather go for a half buy. Sure, get iNation, or allow iNation to get to 10, and then you can buy into the next one with whatever you want. Because you're on full loss once. You've been on full loss once for a pretty long time.
Yeah, problem means iNation pretty much get double digits for free. Maybe not completely for free. Still upgraded pistols and SMGs, but Nexus have just struggled so much in these gun rounds, and it's the case once again. I mean, there were some moments in that round, but they were always chasing it. That nade kill was insane from Depression. That did so much damage, almost max damage onto the player that was on the bridge. And with that, Moto was left in a very difficult 1v2. So will iNation just continue their tirade? Do they potentially slip up against the pistols and SMGs? BTN timely rotating in towards that B bomb site, though. They will still lose 2 players. Kindo doubles down. Where's the bomb, though, is the question. It's actually forced him towards mid right now. Maybe still a chance, no Rugger. Just swings out wide, and he will fall victim. Both those players offer themselves up to Choiv.
The mess. The last one standing with that MP9. And now, 2 players are low from iNation. Choiv is down to 46. Vladen is the only one with full HP. But AdamS, he's rotating towards that A side. He'll swing into mid and find depression. Now, they know where AdamS is, but they're still going to go towards that B side. Molly goes through. Actually, no, that's only a fake towards B. The AK will be retrieved by AdamS.
No, they're going B. They're just faking you up, Pop.
They're faking me and also AdamS, because they faked B, then they faked A in a 3-on-1.
Yeah, this isn't a very elaborate 3 versus 1. AdamS is wondering what the hell's going on.
No, I do respect that from iNation, making it complicated, even though the round is more or less already won. I mean, AdamS, do you even go for this one? You will buy into the next one, so you could go, you could try, but you need to hurry up. There's no defuse kit on any of those players. I don't think anyone bought a defuse kit. I don't think there was a reason for anyone to buy. AdamS, nice headshot onto Vladen, but Kindo from side will just take him down. That's double digits for iNation. And Nexus, they will buy into this one. Moto, of course, going straight away for the op. You could even see a double op setup for Vertigo. I think might be a little bit overkill, but it could happen. Raga can also pick up that op. He was an opper before. I think before he joined Nexus, he was an opper on the other teams.
I think he was. I think a second AWP would actually be a good counter to what iNation are doing here, to be honest, because iNation, they're just playing out defaults and then just finding kills around the map and then grouping up and executing afterwards. So the second AWP would be valuable in just holding down lines and, you know, aiding the defense against the defaults. So that's the problem, is it feels like Nexus are losing these rounds in the mid to early round. Once it comes through to the execute, they're already so far behind, they never really stand a chance of defending the bomb sites itself. So let's see if they can find a way to contest these mid to early rounds a little bit better. I mean, the individuals are all lacking right now. AdamS, he's the top frag at 8 for 11. You look at iNation, we got 14 kills on Kindo, 11 on Dragon, 9 on both Choiv and Vlad, and they're all popping off right now.
Well, let's see what they have in store for us this time. Nexus, they did go for that tactical timeout, so they're getting a little bit more aggressive on that A ramp. No one way just yet. That one way that helps out the player in push down in Ivy. Deep smoke actually, and they're gonna take control. Very interesting here from Nexus. BTN was spotted at the edge of the smoke. There were Vladen was the one to take him down.
And again, that's exactly what I've been talking about. Just opening opening kills coming through time and time again for iNation. No trade again.
Oh, they're going through CT. Raga doesn't expect it. Caught with an 8 in hand. AdamS tries to cover by himself, but Kindo nails the headshot. Dragon goes down, but that's the only frag that he got so far, and I think that's the only frag that he will get into this one. Yeah, the bomb landed. They're going for the save. 11 for iNation. And going back to the point, it is a very bad situation that Nexus are in right now, because their second map, or the second map in the best of 3, is not good at all. Again, I do hope that they got a lot of practice on that map, and I highly doubt it. We'll see. For now, the game is still not over. Of course, it's only 11-2, which sounds like a big difference. But still, Nexus could go to could get to more 11-4, and with the pistol round could slowly come back into the game. Not that iNation want to let that happen. iNation, they're playing a very, very good Counter-Strike so far. And Kindo's leading the pack there with 16 and 7. He's playing really, really well, and his teammates are not too far off. So iNation, they are ready to take on Nexus on any of those maps, and so far they're doing really well on Vertigo.
Yeah, which is what concerns me for Anubis, is that if iNation are looking so well drilled and well-oiled on their opponent's mapping and they've picked Anubis, then you bet your top dollar they've been working super hard on that map. It's going to be aggression coming through. I haven't really seen this from iNation yet. Super fast-paced coming through from them as they claim early control up towards the top of ramp. They've just forced Nexus back with the util. Looks like Nexus wants to try and have some sort of a response. It's Smek, who's in the 4th position, off the back of the flash, will push through, but isn't able to snap up the kill that was on offer.
Raga once again in that advanced position on the stairs, although Smek gets the headshot to Choi. It's for the flash. Smek gets one more. The double in Ivy. That makes it a 5-on-3. Next is looking to find success here, but as I say that, Depression takes down Smek. He was trying to surprise her through the smoke and still pushing from Ivy, but that was overextension by a long shot. I mean, they were in a 5-on-3. Now at a mess, he is up on the site, aggressive position, but he can surprise at least the player. Moda with his op towards Ivy. Good cover, but we'll see if Depression. It seems like he's going to be the first one to peek into the site. He's going to expect the angle that Adamas is holding. Looking towards headshot this time. The smokes will be pouring in.
Yeah, he's in a very open position, but the position shouldn't be expected. Doesn't matter. Vladin just completely overruns him. And now you've got Modo with the AWP in towards Gap right now. Not detected for the time being, but the scope is going to betray him. The black part of the scope meant he wasn't able to spot Vladin cross the bomb site. And that leaves him completely exposed. It's all of a sudden a 2v3. This was a 3v5 in favor of Nexus. Now they have to pick up the pieces, but the pieces are scattered everywhere. Depression has the angle, spots the player on the cross, relays the information to his team. Sure, there are 2 kits in play here, but Nexus still down by a man. BTN just going to get on that defuse in the smoke, punching in the digits, hoping for the best. Nobody able to get the kill. Nobody spraying away. BTN robs iNation blind.
I mean, just a weird situation to end like that. It was a 5-on-3, so Smek gets a double kill. They're getting the frags back. All they had to do is just smoke the bomb, and BTN started to defuse it, and nobody had anything to say. And iNation, they go for a tactical timeout. They're not happy about that.
Yeah,
that could very well give Nexus some momentum, just like a funny situation where people can laugh about it, and they can still go on with a smile on their face, and that's gonna help surely, because again, it is 11-3, best score 11-4 in favor of iNation, of course, but T side is better for Nexus. iNation, we do see that the T side is very good, but I don't know what they do on the CT side, because their percentages are not all that good. So we'll see what exactly is the case here. Now, as we go into the last round of the first half, both of the teams will have the buy here, although there is a FAMAS on the side of Nexus. Raga is the one using it, and we'll see what their plan is, if they want to get a little bit more aggressive, because we do see BTN posted up in mid next to the wall here.
Yeah, he has been making some aggressive plays on the CT side so far. Happy to take responsibility on his own shoulders, but what a way for iNation to come back into the round and get back to winning ways. Maybe job not done just yet, but it certainly should be now. BTN, the first responder, also gets steamrolled by Vladin, who has just been in a league of his own here in this first half. Dragon going to be the next point of contention, and he destroys Smek. 12-3, the imminent scoreline, and Nexus will go the whole half without stringing 2 consecutive rounds to get the pop.
Modo now 1v4. Oh, taken out by Kindo. I was thinking how he was trying to look for some frags, but they're not giving anything away, iNation, and straight away after losing a round, they take another one back. 12-3. We'll see what iNation, if they can close it out, or if Nexus have something to do here on in the second half. 12-3, 9-round lead for iNation. As you would expect, the odds are in their favor. Make sure to check those out at cct.gg/1xbet. But now Nexus, they're on their favorite side. This round could mean anything. Could not anything, but everything. I mean, Choi hiding behind the block here gets the first one. Not the best spray of the USB. Dragon. Oh, he takes down Moto instantly. BTN with the USB trying to surprise. Vladen takes him out. Adam S and Smek with the Glocks. They do get the first one, and they're trying to retrieve the bomb. Good peek by Adam S. Vladen, oof, that was instant. But look at the depression. He's already behind them. Tries to go for the headshot. Smek didn't react. Adam S does. Now it is a one-on-one. Adam S taking on Kindo. The peek. Kindo doesn't land the headshot. The body shots.
No.
Down to 2 HP. The body shots doing the work. Adam S. He's basically, if he trips here on the metal bridge, he's gone. So, but there's still a chance for him. That's the problem.
Yeah, he's gotten himself into a winnable position at least. He's found himself on the correct side of the map. Kindo is slowly pushing forward, but he's literally going to be on the polar opposite side of the map when he realizes what's going on here. Here's the bomb plant, so he's going to run as far forward as he can, knowing he won't be heard. And then he's going to start to shift walk. And Adam S, he does have an idea that there could be the fast flank coming through right now. Hasn't spotted the feet. Kindo does see him. One bullet eventually will be the one to finish off the job. I mean, so many body shots there from Kindo onto Adam S. They just had like a man-to-man gunfight there. And neither of them died, but Adam S took way more damage.
And well, does that seal the deal, Hayes?
It should, surely, yeah. I mean, I certainly would say that's the final nail in the coffin.
They're
going to force back here as well.
Yeah, well, at least they got that going, right? They got that going. They got some AKs, they got some Galils. They have something to answer with. But this one should seal the deal. If they don't manage to win this one, well, that should be iNation just finishing off this first one, the first map.
And this is Nexus's pick. This is the map that you were saying they must win if they're going to stand a chance to win in the series. So it couldn't have gone worse for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, they just came off of playing a best of 3 against Prodigies. Of course, not too happy about the result there, but in the CCT, they won against Illuminar, which was a really good performance. But here, they're not looking all that great. Depression taking down Braga. He took down BTN earlier as well. 4-on-3 in favor of iNation. Looking for some peaks, looking for some frags. The bomb will be planted by Adam S. The molly will come through. Adam S, he can just slowly go out of the position. He gets depression.
Yeah.
3-on-3. It is not lost just yet. They can still get this one, Nexus. iNation trying to get onto the side. Vladen takes down Moto. Adam S trades. There's going to be a player coming in from Ivy. That's going to be Dragon. He is slow, but he's going to find them because no one's going to pay attention. Dragon takes down Adam S. Smek will get the frag onto Choiv. Now the one-on-one. Dragon. Time is running out. Smek wins it. No time for Dragon.
Yeah, there was no kids in play either, so Dragon had to get both of those kills before Choiv went down on the bomb sites if they were going to stand any chance of winning the round, because then Choiv could have got back on the defuse. But so as soon as Choiv falls there, it doesn't actually matter whether Dragon gets the kills or not. Nexus, they win the force buy. I mean, it does cost them all 5 players, but they win the round, and that's what matters the most.
Now the tactical pulse out of iNation. And again, I really respect it. iNation going straight away for a tactical pause just to make sure that they have everything laid out so they know what to do. So they can close out the match before it gets out of hand. Because if they give the momentum to Nexus, I feel like they can come back against iNation. But by the way, iNation has been playing so far. It's gonna be really hard. Everyone is playing on their part. Dragon getting all kinds of crazy entries. We've seen Kindo as well. They do go for the force buy here. They're gonna have the AK and the FAMAS alongside the pistols. Let's see if they can hold Nexus at bay, or if Nexus can get themselves even one more on the board. Again, playing here as the second map is looking very bad for Nexus. That Anubis, that so far it hasn't looked all that good. Last result against Illuminar was 16-3 in favor of Illuminar.
Forced by here from iNation to try and contest against the rifles. It's going to be very difficult. A bomb site looking vulnerable. I mean, there is quite a flank coming through right now from the CT side, but they haven't been able to get any kills as Nexus claim map control and edge closer and closer in towards A. There's a big hold coming through from Adam S watching the flank. He's certainly been one of the individuals to come to life here for Nexus so far on Vertigo. There's going to be a double P coming through here in towards Gap, and it's going to be an easy kill there for both Smek and Raga. So good cleanup coming through from Nexus in the anti-force buy.
No depression. Maybe you can find a headshot onto Raga. Dragon takes down another mess. Raga goes down to depression. Modo manages to trade. And Dragon will be happy with that AK saved. Because they won't be having anything basically in the next round. They're going to be ecoing. There's a chance for Nexus to get some more rounds on the board. This iNation, I feel like they're still in that territory where it's possible. You can still believe, right? It's 13. It's not 14, so they're not one round away from the map point. It's not 15, of course, where you kind of just think, well, this map is done. So 13-5. It's 8 rounds between those two teams. 8 rounds that Nexus need to get in a row to tie things up against iNation. Of course, iNation, they're not going to make it easy. I mean, by the way they've been playing so far, 8 rounds in a row seem really hard, right? Nexus, they got 3 rounds on their CT side, and those were cherry-picked. They weren't stringed together. So it will not get easy. But if they can maybe get a good streak going, keep iNation in a eco cycle.
Yep.
Maybe they can get things through. I mean, get even closer.
We did see... Yeah.
Before iNation get even more.
Yeah, we did see Eyeballers go up 14-1 against Honoris earlier today, and then Honoris eventually lost that map 16-11, I think it was, although 16-10. So we have seen some fight backs from far behind already today.
Yeah.
Should be a guaranteed 6th round here for Nexus, just about making sure they keep as many players alive as they can. Kindo's picked up an AK. Finds a favorable timing on the fight, but the problem is he doesn't have the armor to sustain that fight. Gladden going to get caught with the knife out. Easy kill for Raga. And Nexus rack up their 6th. So at least now stringing some rounds together, Pop, for the first time here, you know, building up a little bit of momentum, and players start to feel like they're getting themselves into the game here, probably.
And if I'm not mistaken, as quick inside info, oh, never mind. I thought it was the case. I did remember that Nexus were supposed to play together at the same place, apart from Adamas, because of course he lives in Spain. But it is not the case, if I remember correctly. So never mind that. But they do get the frag onto depression. Now Smek was traded by Kindo. There's 3 more players here. BTN takes down Choi. Take down even one more. Kindo will trade. But he has to back away. He's alone for the time being, and they are pushing in onto that A side. The bomb is still dropped behind. Raga still waiting for a flank. Might have overthink that, because Dragon is staying put on that B site. Deep Smoke and the Molly comes through. Adam S has a lot of space here to work with. Can get himself in a very good position.
I'm not sure if this is entirely necessary, though. Big gunfight with Kindo will come out on top of that. Will add a mess, and he continues to thrive. Okay, he actually makes that position work perfectly. I thought he might be biting off a bit more than he can chew, but getting himself in and amongst the front lines is basically just cut iNation off at the head. Never gave them a chance to even get the retake going. This is actually the most impressive round we've seen out of Nexus so far here on the map, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like the confidence that they show, right? It was 13-2? No, 12-3 actually. iNation got one. Nexus, they racked up some rounds and they still have a lot of confidence. Adames pushing like that, as you said, wasn't necessarily needed, but it got them 2 frags and it got them in a very, very good position. Now iNation using one more tactical pause. So there's something going on in iNation. They know that they can't really let the game out of hand, right? Because Nexus, they're slowly coming back into this one, and iNation, they're gonna be on another, I would say eco, but he could still force into this one. They are still fairly ahead, right? 6 rounds ahead. So we'll see if they choose to buy into this one. But Nexus, if they keep this going, iNation, the difference will get smaller and smaller.
I mean, you did mention that we need to wait to see Nexus on the T side before we make any final calls as to what's going to happen here on Vertigo, and that's somewhat proving to be the case. They're showing some great fight here on the T side right now. A lot more convincing than what they were on their CT side, that's for sure. And what should be another fairly elementary round here for Nexus.
Yeah, I mean,
8th round coming their way potentially.
When have percentages that we've seen on HLTV be wrong or be the other way around, apart from every game that we cast mainly?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, man. Almost every time. But looks like the odds might be correct, or the stats might be accurate on this one, as they now shift themselves as a group in towards the B bomb side. Only Vlad in here right now.
Indo gets smacked, but BTN is in. Raga will take that dragon. Fast trade, but that's a weapon in that smoke. 3 against 3, and there's the flank already coming through. 2 players coming in behind, but Modo's already posted up with the op. Doesn't land the first shot. He's still gonna wait. Oh, no one is paying attention to Generator. Raga takes down Choiv, but they lost Adames. They still have Modo with the op. Misses one more shot. He's gonna be spammed. Nails the shot on depression after all, and Modo. 2 missed shots, but after that, he gets the 2 kills. That's yet another round for Nexus. Now, iNation. Remember, that was a pistol round with some saved weapons. They're going to buy into this one. Straight away, Depression just buys that op to challenge Modo. They're going to have the M4s. This is a full buy. Everything that they need for iNation to stop this streak of rounds from Nexus on their T side.
And this is the round you're going to be looking to for iNation to continue their position in the driver's seat. Modo had the perfect chance there to get the opening kill. A player peeks out in towards the scope, but he's not able to connect on the mini flick. So going to have to find that opening frag elsewhere. As I said, this is the round, in my opinion, that iNation need to win. Deep smoke going to be affording a lot of control here to Vladden. Good nade in response, though. That does so much damage. Practically lands on top of him.
Yeah, 54 HP. B smoke comes through. They have a lot of control there in B main, but there's only 1 player, so they're gonna give that away. BTN winning that duel against Choice, almost staying alive there. He was really low.
Yeah. I'm surprised he was able to stay alive for as long as he did.
Yeah.
Now Nexus, they start to take some shape, and it looks like they're going to head in towards the B bomb side. Vladden's here by himself right now. Dragon's the nearest player. He doesn't have any util, so that's a really big kill coming through from Vladden. Now he has to stay alive, dumps the nade. That does a huge amount of damage and keeps himself alive.
Yeah, he backs away behind Generator. Dragon's here as well. Will be forced out by the molly. They peek out, but they line up for Dragon. And Modo in a 1-on-4. 30 seconds left. He's being held by 3 players at this point. It's going to be hard for Modo to get anything done. Gets the frag onto Dragon. Quick flick. But there's 2 players in heaven. It's going to be very hard for him to get through those 2 players. The smoke might help, though. They might see over it. Or actually, they just might be beside it. Vladden gets the frag onto Modo. And that's going to be 14 for iNation. That's the second round that they get on the CT side.
Vladden was very busy in that round, though. I mean, pushing deep in towards B main, dropping those aggressive smokes, then falling back towards the top of the stairs, holding the angle to get the first kill, which was so important because he didn't have any support near him on that B side, and then he continues to stay alive. So that was a great round coming through from Vladden on the B bomb side, and iNation can pretty much win the map here if they win this 23rd round, because there won't be any money for the T side. Raga, forced forward by the molly, will be the first to fall in the round, but Kindo once more.
Oh, Kindo is being aggressive, but BTN will take him down. Luckily, that doesn't, the round that they won, iNation, doesn't break the economy of Nexus. They do get another buy-in, but if they do lose this one, then it's going to be a painful force buy against iNation on map point. Again, on the map pick of Nexus, Depression.
What?
Wow, how does he miss that one? Choiv will trade onto Moto, but they do lose the Opper. BTN finds the headshot to Dragon. There's still a player towards Ivy. Nade coming through. Peeks out. Choiv was not looking in the right direction, and all of a sudden, Vladen's all alone in a 1-on-3. Bomb will be planted by Adam S. Vladen pushing as the smoke fades. Gets the first one, but Adam S nails the headshot. 9 for Nexus. And they do stop iNation. And it actually might be another half buy for iNation here. I'll actually go for the pistols. Kindo and Vladen can really buy M4s.
I think they're going to have to go for a bit of a half buy here. So the must-win round for Nexus actually goes their way. That was the make or break round. Certainly more break than make. And, well, getting across the line means they live to fight for another day, and it's going to be another half buy. So a chance for Nexus to get double digits. They're still playing with a bit of a spring in their step. They're not playing fearful Counter-Strike right now, which is good to see from Nexus, sticking to their guns. And that was actually a really awkward fight there between Moto and Depression. I certainly didn't expect to see the order of names in the kill feed like it was.
Yeah. It was looking like Depression already got that kill.
Yeah, he should have.
But the jump there, I guess, threw him off. Oh, MP9 takes down BTN, and that's also bombed down. Really far pushed Dragon there. He was pushed all the way next to T spawn, basically.
Yeah. And now he's all the way back to safety. And that's exactly what iNation needed here, as an opening kill that goes untraded. They want to try and force this round as deep as they can possibly take it. They want it to be a bit of chaos coming into the fight here. 3 players in middle, one of them carrying the bomb.
That's a very good position from Dragon.
Did they expect the boost after he was so aggressive early on?
I don't think so. He needs to get the headshot instantly. Oh, wait, they do. Moto takes down Dragon. Choiv with the Deagle. Goes down to Moto as well. He's usually the
They're going A.
Maybe he should use the AK and leave the op to Raga for this map at least, because he's hitting some nasty shots. Smack gets Depression. 4-on-2 right now.
Good recovery coming through there from Nexus. Looked a little bit concerning at one point there after Dragon got that opening kill, but they did not sweat it. They did not lose control, or at least didn't lose any hope in the round. There was still a clear-cut plan coming through from them. Good initiative being taken by Smek over towards A, just clearing the bomb site out. So after his team do get the kill in middle, they know that they've got a free path to rotate back in towards that A bomb site. 14-10. Nexus continue to claw their way back here.
Yeah, they get the double digits. And right now, well, Vladen, I think he's looking for the weapon that BTN had, but I don't think the weapon is there anymore. Oh, it is, actually. So Vladen will be able to just save an AK. Oh? Would it be a bad idea just to spam there, Vladen? But I guess he didn't know where the enemies were. Maybe someone was close to him. So he chooses just to be safe. Because you can spam there all the way from T-spawn, and you can hit some of the players, and the bomb can take them out. Because the economy of Nexus is not that good. Now 14-10, iNation. They get another buy. But they need to be careful. Money's still low. Kindo and Vladen, sure, they have some more money because they did save. But this could still be a problem. 3 players towards B is interesting, though.
Oh, it's where the fight's going to start out in the round. B10 goes down first, but Adamus is there to trade. So good numbers being committed there from the T side. Dragon steps out. He actually catches Adam S with the nade out, but actually only able to do a lick of damage. Adam S will catch an HE grenade after that, I believe. Oh, Moto, perfect angle. Depression doesn't spot him on the edge of the smoke, and that's going to give Nexus the man advantage, and still so much time on the clock. This is the round to really level out the game. Kindo gets stepped on by Smek a lot further forward than what Kindo would have expected. 4v2. I don't even know if Choiv and Dragon want to go for this. I think they need to save their guns.
Choiv has the molly just to slow down the bomb plan, but I don't think it happens. something about that lineup. I've seen a lot of those moldies just land too far ahead and do not deal any damage to the bomb planter. Re-smoke, and well, yeah, that's gonna be the save. It's gonna be the save from Dragon and Choiv. The big thing is Kindo and Vladen, they saved in the previous round, so they have a lot of money in the bank. So they'll be able to buy into the next one as well.
And Dragon will be able to afford to drop an M4 to Depression, so they will still have or even Vladen or Kindo drops an AWP and then they get the M4. Either way, they will have a full arsenal of weapons coming into the next round. But it's a 14-11 scoreline, and what it was it? Was it 12-3 on the half or 11-4?
12-3.
12-3, right? And then it went 13-3 after they won the pistol round. So this map should have been over a long time ago from 13-3, but Nexus have clawed their way back to 11-14. Very respectable fight back coming through from the Romanian squad here on their T side.
I mean, just standing strong there as you are 12-3'd in the first half, and you know that the second map is probably one of your worst. It's just admirable for from Nexus. Still fighting here, all the way to 14-11. Well, let's see if Moto can be overwhelmed here. He's alone. But they're not going to be too aggressive here, iNation. And again, this is why we've seen all those early tactical pauses. Dragon takes down Raga.
That's a big kill, because look at what that does to Moto. Immediately pulls him away from a ramp. That's going to be creating some space here for a potential flank. Nexus put focus in towards mid. 2 players there, 2 players going towards the B stairs. There's going to be a split in towards the B site. Dragon is playing that mid role with Vladen over towards B, but Dragon needs to be careful not to rotate too far away from that B bomb site. Big gunfight won there by Smek. That cuts the map down the middle.
Oh, Vladen finds Moto, but that's not a mess with the trade. Meanwhile, Smek is attracting a lot of attention towards mid. They might have heard the rotation.
I think they did. I think Smek heard him.
Yeah, so they can technically just walk into A. Well, not anymore, because Kindo's going back to the site. 35 seconds left, and at some point they're gonna have to run towards the site, and Kindo will hear them. But if he peeks into Ivy, well, it all comes down to timing. Oh, they're going towards him. Oh, this
they are
is very
heading his
important.
direction right
Kindo
now.
has to
with
get...
the bomb on his back. Going to be a peeked into. Gets the first, not the second, though. Dinks out a mess, but it will be the Romanian to win the fight, and he will be able to get the bomb plant here. Surely Depression doesn't have any util to do anything about that, but smacking towards mid has gone down. Molly forces the player off. Depression charging forward right now, desperately trying to force the issue with Adames, who's going to be able to complete the plant, though will still fall afterwards, but at least he's left Smek in a winnable 1v1. Depression has a kit, though, taps the defuse, sticks the defuse, does Smek read it, comes around the corner, and doesn't actually decide to fire off the shots through the smoke, so even though he gets the kill, it's not going to be in time.
Oh, and he had the nade as well. Depression was really low. The nade would have been everything.
Yeah, would have got the kill.
The round is won in the end. Depression holding down the defuse. But it's so close. Rounds are so close here between those two teams. 15-11. That's 4 map points for iNation. 4 chances to close out the first map. Nexus's map pick in this best of 3. With the boost behind the smoke, Kindo can't see anyone just yet.
Oh, Kindo was spotted. Smek, you saw him?
Wasn't? Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure he saw him.
Oh no,
he's stepped out a little bit now as that smoke starts to fade. Both players become exposed. The second smoke in its place keeps everybody alive for now.
I'm very confused. I don't know if they saw each other. I guess they didn't, because Kindo would just spam through the smoke. Oh, he sees Smack. BTN will get the trade, but the molly will be enough. That leaves iNation in a favorable position, 4-on-3. Moto trying to find something with the op, but no chances revealed themselves, and looking to take the play also into that B side. That's where Vladen is waiting. For now, he's alone, but Dragon is close by. Moto, if he finds one here, that's going to prompt a rotation from that B site.
They're looking a bit indecisive right now as to where they want to go. The bomb actually is going to be committing in towards B, just throwing support utility. There is going to be Vladen in place, Dragon the responder. But they've been forced out of the bomb site. Vladen's all the way back now in towards mid. So Nexus, with their utility usage, have actually been able to gain control of the bomb site. There is a big flank coming through here from Depression as well. 4v3. Nexus have to win it out here in the post plants. I don't know. What is this? That's a good question.
Wow.
This is a big boost coming through right now, but they aren't able to get anything from it. So they disassemble the stack, and now they make their way forward. It's going to be Rago who gets traded out. Adames, the next man up to the plate, will fall as well. Does Moto. It's Adames, who's standing tall. Only Depression left. Adames does know where he's coming from. No kit for Depression, and Adames times his peak to perfection. Nexus will fight for another day.
Oh, and the clutch. Big clutch there by Adames to keep Nexus in the game. To keep their hopes alive for overtime against iNation. Of course, on Vertigo. And they're 3 rounds away. But that means iNation, they still have 3 chances to close out this first map. Pistols this time. Which leaves them in a weird spot, right? Because they had... So, at 15-10, they had a bye because 2 players stayed alive. Or I guess it was 14-10 at that point. What I'm trying to say is they eco now, buy at 13, and they will have to force at 14 if that comes to fruition. Precisely. Although still, they can save some money at some point and just have enough money for all of the rounds here. But we'll see what they can get done with the pistols. We've seen some interesting plays with the Eagles, with the 5-7s. We've seen rounds won, rounds lost. Anything can happen. As long as they hit the headshots. BTN taking the duel there. Oh, almost finding 2. BTN gets the headshot to Depression. There was another player inside the smoke. They will retreat for a second there. And Modo goes down to Choiv. That's a nice headshot.
A beautiful shot coming through from him. Look at Kindo in the smoke towards Crane right now. iNation go for a gamble. They've just rotated everybody in towards that A bomb site, and rightfully so, but it doesn't look like that's going to be enough anyway. There is space to peek behind that molly. Choiv doesn't account for that, and so in the end, Nexus are able to get the job done pretty much just through the frags alone. Money, not too much of a factor here either, Pop, because if they lose a round, they lose the map. So there we go, 15-13 as expected. Nexus win that 28th round. And yeah, and now just 2 rounds away from taking this to overtime after being down 3-13 at one point. This is outrageous.
Yeah, 2 more chances. 2 more chances, and in this one, I feel like if iNation lose the players onto a side, it's just going to be a save straight away, so they can buy into the next one as well. Just thinking how Nexus, they could take down 2 players, and if Nexus don't lose any player, I would expect a save. But only kind of in that situation, because if they get some kills themselves, maybe they will be feeling more confident to try and take the round as is. Now, looking into round number 29, Adames already pushed up through like on the stairs. He's already up close to he's in the cubby there. Vladen might be surprised to find Adames that close. There is a molly that BTN can use. Adames, I think he's holding the angle towards the right side of Vladen. Unless he will hear new position of Vladen. Flash is coming through. Good flash. Dragon still alive. Close up. Adames gets the frag, and that's B site open. Vladen went through the smoke. That's a 5-on-4. And
it might
this
even
could
be
the
round
save.
over. Yeah, I think they are. They're heading for the hills. They're calling it a day. They're going to save their guns so that they can have something to fight with in the next round. But Nexus have done it. They've got it all the way to the 30th. After being down 3-13, whoever would have expected this to go to the 30th round? Nexus have done so well to fight their way into this position, and Adames, he's been one of the massive catalysts again. He's the man on point. Great chain flashes coming through into that B bomb site as well. The util usage was absolutely perfect.
Oh, when they're going for the hunt, doesn't even matter if they lose weapons because they have a lot money. A lot of money. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, Depression with the op. Holding down into ramp. Should be safe there behind the crane. Never mind. No, they take down the AWPer.
They can't afford the AWP here either. So one player going to be reduced to a weaker weapon coming into the next round. iNation have completely dropped off the face of the earth. They've dropped off the 52-story building. Nexus are now just one round away from taking this to overtime.
To 14. We're going to need all 30 rounds to decide the outcome of the first map here. Vertigo. It is the map picked by Nexus. First half was not looking good at all. 12-3 was the score in favor of iNation.
And then they won the pistol in the second half.
Yeah, we went all the way up to 13-3. 10-round lead right now. There's only one round between those two teams. 15-14. No op from iNation because they took out depression as the round was ending. Slowly peeking into mid, trying to get some info. 3 players playing that mid area. 2 players from Nexus in A ramp. Mid is completely open. They can just walk behind the players in A if they really want to.
My word, Troyver's going to be the first man to figure out what's going on here, but he walks straight into Ragger's cross. They never expect him to be as far forward as he actually is there, and that puts a lot of pressure onto the A bomb site. There's going to be 2 players coming up the ramp, 3 coming through the middle. BTN's trying to watch the flank right now. Depression gets 1 a second, maybe actually a blessing in disguise that he doesn't have the AWP, because that allows him to multi-kill from that position. BTN, though, still undetected for the time being. Will Palms as he gets that kill onto Depression, dinked on the cross, so Vladden finishes off the kill with the wall bang. Now it's all on Modo and Adam S. It's 2 of the star players here for Nexus to get this game to overtime.
2 against 3. The smokes are still in place. They have a molly and a flash that they can use. Nade coming through from Vladden. Shouldn't reach and doesn't reach Nexus. Molly comes through for headshot. No one's there. Vladden waiting behind the site. Indo towards Ivy. Flash comes through. Perfect flash. And they are low HP. Adam S takes down Dragon. Now Modo is in 1 and 2 with only 2 HP. The nade could be enough. It's not.
Wow.
Oh, it is from Kindle.
It is.
In the end, I thought it exploded earlier, but no, it will be enough. And that's 16-14. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Oh, that's a weapons case.
Nice. Those things are pretty valuable, actually.
I was more excited about that. That's not good. But yeah.
No, but still, I mean, what a crazy fight back. It's a fake comeback at the end there for Nexus as well, because they lose in the 30th round from being down 3-13, then 14-10, 15-10 it might have even been. I don't know exactly how many map points were up for grabs there. Eventually, in the 30th round, it will get won out by the team who were winning 13-3. At one point, iNation take the 1-0 lead, Pop, which means they do have that map advantage going into their map pick. Before that, though, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, it will be the pick of iNation, and it is going to be Anubis up next, so stay tuned for that map.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
After a really close map there, it was a 16-14 to end us off on Vertigo. After a 12-3 half, and then even winning the pistol round there, iNation, they did it in 30 rounds. And in the 30th round, they closed out the match. And, well, now we go on to Anubis. And I gotta be honest, Hayes, I mean, Anubis is not looking like a good map for Nexus.
I mean, I would also say that, and that's how I felt the entire time, but just based on the way that second half on Vertigo went, I'm definitely not writing Nexus off. Not only because they proved that they've actually got what it takes to go toe-to-toe with iNation, the individuals look good as well. I'm also just not as convinced by iNation just in terms of how they fell off the face of the planet on Vertigo. So, let's see how it will play out. Of course, with this being iNation's pick, it means Nexus have the choice of sides, and obviously, which something everybody's keeping a close eye on is which half are teams choosing to start on an Anubis, because it's looking more and more T-sided as the map goes on.
Well, it was an interesting fact that iNation started on the T side on Vertigo.
That's true. Good well for them.
Aggressiveness in mid,
Oh,
BTN
wow.
and Moto taking down 3. Well, you were saying how you were not quick to write off this map of Nexus. I mean, I wouldn't either. I'm just saying it wasn't looking like a good map, but again, it was only one performance against Illuminar. Let's see what they can do against iNation. So far, a lot of damage. They do lose one more player. That was BTN going down, and this is a 3-on-2 with Raga on 9 HP. They have complete control of water, which I always regard as very important. At the same time, Raga is in a forward position here, and timing is not that bad. He gets himself back to the site.
Yeah, he was about to go down there, so as you say, timely fashion does rotate out. And it is going to be iNation to creep their way in towards A. Nexus don't seem like they've got the hard read on this right now. I wonder if one of them will hang around. Remember that this was a 4 versus 2. Looked pretty much dead in the water for iNation, but Depression and Vladen maybe going to have a chance here. Actually, Raga the only... Okay, excuse me, it's going to be Moto who's over towards A. He's got full health. Got armor to work with as well. Timing on the peak there, unfortunately, not going to be enough for him to get the kill, but at least has the information for his team as to where they need to rotate.
Oh, the bomb goes down. Moto Trying to look for a peek. Nails the headshot to Vladen. And Depression is the last one standing when he peeks into 2 players. And Draga, with only 9 HP, will get the frag. And will be the piston round going the way of Nexus. We'll see if they got some good defense strategies here, Nexus, that line up against those of iNation. So far, aggressiveness in mid seemed to work pretty well. I mean, also, not only aggressiveness in mid, but hitting the headshots also works usually. We'll see if they can hit more of those. And usually, if you eliminate all of the enemy players, you usually win.
So Depression, he actually has a full set of utility and head armor. I respect this. I like to see that a lot of these players on iNation are actually prioritizing utility here in the force buy, not just going all out firepower, because we also know how exec heavy the T side of Anubis is. So good to see them prioritizing the util for a big execute in towards the A bomb side. Just multiple players creeping their way forward in towards A main. Nexus has no idea of this right now. And this A site is so difficult to defend, so difficult to retake, and Adam S is going to show us whether he can get that job done or not.
The peaks, let's see the push. They do spot out a player. Oh, both of them actually. Kindle takes down Moto, and BDN is really low HP. Good nade thrown, but not a lot of damage onto Adam S. Oh, Depression, he will be spotted by Adam S.
Why?
Surprised in the smoke there, but he's going to be found by Kindo. The Galil's doing a lot of work. And the Nexus, they're actually going for the save straight away.
Yeah, that's the problem with the A bomb site. So it's like you almost need to gamble stack numbers on A or fully play for the retake. But even that's a really rough option because the retake is so difficult on A. T side's a real grind on this map, man. It's becoming really difficult now that teams have kind of figured out the T side. They've figured out the strengths of the T half. At least Nexus is going to be keeping their 3 big rifles in place, so they'll probably force around these saved rifles. But, I mean, how easy was that for iNation, Pop? They just bought utility, went into A main, executed into the bomb site, and pretty much just won the round from there, right? They needed 1 entry kill, and there was little to no resistance thereafter.
Yeah, it wasn't really the best defense there. Just the nades getting Nexus very much out of position. Now, while they do save those 3 weapons, they do afford a couple of MP9s. So they have something to work with in this round as well. Nade thrown into A, and that deals some damage to Moto and Adam S. Oh, Smek could be surprised, but he is paying attention. Good spam to take Kindle down to 32. And Raga's here to help. Cave was left open for a second. That's when Vladen decides to push in, but Braga still has the answer. Depression is close by. Raga still not paying attention to the right direction, and Depression gets a frag, but this is 4-on-3 in favor of Nexus. Never mind. Good headshot by Choi. Moto still fighting with the MP9. He's been spotted by Depression, just going back, but BTN coming in from Cave. Kindo with a trade. Choi with 1 onto BTN, and now it is Adam S getting himself that M4. He nails the headshot with the USP, and he's slowly backing away. 32 HP for Kindo. 50 seconds left, a long time that he can use, but he wins the duel against Adam S. He was backing away, trying to rotate over, probably through CT, but he wasn't expecting the aggressiveness of Kindo, and that will be the second round going the way of iNation. And of course, if you want to get yourselves some nice skins, make sure to check out Hellcase, our partner at CCT, and use the code CCT for a 10% top-up bonus. Nexus now, they're going to be on an eco.
I mean, it does feel like Nexus had a really good attempt in that previous round. I was impressed how they were able to just go toe-to-toe with iNation, and then almost looked like they were in position to win that round at one point. But Choiv does so much work, with that second kill in particular. And then still not like the clutch was easy by any stretch of the imagination there for Kindo. Times the peak to perfection down the canals and catches the retreating Adam S off guard. As you say, now that means Nexus are going to have to eco coming into this next round, and a chance for iNation to go up 3-1.
No full eco from Nexus, only a P250 and a Deagle brought up by the guys over on the CT side. They're all grouped up towards that B side, but mid seems to be the point of interest of iNation. Adames will hear all that running. Maybe they can catch off Vladen as he's throwing utility into A main, or into the A side, I should say. Started spraying there, but he only gets one. Depression, though, peeking in from mid, gets a couple of kills. Oh, timing was unlucky for a second, but Depression realized that he spotted someone. BTN in a 1-on-4 with that USP, just trying to get some late damage here, because basically the round is done. Shouldn't really be any problems for iNation to close out this one. BTN looking, maybe he can get a weapon to save. That would be the best case scenario. That Depression will just take him down.
Yeah, 1 kill in the round there. At least Nexus to inflict a little bit of economic damage, but it's mission successful for iNation, who are going to look to continue to just build this wave of momentum here on the T side. We saw how incredibly dominant they were on their T side of Vertigo. They won 12 rounds there. So I wonder if they can continue that form here into Anubis. You know, another T-heavy map, the heaviest in the map pool right now by some distance. When Nexus played against Illuminar on the map, it was picked by Illuminar. And so that meant Nexus also had the choice of sides, and they chose to start on the CT side there as well. And they only got the 3 rounds on the CT side, not a single round on their T side after that. So maybe something to keep in mind. I'm going to see how they improve their game here on the CT side this time around.
They are experiencing some technical issues at this point, and that is never fun, especially in the situation that you're in. I can expect not being very happy about trying to come back all the way from 13-3 and just falling short of making it to the overtime here on Vertigo, and it ended at 16-14, as you can see in the top right-hand corner. So we'll see exactly what he can do on this CT side, but it seems like Raga's experiencing some more serious technical issues. So we're going to throw it to a break, but when we come back, we're going to see what they can do on the CT side. Maybe not. Wait, maybe we're good.
Okay, nice. Good timing there. But just before we threw to the break, he reconnects to the server.
We're good.
Match medic takes effect. Into the game we go. This is the round for Nexus. I mean, obviously it's not do or die here, but they're going to want to make a bit of a stand here early on their CT side. They don't want to have to chase the game the way that they did on Vertigo. Want to give themselves a lot more breathing room on their T side this time around.
Well, with the M4s, they're going to be looking to stop the AKs and also the op of Depression of getting something done. Although a lot of damage already dealt, and I think that was only... Was it only because of the nades and the mollies in main? No, Depression is far away from that position. But Kindo did go down to 39. They are spamming through the wall here. It's going to be an interesting boost. Raga. Ooh, spotted by the boost of Dragon. Staying alive there. 58 HP. And he actually gets even closer. He's not really playing inside the cave. But that gives the chance of Vladen to come through. No, Raga spotted again by the boost.
I mean, poor awareness coming through there from him to just expose himself to the boost like that again. And maybe that's just the inexperience on the map itself. Smek gets caught completely off guard by the connector peak. Does look like Nexus aren't fully, prepared here in terms of where the fights could be coming through from. As that B-bomb site just gets steamrolled despite the fact that there were 3 players there initially for Nexus.
Well, Adames just trying to save that M4. Surely not looking all that good at first, but that's the same case that happened in basically the first map, right? It was a 13-3, and the Nexus started to come back. Now, this map is mostly T-sided, as we know, but it all comes down to what kind of strategies they can bring to the table, right? Still early on in the game, we just finished round number 5, and with that bomb explosion will be iNation claiming a 4th one on their board. Now, Nexus, they're going to be on an eco. They're going to be buying up the pistols, of course, alongside the M4 of Adames. I don't think there's a reason for him to drop his M4 and buy another one and try and force into this one. You can just eco. There's only a small amount of rounds played already, so We'll see exactly what they can do here with the pistols. Maybe close quarters. Maybe, of course, a little bit more aggressive. Try and have Adam S trade you after you start to be aggressive towards maybe water. Although there's a smoke there to block their vision. And of course, iNation, they're going to take this slowly, not really rush into anything, especially pistols.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Nexus is going for any gamble stack, kind of just spreading themselves out with the default hold right now. I thought that maybe we'd see something a bit more inspiring out of them here on the half buy. Maybe some sort of aggression, but I think just holding the standard positions in a round like this isn't actually going to be enough to win the round. That's why I'm happy to see this push now through B main in towards long, coming through, getting a lot of info, getting control, getting an early backstab here as well. Moto spots it out and forced out. Does seem like iNation realize they have to get a move on, and they are going to be trying to pinch in towards the, say, bomb site. Up close is BTN with the Dead Beagle right now, completely blinded by the flash. Will still get a kill, but now the door wide open on the A site, and iNation have definitely racked up a fifth.
Oh, Dragon spraying through the smoke, taken out by Smek. Of course, the tracers of the AK can be seen through the smoke, and they're actually going for this one. Raga with the CZ, 12 bullets in the clip. Flash coming through, and they're going to check close. This is very important. If they can check right under them, that's where Choiv is waiting. Smek is going to be the one to peek, and he gets the frag.
Wow.
I think that's a 3-on-2. They're dealing a lot of damage, and Adam S takes them both out from heaven. Raga's going to sneak the defuse, and there's plenty of time, I think. So,
yeah.
Nexus, they win on a half line. That's gotta hurt.
They stick it to me in the process as well. I said that's a guaranteed fifth for iNation. I saw 4 versus 3 A bomb site locked in their control. I didn't know any world in which Nexus were going to be able to make the retake happen, lacking the kits as well. That's a huge blunder from the side of iNation, especially with how easy it looks. So really struggling to lock it down in the post plant. One expect heavily favoring iNation to win the series from here, but they haven't entirely written Nexus off yet. It's not like those 1-11 odds or something like that. Big round for Nexus to win, man.
Yeah, very important one, especially now that forces another tactical pause out of iNation. We've seen, well, I mean, I say another, but it's been the first one and this map. But we've seen a lot of them in the previous one. I think they used up all 4 of them in the previous map. Because they knew that Nexus can mount on the comeback, and it almost happened, so they do want to make sure that their strategies are well placed here against the defense of Nexus.
Okay, well, let's see if iNation can get their campaign back on track. I suppose even if they lose it, they'll still be able to afford a buy in the next, but losing that previous round certainly wasn't something that they would have expected to happen, not with the position they got in. As for Nexus, a chance to kind of claw their way back a little bit here in the early stages, build themselves a platform on the CT side.
BTN, quick molly into mid just to stop the advance of iNation, and does so well. I haven't really seen that deep smoke from CT into mid. Good damage onto Kin though. Not enough to take him down, but 50 HP. Just enough to maybe deter him from pushing through the doors there, where BTN is waiting. Raga still being fairly aggressive, getting a lot of info. Water. Oh, Kindo. How does he get that? BTN. He spotted them first. Oh, Raga
no.
loses that duel. That doesn't help at all.
Still one player in the B bomb site here. It's Nexus in towards Connected. Does have the advantage, but somehow he's not going to get that gunfight either. Finally, Moto will get a kill on the round here for the Romanian team, but he's been flushed out of position, forced backwards. Kindo starts to close the walls in on Nexus here as well. Plant will come through for iNation. Nexus can't do anything about that. In fact, do they even want to go for the round is the question. Looks like Moto and Adam S are going to head for the hills. Shouldn't be too difficult to save their guns from this position either, but looks like iNation are going to get straight back to winning ways.
Yeah, that's not really a good sign. That's those duels are not really the ones that you want to miss. And we do see that there's still some technical issues on the side of Nexus. Raga once again dropping from the server. Adam S will find Choiv. So there's something found by Nexus, but not a lot, and the round is already done. I'm just thinking how maybe they need to take control of water with more players, or mid for that matter, as we've seen BTN duel in mid and not really find the greatest result. Something like the piss around, right? Some of that aggression. Maybe that can help for Nexus.
I think it's just really difficult to maintain those positions after you do get through, because like one simple flash here or there and you kind of have to get forced back, and then you leave yourself very vulnerable on opposite sides of the map, right? The extremities. I actually think the CT side's really difficult on Anubis, to be honest with you. The more and more I cast the game and the more I've heard from pro players as well, and seen in the relevant events, we're seeing it in IM Katowice quite a lot, and it's looking like the T side is really strong. So I think even like 10-5 halves aren't impossible to come back from on this map.
Dragon.
Oh, wow. That's huge.
Oh, that is very important. That jumping peak usually just more or less guarantees your safety, but not every time. That opens up a way into the B side. Apart from opening up a way, it just puts a lot of pressure onto Nexus, because what do you know? You've seen only one player, the one that took down your teammate. Dragon finding Modo, Choiv getting complete control over Cave, and he can actually push into the B side. If he can take down Raga, he actually can do that, even though Raga initiated that duel. 4-on-1 as BTN falls to Vladen, and it's all up to Adam S to try and clutch it up. He takes down Choiv on the B side, but apart from that, he's really far away. He gets himself a defuse kit, but going for the 1-on-3 is going to be really hard. If he can find the headshot onto depression, timing was not the best. I want to say if he would have found the headshot onto depression, it wouldn't have been that bad to try in a 1-on-2, especially with the Yopper going down. But now, as the time is running out, that's basically round done. And Adam S will be happy to just save that AK. But they're not going to be really happy that they didn't get the round. They technically can still buy. Adam S can drop for Smek. BTN can get a FAMAS. Raga and Modo can buy. So I think they're going to go for another full buy here into round number 9. But iNation, they are taking rounds once again. And while on Vertigo, we were talking how they were really good Nexus on the T side to come back into the game. Here, I think it's a little bit different, because on Vertigo, they had 8 maps, if you count the last one as well. 8 maps in the previous 3 months. On Anubis, they have 1.
Yeah, they've got a lot more experience on Vertigo, and we know that their T side is something they've been able to rely on a lot more than Anubis, where it's a lot more untried and untested. Finally, an opening kill here for Nexus in one of the gun rounds that goes untraded. It is Modo imposing himself with the AWP early on, as you were suggesting, trying to have some sort of contact there in towards middle. That's what he does. And let's see what iNation do. I mean, they did get the opening pick in the previous round, and that just sent the CT side into complete disarray. But Nexus are going to be feeling so much more comfortable with the 5 versus 4 now. Looks like it's probably going to be a bit of a fake over towards the A-bomb side coming through here. You have Depression and Choiv on that side of the map with so much utility between them. They're going to fake the full A execute, and look what that does to the minimap. Immediately players being displaced over towards B. Ooh. It is going to be 1 player forced off. Modo misses a big shot there. That could have been a kill to pretty much win the round for his team. He does land the follow-up leg shot there. Kindo closes the gap in the meantime, but takes him way too long to get the first kill, and actually Nexus winning out all their respective gunfights.
Yeah, Smek and Raga doing the heavy lifting. I don't know how Modo missed that one. It seemed straight on the enemy player for me, but well, it does happen from time to time, right? So they do get one more. Being fairly close to iNation here. And iNation, they do get another buy-in. Their economy is not that bad. I was thinking how Nexus, if they could get 1 or maybe 2, they could force iNation into an eco. And they were getting ready for that boost behind the smoke. BTN, he's the one that throws it. He has to expect it. Good nade. And the pre-fire from BTN. Wonderfully read.
Gresham had to hit that shot, man. That was his opportunity to get the opening kill for the team. Doesn't seem like BTN's doing a pretty good job in towards middle right now. It's such a difficult role to play, that mid role, because you're always by yourself.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're toying with him right now. Big
good
flashbang.
peek.
Yeah.
A lot of info taken. And BTN still fighting with the FAMAS, getting one, being traded, but Adames is here as well. They find the Opera as well, though. Depression is really low HP.
That kill pretty much should secure the round. Way more proactive from Nexus, which is what you were calling for, Pop. You were mentioning maybe trying to take a bit more fights in towards middle. They were way more proactive that time there, fighting it out the whole way. BTN had supports as well. Fights being taken down into the canals from Connector. So it does seem like Nexus are starting to fancy themselves a bit more, playing with a bit more confidence and conviction. And now they're going to be playing against pistols. So this is a good opportunity for them to reduce the deficit to just one round.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like in the previous round, they had all the right answers, it seems. They had aggression into water as well. Raga was the one peeking in. Oh, two players here. Moto taking down Choiv. Raga keeps on pushing as Smek is a little bit behind. BTN peeking into mid, finds two players, but also finds death. Raga will find Vladen. And the peek over the smoke will not help anymore, because Nexus, they were paying a lot more attention to water.
Yeah, I don't really see how iNation get themselves into the round from here. They don't have anything going for them. Sure, they've got Kevlar and a few players. They picked up the M4 as well, but there's no obvious options, no clear path to a bomb site. They're going to have to go through with some gunfights. Adames is the only player in towards mid right now, so maybe a double peek from Kindo and Dragon. If they can get the kill onto him without losing anybody in the process, that A-bomb side is going to be feeling some serious pressure. Adames does get somewhat caught in transition, so Dragon gets that kill, and now it's all on Moto, but they're actually waiting for the rotation to come in towards mid. Kindo's picked up the AK, won't get that fight afforded to him though, and now they do start to apply the pressure in towards A. Oh, Moto.
No way. Timing is so unlucky. He unscoped at the wrong time, and now look at that. They have everything that they need to win this round. iNation.
Oh my god.
Smek gets the headshot to depression, so that's the op gone. But Smek is on 3 HP. Indo on site. Ragas checking the corners, but not going to expect the position of Dragon. He turns around, but Kindo peeks at the same time, and iNation, they steal away around. That honestly, they should have never gotten. I mean, the positions were just very good for Nexus. They had everything going for them, but just small mistakes, just timings, and that's when iNation strike. Wonderfully done from iNation, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But all the chances were showing that Nexus should have won, because of course they had the better weaponry and they had the positions and they had of course the angles held down, but in the end, timings are part of the map here, or part of the game, I should say.
I just need to stop talking, because both times I've mentioned that either team shouldn't have a chance to win the round that they're in. They've both gone on to win that round, and it's going to be a great follow-up kill there from Kindo to completely open up the B bomb site. The round is done. BTN very low, so he's already going to commit to saving his gun. iNation, are they done? Maybe not after that kill there from Adames. Does that give Nexus a bit of a reason to go for it? Doesn't look like it. They're going to settle for saving their guns, I think. They're still waiting for the bomb plants. I don't know. Looks like they are interested, Pop.
Well, if they get a kill early on, then I guess they can go for it, but we do see them coming in from all possible directions. Oh, flash into mid. Moto goes down, and that should be it, to be honest.
Yeah, should be.
BTN on 4 HP.
And Adames, they've only got one kit. There's no way, and I think they're looking for exit kills at this point. BTN will take first contact, but takes a lot more than just contact.
Well, at least they get the op out. don't know if iNation can retrieve it. Oh. Yeah, they can. So, yeah, that will be the 8th round for iNation. I don't know what happened there with that boost, because the boost was a good idea, but they got the first kill, and then Raga wasn't expecting the enemies to be up close to him. 8-4.
Yeah.
And as we're getting closer to the map, to the half point of the map, they do have that M4 on AdamS, but apart from that, a couple of deagles and a P250. Some needs to be used. Can they really stop the pushes of iNation? Let's see if AdamS can.
No,
Not really.
I mean, he was the only player who came into the round with the rifle, and he's already been taken down. And the problem that I have with that play is that there's no way for that weapon to be recovered now. You know, when you've got players who are pistoled up the way that his teammates are, for me, I think it's better to use them as bait. Put them on the end of your fishing rod. Send them out ahead of you. Come in behind them afterwards and see if you can make something work of their life. But going in first like that, you're just expecting to win like a head-to-head gunfight against the AKs, and then your gun's not even recoverable if you don't. So I just think that was a bit of an oversight there from Adam. And I see a lot of players approaching those types of rounds where they have the hero rifle on the CT side.
Modo does a surprise dragon, and Vladin's there to help him out with the frag. Also on Smek, it's actually Kindo, I think. It was an early damage from Vladin. Beating with the P250. Again, trying to find an exit frag. But iNation, they will make it to 9, and they're looking to make it to 11 here just to make another good half. Good first half, I should say, on the T side. But again, the map might be T-sided. But I don't know exactly if there's a lot of strategies that Nexus will employ. I guess it remains to be seen. Still, they will buy up here, and 9-6 will not be all that bad. Certainly better than 11-4.
I mean, I would say that 9-6 is actually like a 50-50 scoreline on this map. I would genuinely say that. So still salvageable here for Nexus. Anything more than 9 here for iNation, and they're feeling really good. That's just gravy on top. And 11 pretty much guaranteed if they win here, because there won't be any money in the bank for the CT side. So let's see how this round will unfold.
Well, with smoke here, they are expecting a boost, and Modo's holding for it. At the same time, Depression has a different idea. Hold down mid all the way from in front of A. Oh, they're actually grouping up there. AdamS will throw the molly. Smek will not spot absolutely no one. Won't spot anyone. Another molly to come through, but they're just going to push through it. Good damage already from the molly and the nade. AdamS, he's not going to peek in just yet. There's a team kill. Shoiv goes down to Dragon, but it doesn't even matter. It's a 4-on-3, and it was a double op setup for Nexus, but doesn't really pay off.
I mean, the double AWP is pretty much the worst thing you could have in the situation as well, because it just limits you so much on the retake. So I think that they just counted out of this round off the battle. Like getting that kill into Depression maybe gives them a way into it. Raga going to be looking to try and trade onto Vladin, but he will fall as well. So it's only Smek left, and he's just been dominated by Kindo. That's very rough for Nexus. They invest into the double AWP. They don't get a single kill with it, and they've got no money going into the last round of the half. So iNation have a very good chance to make this 11-4. And again, that A bomb side falters. I don't know if iNation have lost a single round that they've actually been able to get on. Okay, there was the one round they lost to the retake on A, but that's the only round they've lost throughout the half so far. Just really speaks volumes to how difficult it is to play A on the CT side.
Yeah, it's just like I feel like it's a really open site, and usually you're used to seeing 2 players covering that site, or at least the player in the mid to just be ready to rotate over. As I say that, BTN taken out by Depression, and mid is completely open. AdamS has to cover by himself, has a smoke, and the M4 that he can use, although he was dinged through the wall. Raga tries to surprise, but he doesn't get anyone there.
Oh no.
Kindo will surprise Modo, and Smek is the last one standing with 1-on-5. Well, the aggressive push from iNation doesn't really meet any resistance, apart from, well, AdamS, who was inside, because BTN fell early on. The Opper took him out. Smek gets the first frag, but he's 4 more. And also the defuse. He's being blocked by a smoke right now. And also held by an M4 and an op. Kindo will take him down with the AK from Palace. So that will be round 11 for iNation. Not looking all that great for Nexus. But we'll see how the second round will look for both of those teams.
Second half of what could be the last map of the series about to get underway. Nexus are going to have to fight back here on the T side of their opponent's map pick if they are going to keep themselves alive and take this to Inferno to decide the series. 1xBet giving them a slight chance, but not really much of a hope. I think that a lot of their chances and hopes hinge on this pistol round, and they're going to be shifting 5 players straight in towards the B bomb site. They have a smoke into flash, armor across the board outside of that. There's going to be 3 players here for iNation as well. HE Grenade does chip them down, and they're ready and waiting to welcome these Nexus players onto the bomb site.
Well, let's see the push here. Choiv already taking out BTN. Raga gets one onto Dragon, but Depression comes in with a straight-on trade. Smack will get a frag onto Depression as well, making that a 3-on-3. They're going to be pushed from all directions as well. Moto finds Kaido into B main. That helps a lot. Smack with a headshot into Vladen, and now Choiv is in a 1-on-3. Tries to go for the headshot into Smack. And they're waiting for him to get closer to be able to get more people on this peak and surprise him. Oh, Adam S. I think they're all spotted. Yeah, Choiv knows where everyone is, but it's going to be just really hard. No. And, well, for some reason, he starts taking off his silencer, so that just is unlucky timing, I guess. What they do
He's
when
starting the boat? Is that what's going on here? Is he ripping the cord on the boat there to get the engine going? I love that camera angle, man.
I guess that's what he's trying, but I don't understand. Why are you not allowed to swim?
I mean, I guess it's dangerous, Pop. You don't know what lurks in the waters. They've got your best interest at mind, mate. Don't ask questions. Just follow the signs. Just kidding. That's actually really bad advice in life. You got to question everything.
What do I do if I fall out of the boat?
Well, you just got to let yourself drown, Pop. You're not allowed to swim.
Oh, okay.
Against the rules.
Yeah, that's fair.
Does make sense if you think about it.
What doesn't make sense for getting into the boat.
Exactly. Why did you put yourself there in the first place? What does make sense is the way that this round is going here for Nexus. Just getting 3 kills in towards middle, pretty much mopping it up. They know where the remaining 2 players are as well. Choiv has been able to pick up an AK, but pretty much a dead man walking right now. Adam S has been able to bypass him, so we'll catch Choiv completely off guard on the peak. Matter of time. There we go. Oh, clean tap there from Choiv, actually, to get the kill at least. He didn't have armor, so would have been affected by the flinching, but still gets the kill. 6-11 as we go into the first gun round. iNation looking to try and make a mark early on here on their CT side. Or we could see Nexus starting to claw their way back on the T side of Anubis.
I always wonder what those things on the rug there are.
That's a good question.
They're not pots. I think they're like covers.
I think it's for like candles.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes cool shadows and patterns, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, nice. Like when the light shines through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Have a look at this, though. Nexus have actually got a good opportunity to set up with the execute on the A bomb site, but iNation have made a bit of a regen. They're rotating players through right now. The pressure's so low. He's dead. He stands no chance. He will die, and he does.
5-on-4. It started around here by Nexus. Now, everyone rotated over from iNation. So for a second here, B side is completely open. I think Nexus are reading the situation. Good. I mean, for now, they still leave BTN in mid, and he could be the surprise as
he was spotted.
iNation. Oh, was he? Oh, yeah. Dragon takes him out, but still, B side is still open.
Yeah, Nexus completely.
Don't really have that info. That's the problem there. Walking into the site, the smoke comes through, but I think there's a huge gap in the smoke. The re-smoke will come in, but Dragon takes down Smack.
That's actually such a big kill there. At range, spraying through the smoke, gets a frag. That makes this retake a hell of a lot more doable. Still going to be challenging, though. They don't have a kit. They do have smokes. They've got one flashbang as well. 2 players going to be coming through from long. And let's see how they go about business. It's looking like Nexus are trying to be a bit proactive as well here in the post plant. They don't want to sit static and wait for that CT side to close the gap. Kills back and forth right now. 2 for the price of 1, favoring Nexus as it stands. And as I said, lacking the kit means this is now next to impossible for iNation. And Dragon will indeed pull the plug.
They're getting closer and closer. And with that, that's the 7th round on the board for Nexus. Going to string a lot of rounds together here. And iNation, they're going to be on an eco. They're going to have that AUG use alongside the pistols that they're going to buy. But if Nexus skip this up, well, not looking all that bad. I'm gonna be honest. It's not like they're not looking like a team that have never played Anubis. That's the least I gotta say. I feel like they're looking better than the time they played against Illuminar. But at the same time, I would regard Illuminar just a little bit better than iNation, just in terms of experience. So maybe there's a difference in the skill of the 2 teams as well. Oh, Dragon surprise here on the boost.
Yeah, this should be a pretty easy execution for Nexus in towards the B bomb site. The one player with the gun's been brought down so damn low. Been forced out the bomb site, just hoping that the sprays through the smoke might net him. Another frag, maybe trying to take the bait away from Choi with the Desert Eagle in the site right now, holding a very tight angle. Depression locked up by the smoke right now. And it's going to be pretty easy for Nexus as expected. Depression not going to make anything of that position either. So there we go. Dragon going to head for the hills to save his gun. And Nexus have been able to reduce the deficit to 3 rounds. So this T side continues to build some traction here, Pop. They've won the first gun round. Haven't lost a round yet here, in fact, in the second half. That's 4 in a row for them as we head into that next gun round.
Oh yeah, they're as I said, surprisingly good from Nexus. Just going back to the idea that again the game against Illuminati was 16-3. They played another Ancient today against Prodigies, and they lost that 16-14 as well. And now this is turning out to be well, Nexus coming back into this one and getting closer and closer to iNation. And while this is the map pick of iNation, and usually not a very good, or at least in those series, it was not a very good map for Nexus, this is a map that they need to integrate in their map pool. Either this one on Overpass. And they had time to integrate Overpass in their map pool, but I guess they don't really like the map because it hasn't been in the map pool of Nexus, I think, ever. So you can't really have 2 maps that you permaban.
Of course not. No, absolutely, yeah. Like you say, going to have to pay some attention to the Veto in terms of how they're going to be approaching it going forward. It's going to be a massive gun round here for iNation to maintain their position in the driver's seat, and I start to fear the worst for them if they lose here. 9-11 becomes 10-11, and I mean, it's not like we've seen much to get excited about out of them so far here on the CT side. It's been pretty easy going for Nexus in terms of the way they've won their first 4 rounds. iNation need to make them work a lot harder than they have so far.
Oh, good nade there by iNation. He ended on 12 HP, perfect flash. Raga couldn't see anything, and he goes down to Kindo. Another peek from Kindo. Takes down BTN. The two low players are down, but Emoto and just a trade now. They're at a disadvantage. Only a 1-player disadvantage. And iNation, they're not really taking control of water. Just keeping the area smoked. Big Molly into connector. And iNation answer with a double push in A main.
Yeah, I actually really like this option. I mean, they won't be able to do anything about the bomb getting across, but it's not too bad. They'll be in a good position to retake from. Depression going to be posted up on the angle. Adam S going to be the man walking forward. Big miss shot there from Depression. That's going to have him on notice, and Vladin has to trust that he's got that position under control. But Adam S comes straight through. Oh, at least Vladin's able to trade information there for Nexus. Choi will get a kill onto Modo, so it's all on Smek, who's looking to force the issue onto Vladin. Footsteps will be heard, and life will be taken.
What a close situation. Adam S pushing through the smoke there. No one was paying attention. iNation, they do survive this one. Very important frags found by Vladin there on both Adam S and Smek. 12-8 and iNation. That is the first round they get on that CT side. but it is welcome there. They want to try and do this one with more. Try and get Nexus on an eco. They do afford another yet full buy, Nexus. Let's see how this full buy will look. Because they're not really afraid of... Well, I've seen Raga just pushing through the smoke there towards water. Because he's seen that iNation, they're not really aggressive. They're keeping control of cave. But they're not really aggressing towards water. And there's re-smoke. Reinforces the point. Raga's just waiting for maybe a peek at the edge of the smoke. But it's not happening for iNation. They're playing this pretty safe. I'm going to concede more rounds to Nexus. Because, of course, if I feel like if they get on another eco again, they're going to be calling another tactical pause. Kind of finds Moto. That's an impressive find there on the upper.
Yeah, absolutely. Really big kill. Very aggressive coming through from him as well to peek into that angle. No response immediately from Nexus, and in fact, Kendo going to continue to reign supreme in towards mid. He's taking BTN down as well. Choiv gets the kill in towards Cave, and it's looking disastrous for Nexus, who have got nothing to show for the first 3 frags that have fallen. Looking a bit shell-shocked. Smek is the man up to the plate to try and get a frag back, but he's lost his life out as well. It's only AdamS left remaining. He'll be spotted out towards middle, and although he does get a kill, that gives his position away. Trying to go in towards A, but runs into the AWP. 13-8. Nexus falls short in the vital 21st round, and they've got no money to buy back in the 22nd.
And now Nexus, they're in a bad spot. They're looking good for a second there, right? They were racking up rounds, but as iNation surprised them for 2 rounds in a row, now they're going to be forced to play the pistols. There's an AK for AdamS, the hero AK play, trying to stop iNation from getting to 14 and getting even closer to the map and series point to get them to 2-0 and ever so closer to that playoff spot. Oh, let's see the aggression into cave. Dragon takes down Smek. But they do deny some aggression from A main. BTN is also there with the eagle. Raga. Oh, the drop
so
from
aggressive.
Kindo. That drop is usually very risky, but it works for iNation, and now BTN is all alone with the eagle in the 1-on-5.
I mean, yeah, this is certainly not going to be working out for him. Depression will finish it off 14-8. iNation start to build up some defense. They start to build up a bit of a platform here on their CT side. Came into the half 11-4. Didn't really get going early on. Lost the first 4 rounds of the half. But as that second gun round came into effect, they haven't looked back on a 3-round streak of their own. If they win this round, they pretty much guarantee themselves the victory here on Anubis, and with that, the 2-0 in the series. But we've already seen Nexus fight back from a 3-13 scoreline to lose 14-16. So they've proven before they can make comebacks happen. Can they do it again?
All is now where they have to start it, and look at that! All of a sudden, damage all over the map for Nexus. Needs doing the work. He's spamming through the smoke towards water. There's 2 players next to him. More of a deep smoke. Oh, and Nexus, we're gonna try to flash through it. Choiv with the nade. Should he be able to get at least one? Yeah, that's a mess. Going down. Raga falling to Dragon. Oh, he turns around Modo. He could have a chance. Smek gets actually the frag onto Choiv. There's still a player here. Depression with the op. Waiting behind the pillar. Vladen takes down Modo, and now Smek has to get a triple. Close out the round in favor of his team. The bomb is dropped inside cave. The Deagle of Depression.
Wow.
He's not scared to fight.
Yeah.
15
What a way
to
to
8.
finish off the round, man. Just complete and
Yeah.
utter dominance, asserting himself. And don't believe those 1x bet odds. Those are certainly not accurate anymore, as they clearly isn't the option to bet live now, as 1x bets have pretty much called it. And no surprise there, Pop. 15-8.
Yeah.
Now that iNation have got into their groove on the CT side, they've proven to be somewhat unbeatable. 4 rounds in a row. They need just 1 of the next 8, and they win the series 2-0. Look at how light Nexus are on utility on a very heavy execute-based map, Pop.
Well, if they actually go towards A fast here, they're gonna find Vladen all alone. That could be the surprise. Flash coming in. Vladen will use the smoke, but he is still alone. BTN, will he be checked by Kindo here? Oh no, he won't. peeking into mid. Depression with the op will trade. Adam S down to 50 HP, probably from a nade, but they do abandon the plan to push onto A. Depression peeks out with the op,
nice.
and he's taken out by Raga. 4-on-3, and one of the ops is down, actually, because they had the double op setup since the previous round as well. And Raga, spotted by Choiv, easy frag. He had complete control over a whole B main.
What does that do for the setup here, iNation? Do they shift an extra player towards A? Vladin is there right now, tucked in towards the corner. Teammates are very far away on the rotation. I'm actually surprised they're setting themselves up the way that they are based on the huge amounts of info Choiv has gotten. They're just expecting the players to come through cave. That is what they are set up for right now. As they start to clear it out, they realize their transgressions. Vladin steps out on a timer, will drop the bomb carrier. Now, he knows he just needs to stay alive for as long as he can. Back against the wall. Teammates are desperately sprawling, fighting, but Vladin, does he even need support? Is the question. No is the answer. Single-handedly going to be finishing off the map as he locks down the defense on the A bomb site. iNation have an easy time of it on Anubis. They win 16-8, and with that, they book the series 2-0.
Oh, better effort from Nexus on Anubis than it was against Illuminar, but still, that Anubis ain't it. Good try on Vertigo, though. And I was expecting they had to win Vertigo if they wanted to make it to Inferno, but narrowly missing that one. That means that the 2-0 in favor of iNation is all the more possible. That Anubis is not looking all that good, but, well, I guess that's the problem now, because they're playing in a Swiss stage system. So as long as the enemy team play both Overpass and Anubis, they're going to choose one of them, because you can't ban both of them in the first ban. You only get one ban, and, well, Nexus, I don't think they're going to have a very good time, but if they do manage to get Inferno through, well, that gets better, because that's one of their better map. Mirage is also a good map for them. Vertigo seems to be good, or at least the T side. So
yeah,
I guess we'll see what they can do in the 1-1 bracket, because they do lose, so they go down to the 1-1 bracket. iNation, they will join Eyeballers in the 2-0 bracket.
The problem is that they also don't have Ancients in their wheelhouse as well. So you've got Ancients, Overpass, and Anubis, which are all proving to be punish picks for Nexus. They definitely need to sort their Veto out, or their map pool, should I say. As for their opponents, iNation looked very well oiled. They looked waxed on the T side of Vertigo. I mean, they disappeared completely at 13-3. Eventually, they won the map 16-14, but then they looked like their former selves from that first half of Vertigo on Anubis as well. I'm actually really impressed by this team. I feel like they're one of the best, full Serbian teams, we say, like full Serbian. Obviously, you've got Depression, who's the Croatian Serb, I think it's called. Either way, one of the most impressive full Serbian teams to come out the region in a long time. I know For Glory was one of the big squads, but I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this team because I think that they have a lot of potential. I'm keen to see where they can take things.
Yeah, well, now they're in a 2-0 bracket. They can make it to the playoffs with their next best of 3, and I'm as well curious to see what they can get done. So I guess we'll see them in the 2-0 bracket. And with that being said, that's the 2-0 of iNation, and that is the best of 3 done. Now, next up, there's 2 more best of 3s today, so make sure you keep on following because there's more Counter-Strike action. Young Ninjas are taking on Into the Breach, and BLUEJAYS, the last best of 3 of the day, are taking on Coalesce. At the same time, I think the South Europe play-ins are still going on. Just going to quickly check who is playing there, so I can tell you guys. It's still the same game. It's NTK taking on, I'm gonna say SDR. I can't remember exactly. It was a weird name, but yeah, that Selim Drogove, which is Jazar, Raftu. Oh, that's only Raftu. That's the only Bulgarian in the team there. I remembered. Okay. But yeah, that is the best of 3 going on there. Make sure you check out cctour.gg where you can find the schedule, the regional rankings, the CCT bingo brought to you by Prosper, and CCT stats brought to you by cover.gg. And for those best of 3s, that was Pop. With me, of course, it was Hayes. Make sure you keep on watching because the gate will take you through the next 2 best of 3s. We'll see you back after the break.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade drop skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.